shadow. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open sky. Knowing that the way is right. Guided by the secrets of an undiscovered light. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carrying silent goodbye. Diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Nothing to lose. Watch me shake out the ground. About to fly. running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake out the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open sky, knowing that the way is right, guided by the secrets of an undiscovered light. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carrying silent goodbye, diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake out the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. Da, 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 da. Lose, lose. Da, 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 da. Have you felt a human grow? Open up and step right out of the shadow. Wondering what is left inside. Some may say, oh they say, the mystery of life. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake out the ground. About to explode, nobody knows.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pinanghihinaan na tayo nito, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99, 8 gigs for all sites plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Welcome to the WCS Philippines. It is day 2 of week 5, and it's pretty much the last day of the regular season. It's the last chance for these teams to get some points in, and the last chance for them to make a statement here at the WCS regular season. Mika Fab here leading the panel desk for today, joined by Autolus and Dash. This is the Auto Dash tandem here on panel, at least for the first half for today. And I know that things got a little crazy, very emotional as well yesterday, so there's a lot to catch up on. Let's jump into our series highlights as we read through the headlines from yesterday. Autolus, I feel like the first 2 games, basically, we saw the effects of patch 3.1 in full action.
Oh, definitely. We also saw Fiesta, right? Multiple kills handed over to, either squad. We saw Grindsky getting the better of Oasis, of wonderful performance of course Tactical. We also saw, a couple of drafts that we did not really expect. Wukong being played here in competitive. At least this is the debut of Wukong in WCSPH. We also saw Annie, we also saw Nasus, so there's a lot of champions that are now stepping up to the plate. I'm not 100% sure if it's part of their experiment, because again, we are on the new patch.
Yeah, and we're bound to see more too. I think we're gonna see more experimentation today. And Dash, as Autolus mentioned, we saw the Annie, and we also saw Cerebrum's win against RRQ.
Yeah, and that was really surprising. Honestly, that game was. I wasn't expecting it. I was also
think
the one
anybody was
that
expecting it.
Yeah. Like what was that? During that time, CE had only one chance for them to win, and they were able to breeze through that game in the last seconds, and that's where it all snowballed in their favor. For that part, might be also because of the Annie pick that came out of nowhere, and also because of how they used most of their champions, especially in the third game. How was really on the rampage with all those light bindings hitting, and also the way that the people adapt to the new patch using the new items, the whole breaker, the divine thunder has been super effective during these times. During yesterday's games.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Now there's suddenly a new meta that is forming right before our eyes over here, and just a few days before playoffs. So now I think it's the time for teams to go crazy. It is the best possible venue for them to actually try out, any theories that they might have about this current patch. And as we mentioned, we're seeing new champions suddenly come in the middle of the season, well, at the very tail end of the season, and we're seeing a new pace of the team suddenly because of especially the new items that are making a huge difference. Now, there was also a very important moment. I just want to bring this up at the very end of yesterday's broadcast, a very emotional interview with Orcross from Team Underground, and it's a reminder that we're all human here, and sometimes it's easy to forget, of course, because we're behind the screen and we're all online. But we should always remember that, of course, there are humans, there are stories, there are actually feelings behind the screens. And Team Underground has been having a very heavy week, so I hope you all will join us in just giving them the extra boost of support. I know all of the teams are behind their backs as well, because there's a lot of friendly sportsmanship going around here at the WCS, and that's just something that WCS, that Riot Games, and all of our sponsors also promote, just like PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with our mothership, Riot Games.
And our official mobile partner will always be there for us, Xiaomi. The hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED display, making it possible for you and me to enjoy, experience powerful and responsive gaming. Less waiting time with 33 watts pro fast charging enabled by the all-new MMT technology and a 6nm Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. More information about the Redmi Note 11 is available at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page.
You can have the best time in the Rift with Globe Prepaid's Go Plus 99. Get wild with 7 days of 8 gigs of data for all gaming apps, 8 gigs of data for all sites, and unleash all net text. You can always be prepared to take up the challenge in the Wildrift, so download the new Globe One app now to register. It's the one with the red. I said this a few, I think I said this last week.
I saw it too.
There are two Globe One apps. You get the one with the red one. Yeah. I got confused. And of course, this tournament is under the super supervision of the games and amusement board. And now, thanks to all of our sponsors and everybody here at the WCS, you guys have a chance to win a Timo or Pengu pop socket. It's really, really cute. All you have to do is guess the winning team. Join us in our little panel predictions here of our featured matches. Predict the score. Comment on our post in WCSPH page with your most creative answers. Let us know why you think this team is going to win, along with the hashtag WCSPH. The top 5 best entries will receive the cute little Timo or Pengu pop socket of your choice. I want the Pengu one because like I really do not like Timo. I really do not like Timo. Winners will be announced at the end of the broadcast week. That's today. Is that today?
Yeah.
I think it's today. I think. We'll let you know. We'll let you know if it's today. It's a little weird, I know, because it's the last day of the regular season, and we're anticipating. We may anticipate some tiebreakers here. Actually, we'll get into that a little bit. There's a lot to discuss regarding those. But just so you guys know, our featured match for today for those pop sockets is our last match of the day. So I hope you guys are gonna stay with us until the very end. It's going to be Team Underground versus Fennel Adversity. So yeah, help us predict those matches. Let us know why, and you might see those cute pop sockets right by your phone. Little thing not today, but like on the WCS page, I learned that a pop socket is the thing that you put on your phone. I picked up my phone, but of course the only phone here that matters is the Xiaomi one. So we're gonna steer clear of that. But going into our tournament format here and our standings now. I'm gonna hand this over to Otolus because there's a little bit of math that Tita Mika, cannot comprehend here. But there's a very special reason as to why today is kind of special and why tomorrow may or may not happen, because tiebreakers and the current standings, it gets a little weird. There are a lot of what ifs happening.
Yeah, I kind of want to fast forward to the standings again. Just looking at the format, we started February 25, and now we are at the end of things for the regular season. And towards the end of the regular season, of course, we have to put into consideration the tiebreakers that we will have. Now, as we look into the standings, we should see over on the standings that we already have a locked number 1 seed, and that's going to be Team Underground. Now, for Team Underground, basically their game today, which is against Fennel Adversity, somehow non-bearing, but could actually play spoiler to Fennel Adversity's quest to reach number 2. Now, looking at the standings that we have right now, Grindsky, Esports, Team Secret, and Fennel Adversity are so close to each other that there is a potential for them to have a 3-way tie. This is the catch. If Grindsky, Esports, Team Secret, and Fennel Adversity ties for second, it will be Team Secret that will be advancing as the number 2 team here in the Philippines. Crazy, right? That's because of the tiebreaker rules that we have, that the head-to-head won't really matter if there are only 2 teams that will be tied. What will matter if there is a 3-way tie is the strength of victories. When we say SOV or strength of victories, we are taking into account the strength of the opponents that you beat. Remember, Team Secret was able to win against Team Underground. Fennel Adversity was also able to win against Team Underground. That gives them the upper hand. So this is a very crazy day just to think about it, because Grindsky Esports, we're looking at them right now. They're currently at number 2, but after today could potentially be number 4 because of our tiebreaker rules. Same goes for our Q, Oasis Gaming. Looking at my notes here, I believe that our Q currently has the upper hand when it comes to SOV or when it comes to head-to-head. So we will see how this day progresses. All I can say is the game number 1 or series number 1 will tell really if we will have a lot more succeeding stories to unfold.
Speaking of which, let's check out today's match schedule, because as Otolus explained, there's going to be a lot of movement in our standings right now. As you check out the match schedule, you can see that every single match that we have here, there's going to be some kind of shuffle in the standings for better or for ties, I would say, for today's matchup. So it's going to be really, really intense, and I think that everybody here, everybody watching right now, we're going to be looking at the standings every single game, pretty much. And this is the last day of the regular season, so Dash, it's going to be so crucial. It's going to be so important for all of these teams to get those points in.
Yeah, what I'm really excited for, especially for these matchups right here today, would be the third game. CE versus SS would be a lot of things all together. And that's why I want to see what's going to happen with them. Will they experiment a lot? Will they show or flex their muscles during the game? But overall, these matches, they're all solid. Everything relies on what GS versus RRQ would do, like what Autolus said a while ago. So it all lies on if Grindsky wins or if Grindsky loses. That is what's going to unfold right here on this games. And I'm really all up for what's going to happen today.
Yep. And I do think that, Cerebrum and Sunsparks is going to be our sort of like our swan song series, because unfortunately it is mathematically unlikely that we will be seeing them at the playoffs. But of course, it's going to be an important matchup because it is going to be their last one for the WCS. And I think it's going to be a fun one, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, we saw an Annie yesterday, so we'll get into that, of course, as we discuss that series. But first up, it's a big one. It is going to be Grindsky versus RRQ. Now, Grindsky Esports, this team really turning the tide here at the WCS, and we've been calling them, we've kind of been calling them the underdog in several matches before, but they've managed to actually beat several favorites like Team Secret, like Oasis, Autolus. This match is pretty much hyped because we were talking about this previously. The only two teams that Grindsky has not beaten in the WCS are Team Underground and RRQ.
Exactly, and that's I will go with the request of my good friend Berting. Once upon a time, Grindsky Esports was the underdog or the dark horse of this tournament. But similar to what happened with Fennel University last split, Grindsky turned the heads of everyone, of magnificent play of everyone. Actually, if you look at Grindsky Esports, it's hard to pinpoint a star player, right? They play as a team. If one player pops off, the next day you could not really bet that he will be the same player that will be popping off, and that's the nature of this team. That's the identity of this team. I did say, or we did mention about the fact that Grindsky hasn't won against RRQ. Apparently, there is some sort of a kryptonite, or in anime references, I would say that Grindsky Esports is like Naruto with the character progression, and on the other side, RRQ is like the Sasuke. We know it, that in that story, Sasuke outrivals Naruto, at least in the early part of the competition. So we will see if this will be the day that they will turn the tides, because Once Upon a Time is for fairy tale. Now, is it going to be a fairy tale with a happy ending story for Grindsky? We will find out real quick. Now, heading over to our solo player highlight, that's going to be Bambi, the princess, okay? The deer. Let's go. All right, Bambi here in the mid lane. Again, we hyper-focus on the mid laners, or on the solo laners, because they now have a new toy to play with. They have Divine Thunder that they can play on their bruisers, and looking at the champions here by Bambi, you can see the Fiora, you can see the Galio, and the Garen. Most of them, or the three of them, doesn't really look like a mid lane champion, but do not forget that Bambi is the Ari of Pinas, right? He will play Ari to perfection if need be, and against Helios, that is what they need to really get over the hump and finally end the curse.
Hopefully so. And you know what, Grindsky, it doesn't seem like they're cursed at all with all of the success that they've been enjoying so far here at the WCS. And, Autolus, of course, we've seen this team from the Icon series last year, and it's amazing. Their progression has just been incredible, and it's a testament as well to the organization backing them up. Now, on the other side, we do have RRQ, and very clearly, the momentum is not quite on their side right now. I mean, they were, of course, thrown off by the Annie. We all were yesterday. They're currently in 5th, just a game difference away from Oasis Gaming and Dash. Here's where this win matters for them, because they're playing for better placements for the playoffs brackets right now.
Yeah, they really do want to place themselves on the higher scaling right now. But now, what I can say, like what Autolus said a while ago, if they're going to be going for the Naruto analogy for the side of Grindsky, let's say this is Sasuke. RRQ is Sasuke. They're the anime rivals who have been constantly strong during the whole time right here. But now, they're back at the training arc, because they need to find a way to get up there again to fight against Grindsky, because right now Naruto is up there. He has everything. He has the sage mode, he has everything. Sasuke needs something for himself, so that is what RRQ wants for today. We all have known the side lane strats from RRQ. One thing that I want to claim is that RRQ is a very adaptive team. They know what to do at most parts of the game, but so far everything is not working in their favor. The Exozone switch up to the support role so far has been looking really great because it shows the playmaking style of what they want to do on Exosen. Exosen also as a support can go and try to call out most of the map, try to scout the area whenever he can, and that is why it's good for him to be in the support role. And so far, they just need to experiment a bit, try to do the training arc a bit, and maybe it would work out later on in the playoffs. I just wish that right now their communication wouldn't break down at the peak point of team fights, which has been their problem so far. Let's look at their player here. We have Helios in the mid lane. I love this head-to-head. Helios and Bambi almost have the same playstyle. They both have, yeah, there you go. There's the Ari right there that we're seeing right now. He also has that. I love that Helios is a very playmaking heavy mid laner and can adapt to any situation. If you need picks, if you need anything, he's gonna be there. He even plays the booster. And as Autolus said, they have some new plays that they can work with the boosters in the mid lane. As he said, he has the Divine Sunder that they can experiment with. And maybe the Hull Breaker. We've seen Graves mid twice yesterday, so maybe that could also be used right here by Helios in the mid lane, and I hope it would be effective during this match versus Grindsky.
Looking at the head-to-head, we keep, of course, bringing up all the new toys that our players can bring out into their series. How do you guys think this head-to-head is going to go down, knowing what we picked up on from the shaping, from how the meta is taking shape from yesterday? Autolus, what are your guesses on how this mid lane matchup is gonna go?
I mean, on paper, I really love Helios playstyle overall over Bambi, but Bambi is able to play well off of their team and will be popping off every now and then. One thing to note is that this is a battle of who really owns the Nine-Tailed Fox. Remember that in Naruto
Right.
versus Sasuke, there's a
Yeah.
QB, right? Okay,
Yes.
so we'll see if Bambi will claim the Ari for himself, or if Helios will steal it from Bambi.
Dash, anything to add to this possible battle here for the Ari pick?
Yeah, it's honestly a good thing that Autolus actually pointed out the Ari. They have very different playstyles, right? They're from Helios and also Bambi. Bambi plays around his team. Helios plays around most likely himself and try to pick up whatever he can. Yeah, and that's exactly what he does. I think also the best analogy for RQ right now is if you watch Kuroko no Basket, their Toho Academy. They have a lot of star players on their team, so that's why it's really hard to pinpoint what they want to do. But still, they could make it work out right now during this game against themselves. I just wish whoever gets the Ari would pop off.
Yeah, and it's also interesting. Wasn't there that news article a few days or maybe last week, wherein like the actual like this is actually real. This is an anime reference or something. But there's like a stone in Japan where supposedly the spirit of the Nine-Tailed Fox is. Apparently, we see it now here since WCS, obviously. But yes, it is possible we're seeing that right now, and I think it is now time for the panel to make some very, very difficult predictions. I know we're minus. It was very. This is really hard. I'm prepared to be tagged. By the way, just putting it out. I'm prepared to be tagged.
Yeah.
But I am
It's
pulling
either
over.
Kaigo or GS, right?
Yes, I am.
Right.
Pulling now our consequence of the day. I'm running out of consequences, by the way, guys. So if you have any suggestions, let me know. I mean, you can always use the hashtag WCSPH and tag us as the panel. But our prediction part,
Naruto cosplay. Yo, should we?
it's
No,
kind
hey.
of it's kind of like that. You have to draw the team secret eye on your forehead.
Okay, sure.
I'm game for that. So stay tuned on the post show to see who is going to have that eye, a third eye.
Or maybe we can choose a logo. How about that?
Or we can choose a logo. Yes, we can choose a logo. Why not?
Other
There's
logos
some-
are hard though.
I
But
know.
okay, sure.
I was like,
What's
Grindsky is
the
kind
easiest logo though?
of yeah.
I'm trying to
Grindsky is kind of,
remember. Well, maybe
easy.
later. Let's decide.
You want to try Cerebrum? Cerebrum's is like art.
No, Cerebrum, I'll just let you examine
It's
my
like
brain. CT
It's
scan.
like-
Let's go.
But as we decide which logo will make it onto our foreheads, let's get into our predictions. So Dash, I'm gonna start with you for this. I love. Is that a bow tie, by the way?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
So
it's a-
dashing.
Yeah.
Look at
Mhm,
that.
yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
So dashing. Okay, you get tips.
Oh, thank you.
Who is this series gonna go to? Is it gonna go for Grindsky or RQ?
I'll still go for Grindsky. I'm really down there, the hype train for Grindsky. So I'm really gonna go for Grindsky getting a 2-0. They're done with the training arc, so now it's the time for the anime protagonist to pop off. So Grindsky 2-0.
Oculus?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the thing here is Osiris just reminded us that Pansol is like the place for hot springs, right? And if you really are a huge Naruto fan, you would know that the Sage
where the frogs
mode training arc was in the hot springs. So I would say that Grindsky right now already have mastered the Sage mode and should now be able to beat their old nemesis in Sasuke/Arapyu. So
The Pansol buff is making sense.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Come on. So my prediction is Grindsky will be getting this and will be locking themselves as the number 2 team for WCSPH season.
Oh, you know what?
Yeah.
I've usually voted for RRQ. This time around, though, on the last day, I'm voting for Grindsky.
Hey.
I think that I do believe, like, now that we've unlocked that secret of the Pansol buff, I think, okay, it's real. It's real. It's
the
real
frog,
now.
though?
I think
I want to know who's the frog.
I think that this is gonna go in the way of Grindsky Esports. This team has just been doing so well, and I think they're ready. They're ready to lock in that second place seed for our playoffs. Now, let us know if you guys agree. Use the hashtags #WCS or WCSPH or Wildrift Champion C, and let us know if you agree or disagree, or maybe want to add in some analogies of your own. We are very much welcome to that. Now, before we jump into the series, I just want to clarify something for everybody out there who might be wondering how the new items. It's still a very, very fresh patch. But before we throw it to our casters, I just want to throw this to Oculus over here. Oculus, we keep bringing up Divine Sunderer over here. Can you let us know how crucial it is exactly for certain champions and how crucial it is for the meta? It seems to be a very, very recurring, more so than the Hullbreaker actually, or maybe it might have just been the games from yesterday. How crucial it will be and why our audiences need to look out for it in this current patch.
The thing with Divine Thunder is it's good against bruisers or champions that have a lot of HP. And you could see that in the draft alone of our WCSPH teams. You could see a lot of bruisers, a lot of fighters. And so Divine Thunder is actually the Trinity Force of choice for most of our champions right now. She now has 4 iterations. You have Trinity Force, you have Lich Bane. We used to have Iceborne, well, we still have Iceborne Gauntlet, which is basically now being forgotten for some reason. And now Divine Thunder comes into play that is very good against bruisers, gives you HP, and that's the reason why if you are all about the extended team fights, all about the sustain, go for Divine Thunder. Can't go wrong with that.
There you have it. Dash, anything to add to that before we throw it to a quick break?
I really don't want to give this strat to everyone, but everyone, if Iceborne is being forgotten right now, there's a certain use for Iceborne. Okay. So if you think about what Pimble Winter is right now, it goes with the slow. So if ever you want to try and experiment something, try it with tanks. Pimble Winter and Iceborne is gonna be as strong. The only way you're gonna use Iceborne right now, except for Ezreal, that is that use it with Pimble Winter, and maybe you'll find something really interesting. But back to the Divine Thunder and Triforce, there's still the really great choices right here for the game. The Hullbreaker, it's very situational on what champion you're gonna use for the Baron lane. Yeah, that's why it's really hard to place it in the meta right now, especially that everyone wants to go for 5v5 fights. So for now, yeah, Divine Thunder is up there right now for the meta.
Yeah, so these are just things that you can keep your eyes on, especially as as the stats and the items pop up, because this patch is, of course, the meta is really shifting with these certain items in play, and we're seeing it, as I mentioned earlier, right before our very eyes. We're gonna see it in effect in our first series of the day as well, between Grindsky Esports and RRQ, right after this quick break.
Let's go.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99, 8 gigs for all sites plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Alright, hello at magandang hapon sa lahat ng mga dyan. Welcome sa isa na namang mainit na laban dito sa ating WCS Philippines. I am DJ, syempre kasama ko si Madam Kaisaya para sa ating first series of the day, which is going to be Grindsky Esports versus RRQ. This is once again the road to playoffs. Madam Kaisaya, kamusta ka naman? At ano masabi mo sa parating na laban natin?
Etong road to playoffs na to matindi talaga eh. Kasi parehong team na to, sheki-sheki. Siguro sa mga unang parte ng ating WCS Philippines, nakita natin, RRQ talagang palag-palag sa simula ng laban. But this time, Grindsky Esports na nanggaling sa baba pa nga. Nakita ko yung mga power rankings nyo, yung ating mga fellow casters din, na halos nasa bottom 3 pa nga itong Grindsky Esports. Pero ngayon, kita mo kung nasan sila papunta. Kaya I think grabe yung makikita natin bakbakan ngayon.
Yes, tama ka dyan, Madam Kaisaya. No? Actually, really excited dito looking towards Grindsky because of how they've improved, no? Kaya na sinabi mo dito. And actually, di lang siguro. Karamihan talaga, for sure, ng mga casters. Even the viewers are really surprised with regards to the parang character development in a way ng Grindsky Esports. So, RQ na diyan, medyo nagkaroon ng konting pagka-shake lang sa kanilang mga strat, I would say, nung ating kalagitnaan ng ating season dito. No? But really looking forward as well how they're going to be able to win this game against Grindsky Esports because yun nga, medyo mainit yung Grindsky ngayon. But we'll see about that kasi first ban natin, Renekton will still be there para sa Grindsky Esports.
Nako, Renekton, given na yan kasi yan yung top pick ng RRQ. So, I think dinarespeto pa rin ng Grindsky dito. Although nakakita tayo ng changes sa mga priority dito from the patch itself, no? But at the same time, since first pick din kasi dito ang Grindsky, so most likely there's gonna be priority on the set, which is usually nating nakikita. Galio being bad in here, reasonable din naman. Nakita natin na nagkaroon ng adjustment sa kanya. But then again, hindi pa rin nawala yung capability ng isang Galio being a supporter. Although gusto ni Riot na hopefully makita itong si Galio sa mid. But then again, I think yung adjustments na nangyari from the recent patch, mas lalo palang ding na empowered itong si Galio. Same as Fiora as well, I would say. Kasi okay pa rin naman siya kahapon. Ang ganda ng mga Fiora game na nakita natin, right?
Yes, indeed. I think it's just a matter of making sure na kahit na konti lang yung damage, na bawasan ng konti yung damage ng launch, really affecting a lot of champions as well with regards to the item adjustment, especially having Divine Thunderer. You could go for a Riven build na ganun yung item mo, or even a Fiora. Set will be the first pick as you mentioned, kay Saya, no? We are going to be having Tonte para sa kanilang set dito. Could be a support, but I don't think so because Bo normally uses champion like pang initiation talaga. So we're going to be seeing Gragas as well sa RRQ. And in terms of how RRQ able to utilize itong si Gragas with Exhaust, natin na sobrang effective siya sa mga previous picks na meron sila dito during the matches. And also having a Zed as the assassin champion of their team, this is going to be very interesting kasi balanced na sila with these first two picks kagad.
Tama ka dyan. Agree ako, balance agad kasi nandun yung disengage, nandun yung pwede ring mag-set up ng team fights, and at the same time, in case split push needs to happen, meron din silang pangsalba with the Z. Ang hindi ko lang masyadong nakikita pa, although nakita natin ang bahagya from yesterday, yung usage ng Hullbreaker. So wala pa masyadong nag-utilize ito to focus on the split push. Kasi siguro, yung mga teams is talagang they make sure na walang makaka-split push. And alam natin, na itong Hullbreaker, sobrang ganang-gana siya kung walang bantay or walang nag-i-stop for you to do that split push. But then again, very reactive yung mga players natin. Kumbaga, malikot sila sa mapa. But we'll see, we'll have yet to find out kung merong makaka-utilize ng Hullbreaker na yan. But for the meantime, Garen is in here. Nagkaroon ng adjustments para kay Garen. But then again, nilalabas pa rin, no? Kahit pinahina yung kanyang damage dito sa Judgment at sa Dimash and Justice.
Yes, actually kahapon, seeing Garen na medyo nagkaroon ng konting, parang decision namin yon kung ano ba talaga ang standing ni Garen sa current meta natin, and unfortunately, it didn't work pretty well. But still, effectiveness is still there. Nakita natin that he could still be the tank that a team certainly needs sa mga team fight dito. But I would like to add, I think yesterday, I've seen a lot of players actually use din yung hull breakers, specifically to Fiora and Darius. Nagulat ako because Darius, you don't normally see a champion that would go for a split push, but more on the stats talaga being provided by that item. So a little bit of a bruiser nga, sabi ni Otolus kanina, no? Talagang focus-oriented talaga dito yung mga bruiser natin na nagbibigay sa kanila ng advantage of having that item. So, as you mentioned, we're gonna be seeing Garen sa Grindsky Esports, sa dalawang ninja, no, for RRQ. Hindi lang isang assassin but two assassin on their team, in which I would say probably they're gonna go for the assassination or pick-off na gagawin nila sa Grindsky Esports, because again, seeing how Grindsky Esports are doing right now sa kanilang current standing, medyo iba talaga yung kanilang playstyle dito. And in terms of weakness, medyo mahirap pasahin kung saan sila pwedeng hanapan ng butas.
Dito na pinapakita agad ng RRQ, meron silang dalawang assassin, right? So, of course, these two assassins, pwede maging malikot yan sa mapa. They can either go for that chase for anyone na pwedeng maging malambot dito from GS, or they can make lito. Yan, right? Konyo tayo ngayon. They can make lito yung players ng Grindsky dito kung, nag-split push, makakapag-team fight ba tayo? Kasi nagkaroon din tayo ng adjustments, again, dun sa ating turret goals. So, sobrang bayad na dito in terms of kung makakakuha yung mga manlalaro natin ng plating, or kung ma-takedown talaga nila yung turret. Kasi tumaas na yung bonus gold na makukuha if you are the destroyer of the turret. So, from 150 gold, 175 na. So, ang laking bagay din doon. What more kung talaga na-control nyo na yung mapa. And I think sa nakita natin mga laro from yesterday, yun yung nagiging focus eh. Especially the match between Team Secret and Fennel, yung una nating series kahapon. Halos walang kills kang makikita. Nasa late game time na, talagang focus lang sa Torre, and I think yun yung medyo nagpapa-adjust ng ating meta, or nag-shift ng meta natin from APC to something na more objective yung mga laro.
That is true, no? Parang, I think one of the reasons also having these adjustments in terms of items is to make sure na magkaroon ulit ng highlight yung ating mga AD carries dito, no? Aside because from the previous matches that we've seen, even in this current season, there's a lot of AP carries out there na lumalabas talaga. So ngayon, we're still gonna be seeing RRQ, I think, gonna go for probably Morgana, APC in the bot lane, but the junglers of the Grindsky Esports will be Kha'Zix. Hindi natin sino magiging last pick nila. We still have Darius, okay, para dito kay Tonte. And I've seen him use Darius again yesterday. Hindi ako nagkakamali. So this is going to be very interesting because they have tatlong heavy tank on their team. And it is going to be a support set.
Yes, duo lane Senna, and as well as itong set natin, most likely Garen, Baron, or actually pwede rin sila mag-interchange if they want to. But I guess may hirapan, nakahanapan dito ang RRQ kung sino ba yung pwede nilang i-assassinate. Kasi hindi ganun mo kadaling maaabutan itong, let's say kung well-protected naman itong si Kha'Zix natin, hindi rin ganun kabilis kasi si Kha'Zix mismo kaya kanyang assassinate. Kumbaga, unahan na lang dito ng skills and abilities. So I think with this setup ng Grindsky, mafo-force ang RRQ na wag agad-agad pumasok sa team fight. Hindi nila kayang magsimula ng setup in here. More on the disengage nila, which is makakaya naman nilang gawin because they have the Gragas in here in their lineup.
Yes, and I think we're gonna be seeing Asena again with the Grass of Undying, and maybe a set this time na merong Font of Life if they're gonna go for that one for the sustained bot lane to make sure that they can win the duo matchup, kung saan medyo alam mo naman in terms of yung mga Dragon laners natin, mahinit kagad yan, kisimula kagad yung mga bakbakan dyan, and that usually goes to the junglers na yung first objective nila is to give the pressure at the bot lane because to get Ito na yung ating first game. Bambi will go for the mid lane with a Garen. Nakala natin na medyo na-nerf na, pero still nagagamit pa rin ng ating mga pro players sa ating WCS.
So true. And eto na nga, kanina, binanggit mo yung kaya yung una nating dragon. Ayan, isang ocean dragon ang makikita natin dito. And again, nagkaroon ng slight adjustments sa ating mga dragon, So, I think for binawasan ng bahagya yung buff ng mga dragon natin. So kumbaga mas less impact na siya in terms of sa contribution niya sa game. Kumbaga, well anyway, 1% lang naman yon. So for the Ocean Dragon, instead na 8% physical and magic vamp, right, magiging 7% na lang. Di naman gano'n kalaki yung adjustments, but you know, still percentage, especially late game, magiging malaking factor yan.
Yes. Actually, right now, kaysa, as you're discussing sa ating magiging win condition dito, parang kay Tactical ngayon, I just realized na naka-fleet footwork siya. So, not a Grasp of Undying, not a Font of Life para kay Bo, but an Aftershock, more on the aggression that they could provide. It's probably gonna go stick with the late game because they have three tanks dito overall sa kanilang lineup, and that is one of the best way to counter Assassin champions, having a Garen, having a Seth, having a Darius dito. Talagang more on the sustain and prolong the team fight in order for Tactical to burst out the damage and at the same time assassinate para kay Chinese sa ating mga team fights. 1 minute na pa naman gano'n nangyayaring mainit na laban. Just going for the normal routing ng ating mga junglers. Pero bot lane, magkakaroon kagad ng initiation coming from Bo. Gonna use that face breaker. But no follow-up muna for now. Still sticking with the farming lang sa ating laning.
Tama ka dyan. Kumbaga, ambahan lang muna. Wala pa naman tayo nakikitang mga junglers natin na nagro-rotate exactly dun sa baba ng mapa. But, you know, in a way, kumbaga, kung makaswerte ka or ma-burn mo yung mga summoner spells nila, why not, diba? I think magiging advantage yan later on kung sakali mga nag-visit na for a gank yung mga junglers natin. Matchup natin sa bot side, okay lang din naman yung ganap nila doon. Like you said, mukhang si Tactical dito talagang kahit lang siya later on, and agree ako dun sa sinabi mo na hindi naman din talaga basta-basta makakapasok yung mga assassins natin dito from the side of RRQ. But then again, maybe hindi naman talaga bakbaka nangahanapin ng RRQ eh. More like siguro talagang Torre-Torre, split push. Kung may mag-isang Kha'Zix dito, as meron tayong frontline, maybe it could be in the form of itong si Exosen, di ba? Si Gragas, or maybe ni Chaz even. Diba? So, I think doon nila papalagan lang. So, mapili yung magiging laban ng RRQ dito.
Yes, tama ka yan, Kaysayan. Also, I noticed just now that Bambi also has a fleet footwork and Tonte has a face rush. So, parang ang goal nila dito is to just, dodge kung may possibility of dodging the upcoming team fight so they could make some plans, try to reset a little bit kapag nagkataon na burn na ng RRQ kanilang mga ultimates. We have the death mark, we have the perfect execution. Kapag nagamit na yan, back muna tayo, reset ng onte, go for the sustain, and then go back in para magkaroon tayo ng lead na kailangan natin sa mga teamfight. Because I think Grindsky is trying to cook something in here. Sinusubukan nilang mag-isip ng different strategy to give alam mo yun, parang magbigay ng sobrang pressure dito for RRQ in potentially winning this game. But we have 20 seconds on the clock bago mag-up yung ating mga objective, in which mas lamang yung position ngayon ng Grindsky Esports because they resetted early. Nauna sila mag-reset kung i-compare sa RRQ na papunta pa lang si Marquez sa ating mid lane.
And mabilis lang yan eh. If ever simula na ganito ni Chinese and hindi pa handa itong si Chaz, but looks like magbibigayan sila. Diba? Magbigayan lang. Sige, sa inyo na ang Herald sa amin itong Ocean Dragon. But ang tanong dito, gaano ba magiging kaimportante yung mga sinesecure nilang objective nila? Lalo na, teka lang, ito muna bakbaka sa baba ng mapa.
Ito na nga yung bakbaka, susubukan nilang pigilan dito pagkuha ng Dragon pero secure pa rin yan ng RRQ. They're now Mamba out muna for now. Kasi okay lang naman, nakuha nila kagad. Actually, ang bilis lang din ng pag-clear dito ng RRQ for the Dragon. They fell sound retain. Prickly trap. Bawasan dito yung turret, but not gonna be enough to destroy the first tier siya in the mid lane.
Tama ka doon. Ang bilis na. Akala ko nga makakahabol pa yung Grindsky doon, Kasi nakabang na yung mga kampe nitong si Chinese. Kaso yun nga lang, siguro kasi since mag-isa lang yata na talagang tinapos nitong Chinese yung Heraldo. So medyo natagalan din in a way. So then again, hindi pa naman ganun kalaking factor. We can remember na medyo nagkaroon nga ng bahagyang nerf yung mga dragons din dito. So early game, wala pa masyadong impact. But we'll have to see. Sa ngayon, ingat-ingat lang muna yung mga players natin. But again, as we can see in here, buo na dito yung Divine Thunder nitong si Akali, itong si Devil J.
Tama ka dyan kay Sayan. So actually kahapon, during the... Wait lang, magkakaroon bakbakan dito. Ginamit ang kanyang counter-strike para kay Chinese. Napilito mag-lave out. And and use yung kanyang, Void Assault! Kakatakas nga ba siya? Pinagpaplashin sa loob at Chinese! Here comes the comeback from Tonte! Kaya nga ba niya makapagawa ng play dito? No! Wala siyang sustain! Tinamaan ang lahat ng skill from RRQ! It's secured! Double kill! Medyo mali lang si Chinese Stone. And a good job for RQ kasi talagang pinilit nila na secure yung buhay niya.
Ito yung sinasabi natin na talagang aambahan lang nila itong si Chinese, yung pinakamanipis sa side ng Grindsky, kung kasama nila, kung meron silang frontline, which is in the form of Chaz. And yun nga, no, Divine Thunder dito as the first item of David J, you cannot go wrong. Kasi, again, you have the sustain in order for you to, soak in some damage kung sakali mang may pumalag sa'yo. Kumbaga, nandyan pa rin naman yung burst eh. But other than that, safe ka. I think we can recall if, from the interview of Azar from yesterday, kumbaga, you can never go wrong. Kumbaga, sa simula, play safe ka lang muna. Tapos, bawi na lang sa damage. Like the Leandris being set up na dito sa itemization nitong si Devil J.
Yes, in addition to that, syempre HP percentage yung damage niya dyan with the Divine Thunder. So because of that, kahit sobrang kunat dito ng Grindsky Esports having 2 Bruiser Champion, medyo mahihirapan pa rin sila. Talagang malakas yung burst niya doon. Deathmark will be used in bot lane. Ginamit niya yung kanyang Dimension Justice to secure that kill. And Helios, unfortunately, siya ay nawala. Naglaho bigla sa mapa. But Chaz, minamatahan dito, meron siyang Oracle Lens to check some words here in the bot lane. Yun nga lang, mukhang hindi niya naman dedepensa nito. But again, Exhausted will be there to help him. Wala sila mga ultimate dito. Ang ginamit nila kanina, pero counter-strike. And a follow-up. Explosive cast. Masyadong maaga, pero no problem. Kasi nanlambot si Bambi. Tactical will be there to respond. Meron siyang flash, meron siyang exhaust. He used the flash, but Tower will be there to protect him. And here comes Bo as well to respond here in bot lane. Here comes the downing shadow. Triple kill! Para kay Chaz! Oh no! Ang kinakailangan na snowball power spike ni Chaz ay nakuha niya agad.
Oh no talaga. Oh no para sa side ng Grindsky. Dahil talagang nag-snowball na ang RRQ. Again, from the patch itself, bumilis yung progreso ng ating gold taking dito, no? From the kills, from the turret takes. But I guess, yung naging bayad na bayad talaga dito is yung setup yung rotation kung saan na nakakakuha si Chaz ng magagandang playstyle niya. Ito, balikan natin yung highlight from a while ago, no? Ang ganda ng setup I mean, the damage is there. Kayang-kayang harapan ni Chaz. Ito, kahit makunat pa kayo, wala akong pake. Hindi naman yung mga assassin namin dyan yung harap kundi ako. And again, with this item, Triforce, balance na balance lang din naman. In fairness, hindi pa nga siya naka-black cleaver dito para makayayat yung mga Brusco brothers ng Grindsky, di ba? Triforce lang. And the backup coming from the burst ng ating mga kampe.
True. Para naisip ko din, parang talagang hirap mapigil ni Chaz right now, especially with the power spike that he is getting. But Infernal Drake up. So far, ayaw itong sacrifice ng Grindsky. Ayaw nilang i-trade yan. They really want to get this one. Try to make some trade kahit paano. Waiting for them for the right opportunity para tumalo si Chinese para to steal attempt. Pero tinamaan na counter-strike itong si Bambi. Hinahabol din ng Yodar, fighting not connected. Pero ito kasi nagkakaroon ng pagbakan sa ating gitna. And Devil J, medyo naipit siya doon. Tatlo ang kanyang kalaban dito ng Grindsky Esports. Nakuha na naman ang buhay ni Bambi. Not even using yung kanyang Dimension Justice dito. Pero Ignited Flash has been used. And I think this time, RQ will be securing ating second dragon of the game. But so stopper here in the mid lane. Trade lang yon para kay Devil J. And they will be letting go the dragon for a trade sa ating Rift Herald.
Naku po. Well, despite naman tayo si Devil J doon, no? Okay pa rin naman kasi that created space for Chaz to actually get that dragon for himself. And at the same time, hindi naman talaga nagsisimula. Kumbaga, hindi naman binibigay yung carry role para kay Devil J. So, kumbaga, more on the support and additional damage siya in terms of team fights kung mangyayari man. But meantime, sa gitna ng mapa natin, makabawi naman in terms of map control ang side ng Grindsky. And I think maganda to but both side?
Okay, both side indeed. Saktong-sakto yung dating ni Bambi doon. Flash in, flash out. Kahama dito kay Chinese, other kay Dante in the bot lane. And actually, tama yung sinabi mo kay Saya. No? Kasi not only that they were able to get the first tier turret, first blood turret, which is in the mid lane, they also got the second kagad sa ating first tier naman sa bot lane.
And dito babawi ang Grindsky Esports. Kasi tignan mo, numipis na yung goal difference nila dito. Kanina medyo nasa 5k yan. Ngayon talagang humahabol na rin talaga dito yung side ng Grindsky. But yun nga lang, of course, yung nakaka-takedown ng turret, nafa-funnel yun sa kung sino yung nag-takedown, which was the Garen as well as yung kanina sa taas ng mapa natin, the Kazik. So, I think we just have to wait for Tactical to really go online. Sa ngayon, hindi pa sapat yung kanyang ng damage na nako-contribute. And hahanap na lang tayo ng teamfight talaga kung saan makakaporma din ng pitas itong si Kha'Zix. But again, kailangan of course kasama yan ng may mga kasama siyang kakampi, but naku, may nagdedelikado dito sa taas.
Para nga mag-frozen heart siya kagad pero tumama sa kanya yung 5-point strike at sabay-sabay na pagtalon doon
Sabay-sabay
ng
tayo.
RRQ. Sabay-sabay talaga.
tayo.
Itaas ang paa.
Oo.
Di ba? Nakita ko nga yung nangyari sa top lane doon. Medyo very unfortunate turn of events para kay Tonte. And I think Tactical knows what's happening. So mukhang magbe-build siya ng probably Frozen Heart para mabawasan yung attack speed itong si Charles sa mga teamfight natin kasi ang hirap talaga ng trip of having a Jax in this game.
Uy, ito si Hullbreaker nasa kamay ngayon itong si Garen, and we don't usually see Garen, di ba, sa split pusher, di ba? So, mukhang at least from here on makikita natin na nag-shift na yung focus ng Grindsky. O talaga mag-ano na lang tayo, split pusher na tayo kasi lobong-lobo na si Chaz Tingnan mo naman 602, di ba? Talagang pa-third item na rin siya, makakawawa ka na lang pag na-meet up mo siya. So, but yun nga lang, ang problema, sa ngayon, hindi natin nakikita na na-utilize ni Bambi yun, yung kanyang pag-split push with that itemization in his pocket.
Yes, but we'll see about that if makakagawa pa siya ng play dito to utilize that one Chinese 1v1 with Assassin! And saktong-sakto lang yung showstopper doon ni Bo to secure the kill at top ito with the turret. Pero yun nga lang, yung first tier naman din in the mid lane will be secured by RRQ. Habang sa bot lane ay tumatrabaho si Helios dito. Mag-aasrabong si Jazz and si Bambi. Counter-strike ready yan. Ginamit na ang Black Shield para sa kanya. Chianis. Void Spike lang. Uy, muntik pa tamaan ng Dark Bind. Pero bot lane, slowly piniping dito. Mawawala na yung HP ng second tier turret. And that's going to be the second tier turret. First, actually, na nakuha ng RRQ.
Pumapartida pa dun si Helios. Hindi niya raw kailangan ng Hullbreaker para maging successful split pusher. Samantalang ito si Bambi, naka-Hullbreaker, pero hindi nakakapag-split push. Yun yung yun yung mahirap din pagka, bawa yung specific item kasi sometimes you really have to make bagay. Kailangan binabagay mo yan sa particular champion, right? So, sa ngayon, mas okay yun sa mga assassin, sa mga matataas talaga yung mobility, yung malilikot sa mapa. But this time, si Garen mas kailangan kasi siya sa teamfight. Yung overall composition ng Grindsky, pang teamfight talaga. So, I guess, medyo nagkakaroon ng slight disagreement sa kung paano nakasetup yung itemization natin dito. And, ayun na nga, meron tayong Iceborne dito from the hands of Tactical, and potential teamfight na naman na pwede mangyari.
Frozen Heart talaga. Kailangan nila yan kasi pag parang mapabagal yung kanilang attacks dito pero hinatak sa counter strike dalawa. Masyadong malalim dito. Si kaibigan Jazz and they're really deep right now. Bo is still alive. So he will fall down with the ignite and they're chasing down Tactical as the next target. Ang bilis ng pangyayari ng lao bigla. Ang Grindsky Esports.
Nagwala rin si Marky. Tsaka yung damage nitong si Marky, masakit din eh. And ito, mag-ano na sila, magmumultitask na sila nito. The turret as well as the Baron. And I think, alam mo, feeling ko lang, nakakapansin na ako mula kahapon, yung average game time natin. Actually, simula nung nagka-patch, yung nagiging average game time, nasa around 15 minutes. Laging ganun for some reason. And I think...
Kaya to, ay... Kala ko mapupush na nila sa Nexus.
Oo nga, actually, pwede. But pabalik na rin naman yung buhay nila dito. So, respeto na lang din. Pero may hirapan na to. It feels like RRQ will just be waiting for them to finish the game and just go for that patiently. But panoorin muna natin yung ating instant replay. It was actually the side. We can still call it the side of Team RRQ na nagsimula ng laban. No? Kasi very present din naman kasi dito yung Grindsky, yung positioning nila. Kaya nagkaroon sila ng opportunity na kuhain talaga yung laban na yon. And yun, gusto kong tignan kong item kanina nitong si Marky. No? Yun, nakaliandis na rin dito. And of course, prolonged din yung team fight. Yes, the Ludens as well. So, prolonged the mas prolong yung team fight, mas of course sasakit yung kanyang damage.
Tamang basahan na sa ito ng galawan ng bawat isa, but I think makukuha ito ng Grindsky Esports kung di makalapit na maayos si Jazz ganoon. Meron tayong Black Shield, stun sila! At nakuha yan ng Grindsky Esports, sapat ba yan kasi yung face nila? Pinagpupus na hanggang dulo! May power bounce sila dito, kaya wala sila kalintana. At problema sa laban na ito dahil yung base, dalawang ninja ng Konoha ay bumapi na dito sa kalagitnaan ng Chunin exam.
Nako naman, JJ Spear!
Huli.
Napakasakit, Kuya Eddie. Parang,
Indeed.
ito yung sinasabi natin. Panggulo yung dalawang assassin, main. Diba? Yan ang sinasabi natin. More on... tama pa rin talaga yung hula ko yung average ko na. Around 15-minute game time talaga matatapos yung mga laro. Average simula nung nagka-patch, ayun na yung gusto mangyari ni Rito eh. Mabilisan na eh.
And I think it's working pretty well in favor of different teams right now na ang goal is to end the game talaga immediately. But ngayon, nakita natin dito how strong RRQ is even against Grindsky Esports. Medyo at first nakikita natin na merong parang medyo palag-palag ang Grindsky Esports sa mga early team fights natin. But the difference is medyo AUE, team fight oriented dito ang lineup ng RRQ, and also getting 3 dragons overall or 2 in the first few minutes of the game. Medyo yun talaga nagbigay sa kanila ng lead sa laban.
Saka Chaz lang, sapat na. Overall, I think it's definitely the execution. Kasi kung imagine mo mahirap din talaga if, again, pagsasabayan mo in a 5v5 skirmish, yung bakbakan ng dalawang lineup na to. Kasi again, hindi naman agad mabiburst yung mga frontliners, Brusco Brothers na side ng Grindsky. So I think RRQ did a really good job in terms of playing their composition so well. Hindi natin kailangan makipaglaban. Tignan mo yung dalawang makulit na assassin, and nagtatagal pa nga in terms of team fights, kaya makipag 3v5 ng RRQ from that fight up against Grindsky. I think they truly deserve this win. Inaral nila ng bonggang-bongga ang Grindsky. Nag-prepare sila ng sobra-sobra.
Yes. Player of the game, wala iba kundi si Chaz, of course, with the help of Marky sa kanyang Dark Binding and Black Shield niya. As you mentioned, if you're gonna go for a core AP carry, then at least have a Morgana or maybe for the effectiveness of shield. At ang laki nga nung kanyang shield na nabibigay dito, nakita natin kahapon yan with the UNDRGRND na binigyan nila ng shield naman si Master Yi. And every time na pumapasok si Master Yi and si Jax, walang problema sa crowd control. Dahil nga sobrang solid yung Black Shield na meron dito si Morgana. So potentially a ban for Morgana. We'll see about that. 17 KTA and 15,000 damage overall. 94% kill participation, di ba? Simula pa lang ng laban. I think before pa lang the Dragon spawn, naglalaban na kagad sila dito. Kompleto na kagad ang buong members of RQ.
Tama, kasi sa nakikita natin 94% kill participation, basically lahat ng laban umikot within the rotation of Chaz. So hindi sila papalag kung wala si Chaz. Again, hindi naman din kasi kaya makipag 1v1 or rather makipag 1v2 ng mga assassins natin sa Gedli ng mapa. So talagang they really have to wait for Chaz to be ready para at least may mga stun, may mga frontline, may sasalo ng damage. Then kumbaga, the burst na lang na i-contribute ng mga assassins natin dito para makuha nila or maipanalo natin yung teamfight. Overall, I think talaga ang ganda ng setup ng RRQ. They made everyone shine and play their own roles from this matchup.
Yes, aside from that, Chaz talaga ay nakakuha ng snowball from the top lane to the bot lane, and the rest is nangyari na, nakita na natin dito for the first game ng laban sa pagitan ng Grindsky Esports versus RRQ. Pagbalik namin, we'll be witnessing yung ating game 2. We'll see makakabawi nga ba ang Grindsky Esports. Mga kaibigan, I'm sure together with Kaysaya. We'll be right back after a few minutes break.
Kapag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Game 2 is on, mga kaibigan. Once again, I'm sure to get with kay Saya para sa ating Game 2. Laban pa rin sa pagitan ng Grindsky Esports at RRQ. At eto na nga, malalaman natin dito kung makakabawi ba ang Grindsky Esports. Because again, sa ating unang laban, medyo nagkaroon ng konting problema because of how Chaz was able to utilize yung kanyang early power spike and tuloy-tuloy na by getting the dragon continuously kahit na ilang beses ding nakabawi dito ang Grindsky, also forgetting the first tier turrets of mid and yung bot lane. So, guys, Saya, ano masabi mo dito sa pwedeng gawin ng Grindsky sa ating next game?
I think they really have to balance their composition. And again, nakita natin may yung sa composition kasi ng RRQ, may pangsalba. If they really can't go for the 5v5, at least meron silang pang split push, may pang disengage. So, kumbaga parang isang plano lang yung meron yung Grindsky from a while ago. So, I think what they can do is to balance it out. Kanina, trinay naman nila. They even asked the Garen to actually go for the split push, but hindi naman magiging ganun ka impactful itong si Garen to actually go for the split push. So, medyo nawalan din ng saysay. So, I think they have to find a way na i-balance. Kumbaga, sa draft nila mismo aayusin. Kasi sa execution, pwede naman sila makapalag. But yun nga, since medyo questionable yung, hindi naman sa questionable, sorry. But rather, kumbaga, hindi nila kayang tapatan yung draft nila kumpara sa nagawa ng RRQ. I think yun yung kailangan nila ayusin this time.
Yes, actually, isa pa din na gusto ko ding i-point out dito is yung ginawa nilang fleet footwork, no? Yung dalawa naka-fleet footwork, we have face rush in the top lane. If they really want to go for the tank build or tank lineup to counter the assassins, then just better siguro if talagang nag-focus na lang sila doon sa kanilang, main keystones, like maybe Conqueror for Garen if it's going for the Bruiser. At the same time, for Asena, may Gas of Undying. And also in the bot lane, maybe a Font of Life. Pero I don't think, we don't normally see a Font of Life with set naman. So tama lang yung Aftershock. But overall, yun nga, as I mentioned, hindi naging effective para sa kanila. Yung parang after hitting a champion, go back kasi may movement speed sila. Nagpo-proc na sa mag-full charge yung stock nila dito with regards to the fleet footwork. Didn't work for them. But we'll see, syempre, Grindsky Esports, di naman sila papatalo dito para sa ating next game. And RQ still on the momentum. And iba talaga yung mga explosive cast din ni Exos. And I would like to point out din pala kung paano na naging solid yung kanya explosive cast, especially the first time that they were able to ace them in the jungle or in the river. Now, Galio will be the first ban of Grindsky Esports. Sabay Lulu naman para sa RQ.
Yeah, and hindi rin sila nagpalit ng side if you take note. So, possible na maging same lang din yung rotation ng picks nila dito. But I guess this time, kailangan may baguhin ng bahagya yung Grindsky eh. Hindi nila pwedeng ulitin yung nangyari kanina, which is good right now dahil binan nila itong si Gragas from the hands of Exocet. So, I think that's good move para simulan dito yung pwedeng sumira ng draft nila. Kasi kailangan ng formation eh. In order for Grindsky, kanina yung composition nila to be executed so well. But with Gragas in the lineup of RRQ, kanina, laging nasisira. Yung explosive cast, laging andon para sirain yung formation nila. So, this time, this is a good decision na ito yung bina nila.
Actually, yun talaga yung reason ko ba't gusto kong i-point out yung Gragas ni Exosin because he was able to use the explosive cast on time properly talaga during the river team fight kung saan nagkaroon ng pagkakataon si Marky to use that soul shackle, and after nun ang last talaga ng damage nila, nakita natin yun, and that is a wise ban coming from Grindsky Esports dito, also banning out Galio for more crowd control, at the same time the damage as well. Di naman ganun kalaki yung damage but talagang effective dito with the Shield of Durand and yung Hero's Entrance. Riven will be removed together with Jace. First pick para dito sa Grindsky Esports. We have Seth open, we have Darius open, Renekton also open, but maybe a Fiora, but I'm not sure because there's a lot of open right now na pwede ring agawin ng RRQ kung sakalang di nila kunin. Seth, first pick.
I wonder if magre-renekton dito, no, yung RRQ. Since na-open nga siya, kanina yun yung naging prio bande ng Grindsky a while ago. We'll have to see. And yun, isa pa
Fiora.
pala si Fiora, binandin kanina ng Grindsky now. basically open. Nagkaroon ng adjustment kay Fiora kung saan na-nerf siya. But I guess yung sa jungle lang naman niya yung medyo naapektuhan. But in terms of the laning, okay pa rin naman. And, naku, si Ziggs! Nakikita natin to from yesterday. Yesterday, GG Sphere, talagang nababan din respeto. And I think, kanina tulad ng sinabi mo, ang daming open. Eto na. And I think, ang ganda ng mga, so far, yung first 2 picks ng RRQ this time.
Indeed, they have the damage, they have the poke, they have yung potential dito to immediately push a certain lane. Devil J with that Fiora, kung siya man nagagamit yan, could be Helios, but we'll see about that kasi kahapon, we've seen a lot of Fiora that's been building Hull Breaker for the split push, di ba? But sabi mo nga kanina kay Saya, kung sakali na makita nila kagad yung Hull Breaker, medyo attentive kagad yung mga players natin na kailangan nilang bantayan yung mga ganong klaseng split push na pwedeng gawin na isang champion dito. So, we're gonna be seeing Trash na kukunin ng Grindsky Esports. So, again, para yan kay Bo. Ito lang naman natin kung gaano din ka-effective si Bo paggamit ng mga champions na may hook talaga to help out tactical, to be very much effective with the bot. I will see about that kung sino may isa pang champion nila dito because we still have Morgana na open. Pwede nilang kunin para ma-counter si kaibigang Ziggs dito. But sino ba? Sino kaya?
Well, from the side, possible pa rin naman nakuha yun, for the side of Grindsky. I don't think nakukuhain na yun for the side of RRQ since meron na silang Ziggs. And now, Ezreal, nakikita natin recently si Ezreal din. Kumbaga, kahapon din. And less protect na rin kasi yung kailangan mong ibigay sa kanya since, kaya naman niya magpa-in and out in terms of team fights. So, most likely with Ezreal being in here, of course, they are definitely really waiting for the late game to happen sa side ng Grindsky. Now, kailangan nilang gawin siguro, i-balance nila. Dapat meron din sila somehow, something na pang early. If not, kasi kung mahirapan sila dito with the Fiora as well as the Ziggs, sa mga poke pa lang na binabato nila, then baka mahirapan na silang hintayin pa yung late game na yun. But we'll have to see. Hindi pa naman tapos yung ating draft. So late game so far for the side of Grindsky.
Indeed, no? Scaling champions in a way to give more options for Ezreal kung si tactical yan ang gagamit niyan. Kasi possible na si Bambi could go for a mid lane Ezreal. And at the same time, pwede talaga maging very beneficial also for Ezreal dito to build a Divine Thunder. Pero kahapon, I would like to take note that hindi naging effective si Ezreal. Unfortunately, hindi siya naging ganon ka-farmed enough to be very much effective sa mga teamfight natin. But again, tignan natin kung this time for Grindsky Esports is going to be a different story because once again, that's an Ezreal. Alam naman natin, pag may Ezreal, going for the scaling talaga. So RRQ, they really have to go for a champion na mag-force ng mga teamfight in order for Grindsky Esports na mag-react na lang accordingly sa gagawin ng RRQ, in which they have Fiora. We're still waiting for the missing pieces of our champions dito. Removed na si Lee Sin. Marky is waiting para sa ating next pick.
With the bans of Lee Sin, for sure, tinanggalan din ng Grindsky ang RRQ na early, no? So, baka magre-rely more talaga ang Grindsky dito on the mid to late. Looks like sila yung walang balak maghanap ng early dito.
Assassin ulit.
What else do we have ba as option? Darius is open still.
But Darius mid, actually we still have Ari. Never mind, Ari's been removed pala by RQ. Oriana. Okay, better option. Actually, it's a better option than a different, an AD kung sakali, no? But Oriana could go for tactical. Because Tactical has been using Oriana then ever since I think the previous weeks ng ating WCS, but still waiting for the last pick na meron sila.
Hindi na siguro. Ano bang kulang nila?
Rengar?
Jungle. Yeah,
Pwedeng
jungle.
Rengar?
Kha'Zix is banned. Yeah, could be Rengar kung gusto na ban. Wala na rin kasi yun, Rengar.
Rengar talaga.
Wala na rin
Kasi
naman
wala
yung
na
Lee Sin.
assassin kailangan nila ng assassin talaga.
Yeah, they need some early. Kasi may hirapan sila pag masyado lang hintayin talaga yung late Kumbaga, bubulihin lang sila dito. Baka bisitahin lang sila dito ni...
Ay, Jax pa.
Oo.
Baka mag-Jax ulit dito ang RRQ.
Possible.
Pwede.
Hindi naman.
Ayun, Jackson.
Action. So, I think yung jungle nila si Fiora. Oo. Okay. Well,
Oo nga.
titignan natin yung impact, no? Kasi nga, nagkaroon ng adjustment kay Fiora dito. But, I for sure, magiging mas mabilis in terms of clearing ng jungle. Itong si Rengar, since wala naman na bago sa kanya. And yung nerf nga dito, mas na-apply dito for Fiora.
AD.
Pero,
Sa
yung mga game natin kahapon, no? Action.
Mm.
Nakita mo
Seen a
ba
lot
yung
of-
nagwawalang action?
You've seen a lot of actions talaga
Oo.
nangyari kahapon. Talagang ano naman I would say na Action is really one of the champions na pwede mo talagang integrate in the current meta. And the problem is meron lang talagang different champions that you could use also to counter that. And this is actually a wise choice from RQ to pick Action as their last pick dito in order. So medyo nagulat dito for sure guys kay Esports na what are we going to do right now, kung ano ba rin pwede natin maging counterplay dito against an Action. The problem right now also na gusto kong makita na never mind, I just saw it, Helios will be the mid lane and ang gagamit dito sa Action ay walang iba kundi si Helios nga. Devil J top with that Akali. And kailangan natin makita na itong si Tonte ay makapagbigay ng pressure para kay Devil J. Kasi if Devil J could just, win the lane and also get the dominance na gusto niyang kunin dito, then mahihirapan naman ang Grindsky Esports sa ating team.
Yeah, that's so true. Well, win condition for both of the side definitely early para sa side ng Grindsky. Kailangan makahanap ng lalapain itong pusa natin, si Mingming from the side of Grindsky. Kung wala yan, baka medyo
Yes, indeed. Ayun na nga, makikita natin dito na nagkakaroon na rin tayo ng the standard laning phase. And I think in terms of win condition, makikita natin that the lead could go potentially to the RQ kung magkataon na makapag-farm ng gusto si Helios dito. And remember, Action is a champion na talagang nakagawa ng way to get some, para pick off and come back sa mga certain fights natin. And that goes to Helios na, Action overall as a champion na, syempre, range yan, considered as one of the marksman na also giving the, yung pagbuhay dito, yung revive, the passive, na pwede niya magawa if ever na mapatay niya, kasi naman na mag-proc dito yung kanyang passive. But we're seeing that tactical and bow also getting being super aggressive right now against kay Marky and Exhausted, which is pretty much normal lang naman. Pero nagamit ka agad ni Marky yung kanyang ghost. Hindi pa nagkaroon ng ating first blood, but still, that ghost being used earlier on will give the information to Grindsky Esports to potentially go for the bot take kung sakali man. But Helios and Bambi also just making sure to get some farm here in the mid lane. Parang ang first item yata dito ni Bambi will be the Seraph's Embrace because for sure that Devil J could go in, pwede siya magkaroon ng potential assassination, even Chaz with that launch
Uy, sa
na pwede
taas.
siya pumasok to help out. Top lane, seeing
Damn.
that,
Wala naman, bigay na lang. Pero itong si Tonte, wala, kinukulit lang din itong si Fiora. But then again, eto na, no, napansin ko lang din sa bot side natin, medyo defensive yung mga feeling keystone runes dito ng side ng RRQ. Ayan, nadidinig mo ba ako,
yes,
Spear?
yes. Oo,
Ayan,
eto
ayan.
na, malinaw na.
Malinaw na ba?
Malinaw na
Ayan.
malinaw.
Alam mo
Malinaw
naman.
pa sa posibilidad na maging resulta ng laban
Ay,
na ito.
nako,
Ayan.
sa ngayon, kasi dikit no? Kanina, yung mga panels natin, all out for Grindsky, pero iba yung nangyari kanina. Pero yun nga, balik ako dun sa ating bot side. Medyo defensive pala yung keystone rules na kinuha dito ng ating duo laners, Marky and Exosen, no? So, we have in here, of course, yung Airy as well as Font of Life. So, at least to help them out in terms of sustaining yung damage, yung poke na pwedeng ibato nitong si Tactical. Well, hindi lang naman din si Tactical, but at the same time, si Bambi rin naman. Since basta kumulit lang kasi sila, pwedeng maya tarp kasi itong si Marky, lalo na pag naabot siya. Lalo na, again, may pang-abot which is in the form of the form of Chinese as an assassin na pwede mag-flank para hanapin si Marky. At pwede rin naman si Tactical dahil napakalikot ni Tactical. Pwede rin siya magpa-arcane shift lang dyan.
Kailangan niya yun para makapag-disengage siya kung sakali, no? But the red is both overall kung paano siya makapag-secure na kanya mga skills. Here comes the 3 to 200 top lane para mag-secure sana yung kill kay Devil J. But that's an information. Once again, Barrier and Flash has been used kagad. So no summoner spell being burned pa as of now from Tonte. At kahit nagamit na kanina ni Marky yung kanyang ghost earlier on, nag-cooldown kagad yung kanyang ghost, napakabilis lang.
Though yun nga, Devil J, siya yung na ubusan or na bawasan dito ng summoner spell or na gamit niya. But meantime, stay put lang. And again kasi, we have to wait for the power spike. Pero parang ticking time bomb itong kay Chinese. Kasi nga, alam naman natin, pag mga ganyang champion, kailangan mo talaga maganap ng early game. Pero I think, maybe they will probably just wait for a team fight to happen like this nga ba?
Not looking good para kay Chinese. Tatlo ang kanyang kalaban dito. Isa lang siya. Indeed, may lantern na ipit. Hindi umabot. Oh my God. Ay, napakaganda naman ang paggamit ng Grand Entrance. Exosin doon na untog. Saktong-sakto. Muntik na makalantern sana paakyat, palayo. Pero hindi siya nakaabot doon. Pero si Bo, hindi niya alam na may nagtatagong manok sa gilid ng kanyang boost. Dito ang natarget nila doon. Wala iba. Kundi si Tactical low yung kanyang HP, exhausted ng isa. Showstopper kay Frontonte, the Mega Inferno Bomb will finish the job. And wait, Bambi will be there to respond, but Rivera has been secured by RRQ.
GG Spear, hindi ko mag-gets. Bakit pinilit ni secure yung scuttler dun sa taas ng mapa? Kasi normally, pag alam mo, mag-isa ka na lang, tapos wala kang kasama kasi nag-back si Tonte kanina, di ba? Bakit niya pa pinilit yun? So, ito yung siguro na minsan napag-uusapan natin. Depende sa gising ni Chinese, di ba? Ito ata yun eh. I think yun nga, given the fact na wala na si Chinese sa mapa, wala silang Herald.
Wala rin sila kasing vision. I would say na kulang din talaga sa wards at the top side, in which nakapag-prepare ka agad yung RRQ dito. And naganda din talaga. Sobrang solid yung ginawang pang-counter dito ni Exosin in that lantern, no? Kasi kung hindi niya napigilan yon ng kanyang grand entrance, and it goes with a different story. Pero si Bambi naging target, hindi tumama yung kanyang grand entrance dito. Pero si Bo, hinaharap ang maganda target. Uy, tinamaan ng bola strike si Marky, but bola strike, hindi even enough. Flash out siya, and di pa up yung ghost niya. But no problem, kasi nga, nakapag-disengage pa rin sila in that team fight. Dragon is still up. Habang minamatahan dito ni Chance, mukhang kukunin pa rin nila mga kaibigan ng ating first Dragon of the game. Exosin waiting naman sa loob ng ating bush. And Lantern will be thrown away to get some information. Yun nga lang, mukhang wala na sila magagawa dito kasi -1 sila. Bambi still pa-uwi pa lang. Kawapas will be used from Helios dito, and I don't think they can get this one. RRQ will secure the first Dragon of the game.
Yun lang. And to be honest, as we can see in here, we can admit na nag-snowball na talaga ang RRQ. Ang daming nawawala sa Grindsky ngayon from the turret as well as the objective onto the Herald as well as the Dragon. So we can say this is basically the carries on the side of RRQ going for the power spike.
Ayun lamang, quickness, kanda and transfer, ginamit ang kanya blade of the wicked dito. Dumabot ang shockwave! Muntik nang pumutok yung bola, pero hindi
Grabe to
umabot.
si Exos. Nakaligtas pa nga. Nakaligtas pa. Salamat sa font of life. O, di ba? Napakunat-kunat din sa kanya yan eh.
Uy! Naku, Bo, dito maganda. Nag-react na lang siya sa ginagawa ng RRQ. There's going to be the grand challenge na nag-proc, nag-heal si Chaz dito.
Teka lang.
Sabi ko, kay sayang.
Ito, GG Spear, medyo mukhang parang, alam mo yung parang yung gising mo, hindi maganda talaga. Yung napapa-AI mode ka. Parang ganun yung nangyayari kay Kuya mo tsaka yan. Kasi di na dapat siya, diba, nag-depend dun sa baba ng mapa natin. Kasi dami nun eh. Mag-isa lang siya, wala siyang kakampi. So, I think kailangan mag-reset ng mindset ng Grindsky dito.
Oo, actually, isa pa doon is hindi nag-work accordingly yung Ezreal Oriana natin because they're scaling champions. And as I mentioned, it's really important to give the pressure as early as possible, in which Exosin is doing it properly. Ang ganda ng performance niya ngayon. Looking at how Exosin is playing the game right now, nakikita natin kung gaano ka-effective yung paggamit niya nitong Rakan. May information, tinamaan ng Mystic Shot. Papasok ka pa sila sa loob, pero ibote, nagkaroon ng bakbaka dito. Baka mahuli nila si Helios. Tumalon-talon ang ating Rengar. And probably, this is going to be the first turret na makuha ng Grindsky Esports. And that's going to be the bote. Pero hindi nagkaroon ng babaka dito. Pero tayo nakikita ang movement sa mapa. True shot barrage, will be there. Di umabot kahit na ginamit niya yung kanyang protobot enchant. May satchel. Na-secure yung kanilang first tier. He earned the mid lane. Palit ng turret sa bote.
Kanina binanggit mo, first, finally, a kill from the side of Grindsky. And that's finally the first kill din para dito kay Rengar. And yun nga, nagkaroon din ng exchange dito for the turret. And ang laking factor niya, we still give the win from that things that has happened for the side of RRQ. Kasi bukod sa with the spike na nawalan sila ng Torre dun sa baba ng mapa, nakuha naman nila yung need, which is mas malaking factor, mas magbibigay ng maraming information sa kanila para makita kung saan ba patungo yung mga miyembro ng Grindsky. But let's see, potential fight might happen in here.
This is actually good that they're actually getting this one, preparing themselves. Pero yun nga, ginamit ang kawapas, di umabot yun. Nasa loob si Tontay sa loob! Nasa loob si get one shockwave! That's 3-man shockwave! But chance to deep right now, ginamit ang kanyang repose. Si Devil J nandyan, Helios with a perfect execution! Grabe naman yun! Si Bambi naghihikaos. Tatawa nga ba? Hindi tumama yung kanyang shuriken doon. And nagkaroon pa ng magandang trade. And that still favors RRQ with a 3-4-2 exchange.
Ang ganda ng protect din dito ni Exos and kay Marky. Si Marky free hitting lang eh. And of course, nakaka-contribute dito yung Airy, pinagsama dyan sa Pot of Life din for them to actually survive yung mga clashes na nangyayari. And to regenerate their HP even further. And again, I think, maganda naman eh. I mean, sumasakit din, to be fair, itong si Tactical. But in terms of the power spike na rin na nakuha dito ni Chaz as well as ni Devil J, mas hindi sila kumbaga mas nakakalamang sila in terms of that. May Leandris pa dito, si Akali, si Devil J. So prolonged yung team fight, mas lumalamang, mas sumasakit ang RRQ.
Yes, and also kailangan natin talaga magpatagal dito ng Grindsky Esports para makabawi sila kahit paano. Pero again, mahirap talagang labanan eh. Especially Devil J right now with the Leandris and Divine Thunderer. Medyo masakit na yan ha. Super masakit na yan, Kuya Eddie. Dragon is open. 10-minute mark in the game. We're seeing that Chinese is just going to prioritize for the mid lane, summoning the Reef Herald right now. And Dragon is slowly being depleted by RRQ. Wala sila magagawa dito. Dependas 1. Tatalo na siya! At mahuhugaw na back. Hindi niya nakuha. Pero ginamit na dito ang showstopper para kay Chaz. Meron makawakan doon sa gilid. Devil J, pumasok sa loob. Perfect execution. Saktong-sakto lang. At pupasok sa 5-point strike. Si Bambi buhay pa rin dyan. But wait lang. Low na sila lahat. Market tumalon over the wall with the satchel. And the flash in. Di pa siya flash doon. Just the satchel.
Oh, no.
At pumasok na naman. Flash in na. Bambi, low na siya. At sulit ang hindi man lang nakatulong sa laban na yun. Kasi napatay pa sila. And the Dragon secured by RRQ.
Ang ganda flash out din ni Chaz yun. Titirahin ka na lang ng Torre, hindi pa siya nagpatira doon. But of course, that is the play. That is the clutch play. Oh, ingat ka dyan, Chaz. Definitely, delicate yan pag nagpunta ka dyan. But yun nga, no, eto na tayo, paparating na tayo sa game type kung saan parang naghihintay na lang din ang RRQ na matapos yung laban. This is 9k gold lead into their pocket right now. Ang tanong siguro natin, paano pwedeng makabawi ang Grindsky? Yun yung tanong eh. Yun yung ikaw, paano mo sasagutin yung tanong na yun? GG's ko.
Eh, patagalin pa nila. Pwede pa nila. Tagal lang, ano yun? Ay,
Ayun, ganda
nakatakas siya.
naman
Ginamit
yun.
yung lantern, tinadahan. Kumbaga, yung escape vehicle
Sana
na
lahat
yan, no?
sinusundo.
Pagka talaga, nga no, sana all sinusundo. And that was really good, no? Na-counter pinagagawin ng Grindsky Esports dito. I really want to give the pressure. But in terms of what you are asking kanina, kung paano pwedeng gawin ng Grindsky dito, patagalin nila yung game. Farming nila pa itong si Tactical and si Bambi because again, they are on the scaling lineup and it's really not wise for them to go for the team fight. Especially ngayon na hindi pa nga nabubuo ni Tactical yung kanyang Nevermind, kakabuo lang ng Divine Thunderer. At 3 Divine Thunderer meron dito ang Grindsky Esports. Sumama yung death sentence niya kay Chaz but not gonna go in muna for now. Not gonna commit anything. Two-shot barrage will be there. Tontay pasok sa loob. Sinusubukan siyang i-deplete dito ng HP. Kamapans, harang sa turret. Pero sinalo ni Chinese. Hindi pala si Chinese. Si Tontay pala ng bahagya. But still, in top lane, we're seeing a lot of movement coming from Devil J. Just stealing the minion wave, giving the pressure sa mga laban natin.
Yes, sobrang pressure ng Grindsky dito. Even if they would want to make the team fight or rather yung game mismo na mas tumagal pa pero parang ayaw ng RRQ tulad
Ayun
this
lang,
one.
medyo malalim sila dito, 3v2 situation, pero yung bomba!
Uy,
Ang sakit! Just pa sa loob, ginalita kanya challenge, spot ba yan? Kaya ba niya? Repost, not gonna be able to save himself, but Mark is going to the next target, the showstopper. Si Bami medyo malalim, here comes the perfect execution, pumasok sa loob with 5-point strike, and yung kanyang shuriken toss, papasok pa rin sila, quickness will be there. Uy, tama pa, si Rowick's Rick, sumasobra na yan. Grapple in, tatama nga ba? Tumama, nag-block yung kanyang Arcane Shift and the Essence. safe dito. Pero
Ano na to?
isa na lang siya.
Magpi-15 minutes na, parang ito na talaga yung average game time ng Wildrift. So, well, sa mga nagtatanong na okay, na-nerf lang si Zigza. Well, yung nerf lang naman sa kanya is yung duration ng mine niya, ng explosive mine kill. So, in terms of the damage, yun pa rin eh. Kumbaga, nandyan pa rin yung control niya sa mga zone, lalo na sa mga choke points. So, laking bagay talaga. But yeah, this time like you said, GG Spear, kailangan ng Grindsky dito na patagalin yung laban for tactical to go online. Pero again, ang hirap kasi hindi hinahayaan ng RRQ eh. Siguro kailangan din maghintay ng mali ng RRQ dito in such a way si Marky yung mawawala agad sa mapa. Or maybe even heroes.
Also, lacking the damage talaga. And these games is really important because again, sabi ni Otulus kanina yung ating SOV in which yung mga players, kung sino man yung mga mabilis matapos yung mga game, kung magkaroon man ng potential tiebreaker, dun magmamatter kung ano yung ating magiging resulta dito sa mga games natin. 5 seconds, sundok lang kumagumagap ang ating Dragon, pero trip doon ginamit na para magkaroon sila ng aura at alamin kung saan nga ba sila. Inuwan nila dito si Helios, delikado kanyang buhay, pero Chaya sa kanila naging target doon. Mamatay nga ba si Helios, buhay pa rin. Take this, just in time to buy enough time para sa kanyang mga tropa na makarating na at tumulong. Haymaker, di yan naging maker na isang magandang play dito at baka mahuhuli si Tonte. The box win be there. May mga multo sa Gendy, pero ang mga Otlum ay walang magagawa kasi tatahulin lang nila kanila mga kalaban dito para makapag-disengage. But the Mega Inferno Bomb, huling-huli sa takilya mga kaibigan sa kanilang naging target dito. Bambi and Tactical parehong poke champion and trying to give the damage against Kijaz, pero papunta na ang RQ para tumulong sa kanya. Ito na ang comeback of the friendship mga kaibigan. Enough ba yan? Ako po, exhausting. Ito na ang tropa. Sama-sama tayo dito. Dalawa na naman tinamaan ang kanyang god entrance. At talagang entrance ito para makapag-execute ang Grindsky Esports. Tactical, low na yung kanyang HP. He will fall down. Giving time para kay Bambi na mapag-disengage. Silence will be there. Pero napakahaba na naman ang team fight na ito. Meron tayong Donald sa loob. Tumama naman ang 5-point jump. Pero Shockwave! Just in time to save himself. Take that counter that they need. But Trail of the Hunt, habulin si Marky. Marky nagigikaos na tumatakbo na. And because of that, dumamang pa rin ang RSQ doon. Grabe, tatlong dragon na.
Grabe. Oo, tatlo na to. Umaga, pangmalakasan. Kung ibang game mode yata to. Iba yung handog ng tatlong dragon na nasa kamay mo eh. Well, anyway, again, it all started... Nanakaw ba? Nanakaw.
Nakuha na.
Nanakaw ni... Si Fiora ba yung nakakuha?
Lunch sa Smite.
Well, anyway, nangyari, pinaka nagsimula ulit yung bakbaka na yon. The moment na nakuha si Chionese dun sa taas ng mapa. Remember, he was actually trying to go for that bush play dun sa taas ng mapa natin. But I think dalawa lang eh. No? Ang layo!
Sa top nagsimula sa bot na daw.
Oo, ang layo. From top to bot yung nangyaring bakbaka natin. Natapos nagsimula sa taas, natapos sa baba. Well, from then on, dun nag-start. And actually, ang pinagtatako lang ba siya nandun kung merong Infernal Drake dun sa baba ng mapa. So I think nagkakaroon ng medyo talagang questionable rotation coming from the side of the junglers. The jungler of Grindsky dito. But ito nga, sneaky baro, no? Medyo matagal yung baro ngayon, ha?
Uy, grabe naman yun! Quickness with the grand entrance. Huli-huli ang dalawa. Parang blockbusters lang. Meron tayong exhaust ito na ginamit para makakaibigay Devil Shake. Pero diyan dapat para mabagal mo ang ninja na nagwawala. At straight enemy na naman ang isa. At nakuha na ang isa. Double kill para kay Double J. Ginamit nila kanilang Summoner Spell. Pero yan ay para sa Ace. And RRQ will get a 2-0 score against Grindsky Esports.
And ayun na naman.
Teams. Naku, nawala.
Oo, man. Pero, hinga, 15-minute game time, napakabilis. Eto na. Pag may nagtanong sa inyo, ano yung average game time ng Wildrift ngayon? 15 minutes. Yan. Alam niyo na yung sagot, guys. At least sa competitive, ha? Sa competitive. Ewan na lang natin sa mga pub games.
Iba pa yan. Medyo matagal pa yan. But argue winning this game really proved talaga na they're also on a different driver's seat right now. Parang improved a lot from the previous matches that they have and really maintaining yung kanilang ranking dito sa ating WCS. And talagang pinakita nila na kahit na malakas din yung Grindsky Esports ngayon, they have a lot of things to offer, especially Exosen. Talagang nakikita ko yung improvement sa kanya. And if I have the most improved player na award dito, I would give it to Exosen.
Agree ako dyan. I mean, from mid lane to support. Hindi naging biro yun. Of course, it all happened during the time na nagpo-progress yung WCS. So, that's something commendable, I would say. Kasi risky din yun eh. But I think the dedication is there na talagang gusto nilang mag-adjust in behalf of... Ito yung magandang play ni Chaz, oh. Magandang flash out. But yeah, I agree ako doon. Excellent most improved player, as we could say. But yun nga, in this game, we did not expect this. Our panelists, they all have voted for Grindsky in here. Right?
Oo nga, resibo.
Resibo yan, ha? Naka-record yan, mga panelists.
Mga picture na naman sila at makikita natin dito. Again, ayun nga, no, I would like to just really say na iba talaga yung naging performance ng Exos. At the same time, the whole members of RQ, Devil J with Akali twice in a row na nagamit niya yan, Divine Thunder item. This shows na effective din talaga itong item na to for Akali specifically. At the same time, building a Liandris afterwards. Both items are giving you
Baga
more
sapat
opportunity
na
to
eh.
damage na HP percentage, di ba? So, no doubt, Exosen is the player of the game sa game na to because of how he's effectively initiating in every team fight at napakaganda na kanyang mga grand entrance dito. 21.0 KDA, 9,800 damage, 622 GPM, and 84% kill participation.
Agree. Napakataas ng kill participation. Basically, umikot yung mga laban kung saan andun din siya. And yun, balik lang nga lang ako dun sa Divine Thunder tsaka sa Liandris. So parang yun palang sapat na eh. Ayun agad yung pinaka-power spike nitong si Akali. Kanina nakita natin. Actually, that's a trend that we have been seeing since the Corona patch. But yeah, going back kay Exosen, definitely most improved player. We can even give him that title. And ang ganda ng mga grand entrance niya dito, the quickness from the fights and skirmishes na nakita natin from this match.
Yes, actually even Marky, I would say na he also has been improved, a lot, especially in this in this season, the WCS that we have right now. Because normally we see him na isa sa mga champion or sa mga player talaga na lagi pupasok sa loob kahit na minsan walang kasama or minsan may kasama siya pero nagkakaroon siya ng call na hindi nagiging beneficial sa kanilang team. But right now, di ba, Ziggs, Lux, mga champions na even Morgana na nagstay lang sa likod ng mga team fight kung saan still making a lot of impact sa mga laban natin, giving the damage, giving the CC, talagang solid talaga.
Kaya ako dyan, kanina nabanggit mo na mag-isang pumapasok na walang kasama. From this match, siguro si Chayanis yun ngayon.
Kanina, oo nga, parang may time nga na nakita natin na biglang tumalon, di ba? With doon sa ating jungle fight. I think the goal there is to make sure that they can pick up a champion. Pero maybe a wrong target lang kasi Helios yung kanilang naging priority doon. And at the same time, hindi nila in-expect that Chaz was Devil J was there to protect yung kanyang teammate comrades. Okay na!
Okay na ulit ako. Ako yata yung nadali. Internet.
Yes. But, mga kaibigan, series win pa lang yan. Ako, unang laban, unang series natin, Grindsky Esports RQ ang nanaig at 2-0 yan. We'll be going sa ating series 2. Pagbalik natin, yan ay laban sa pagitan ng Oasis Gaming versus Team Secret Time. Which is fair kasama pa rin si Kaisaya. After a 5-minute break, we'll be right back going sa panelists.
Feeling alright, I can't shine like Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake.
Welcome back, guys. You are watching the WCS PH, where RRQ takes the first series versus Grindsky Esports, and we're gonna be tagged for sure. Hi, Coach Kaigu. Hello.
Ba't hindi ako kasama dyan?
Yeah. Excuse me. No. Coach Kaigu, please screenshot Crazy
I'm
Apple
really a
as
satisfied,
well.
by the
as
way.
well.
So
I was
you know.
not part of the first
You're,
panel.
you're representative. You're representing
Dash.
the Dash team
Oh.
Dash over here. So this is our representative for Team Dash, who also voted for Grindsky, but RRQ managed to take this one. Let's jump into our series highlights over here because there's a lot to break down, both on the side of RRQ and on the side of Grindsky Esports. And Otolus, I know you guys had a lot to say about this in the fans' voice room over here and in the fans' channel for PPGL Discord. I know that there was a lot to say about it, especially since we had Berting on board.
Oh yeah, especially for game number 1, we saw the double ninja composition here, coming from RRQ. Just it's not just Sasuke being the lone ninja here. He has help here with Helios and Devil J playing their comfort. It just allowed them to play the side lane very, very well. Not to mention that Exosin was on a comfort champion in the Gragas, and on the second game, we also saw him on a comfort champion in the Rakan. Now, one thing to note though is Bambi and Tonde here with the Garen and Darius. It could work. Okay, a 5v5, I see a picture that it could work against RRQ, but RRQ drafted the Jax last pick very, very well to a point that, again, against melee champions, against auto-attack champions, a counter-strike would actually be very beneficial, not to mention that Devil J was actually playing out of his mind today. This Akali was, the perfect execution of Devil J is so commendable, and I believe that that's the difference maker. If I could choose one or two MVPs, I would put Devil J up there.
Yeah, Devil J really showed up, and also we're seeing the power of Divine Sunder with Liandry Akali, because it provides her with a lot of health, and she can stay longer in these fights because she keeps getting the regen and keeps getting a bit of that life steal whenever she gets to proc the sacks with Divine Sunder. We usually see Akali's go in, throw everything, then miss. Then wait for Sage's wait to get bailed out. But here, we saw even yesterday from Azar and also Devil J's play here. She gets to stick to the fight longer. She doesn't need to pop miss early. She doesn't even need to use stasis. She can just keep on chasing down the enemy team and the backline over and over again. And I think, yeah, this is going to be a champion that we're going to see in the rest of the league.
Yeah, when you mentioned that Akali's usually throw everything and miss, medyo tinamaan ako dyan na Crazy Apple. That's how I Akali.
Don't worry,
that's why I don't.
That's how I play too.
That's why I just don't, right? But of course, that's why of course we have the pros over here showing us how it is done. And we can talk to the winners of that first series right now because we have Exosen on the line representing RRQ, the victors of our first series of the day, of the first series of the last day, ladies and gentlemen, of the WCS regular season. RRQ, congratulations to you all. Congratulations on winning that game versus Grindsky Esports. Now, this is a little bit of a question for I think the rest of the week. I was just very curious. If you can give us a sneak peek kung ano yung mangyayari for the next days for RRQ dahil malapit na yung playoffs and lahat ng team syempre nag-a-adjust pa sa bagong meta. So what do the next few days look like for you guys right before the playoffs?
Siguro may mga lalabas na mga unorthodox na champion. Feeling ko kasi dahil sa item changes. I mean sa mga bagong item. Ayun lang.
And siguro, the next few days, syempre, very, very packed with scrims and review sessions. I don't think you guys had enough time just yet, di ba? Before the series today and yesterday. Otolus, do you have a question for Exoset?
Actually, question for Marky. Ano yung sinasabi mong, ano to? Ano yung 80 or 80?
Question daw kay Marky. Ano daw yung 8-0?
Hindi, ano lang po yun, yung parang sa amin, parang 20% lang po na mananalo kami sa kanila.
Talaga ba? Pero
Parang,
historically speaking, wala pa yatang panalo ang Grindsky sa RRQ as an org. kahit sa community tournament. So saan nang galing tong 20% lang? Parang hindi
Wala.
20%.
Parang malakas kasi yung momentum nila, 'di ba? Naging top 2 sila agad ngayon. So parang mas kami yung underdogs ngayon. Kaya inisip namin
Masyadong
na
humble si
mababa
Marky.
lang yung
Ganyan.
mababa lang yung percentage ng pagpanalo namin sa kanila. Maganda lang po talaga yung gising namin ngayon.
Yun lang. Kakaulam.
Tsaka yung ulam, masarap lang po talaga yung ulam namin.
Humble na.
Mas masarap yung ulam
ano
namin
yung
eh.
ulam nyo? Ano yung ulam nyo?
Sinigang ni JNT po.
Wow!
Ang asim!
Masarap nga. Masarap nga.
Masarap.
Shucks. Okay,
Kaya
craving now. Craving now.
pampatanggal asim lang po sa laro namin.
I get it.
Perfect. Crazy Apple, you got a question for these guys?
Ang question ko more of related na to the playoffs. Since this is the probably the last day na ating group stages and last scheduled group stage game. Ang gusto kong tanong sa inyo guys is, Exocen, who do you think yung team na pinakamalupit nyo na magiging kalaban when it comes to the playoffs?
Siguro yung malupit na mga kalaban namin is yung UDG or TS. Yun po. Yun po talaga yung tinitignan namin.
Can I follow up with, why do you think na yun yung magiging pinakamalupit nyong kalaban?
Kasi pagkalaban namin TS, parang never pa po kaming nanalo sa kanila. And gusto naming makakuha ng panalo sa TS. Sa UDG naman, ganun din. Parang dikit lang lagi. So, gusto namin makuha yung panalo.
Parang konti na lang, no? Maybe a bit of that, playoffs magic na mangyayari, yung mga power spike na yan pagdating sa playoffs. Thank you so much for that answer, Exocen.
May
there you go.
pahabol lang ako, Kuya Exo. So, itong sa scenario kasi ngayon na chinek ko yung standings, and I think lock na kayo as the number 5 team out of the 8 teams na meron tayo. And there is a picture na pwedeng malaglag pa yung Grindsky to number 4 sa first round. So, pare, mensahe para sa Grindsky kung kayo ang magtatapat sa first round. 4 and 5.
Ano lang, may the best team wins na lang. And good luck din.
Okay. About sports.
Ayun.
Professional na professional.
May unfinished business ito yung RRQ heading into the playoffs. So they're there with a purpose. They're there with a mission. Exocen, do you have any shout outs that you'd like to give, of course, and messages that maybe you'd like to give to special someone or special someones, of course, one being very, very small and very cute?
Sige po. Shout out to Boss Ricky, Boss AP, Boss Nano, and the whole team RRQ. And shoutout sa asawa ko, si Suzy.
Yun lang!
Hi, Suzy! Hi, Suzy! Si Eri, of course! Also!
Shoutout din sa baby ko, si Eri, kahit hindi niya pa naintindihan.
It's okay, alam niya yan. At least she can play this back years later and say, oh, shoutout siya. Very, very cute. Thank you, Exocen, and congratulations, of course, to RRQ. And we will see you guys in the playoffs.
Okay po, thank you po. Bye-bye.
There you have it. That was RRQ. And yes, before we head into I love the shoutouts, by the way. Hi, Susie. Before we head into the second series of the day, I just want to have a quick little standings watch here with Otlus. So, it seems as though Grindsky is still a little bit in limbo right now.
Yes. There is a picture in where we could see Grindsky tying with Team Secret and Fennel Adversity. And again, if that happens, they get relegated to the number 4 spot, with Team Secret against all odds advancing to the top 2 and getting that bye. Now, if, say for example, Fennel Adversity does not get to win against UDG, even if Team Secret wins against their opponent today, there is the scenario will be the tie for number 2 will be Team Secret and Grindsky. And remember that Grindsky has the head-to-head over Team Secret because they were able to beat Team Secret twice. So if you are a Team Secret fan, you definitely want Team Secret to win and Fennel Adversity to win, just so you could secure the number 2 seed.
Again, that makes our following series very, very exciting, and everything is falling into place. Everything's getting a little bit interconnected right now, and it just so happens, of course, that since Grindsky is in limbo, there you have it. The teams to watch right now: Team Secret and Fennel Adversity and their opponents. Now, heading into our second series of the day, it is going to be Oasis Gaming versus Team Secret. And again, we have to watch this very, very carefully, and it is going to be so crucial for Team Secret. Oasis Gaming, though, Oatalus, Oasis hasn't had a big victory moment in quite a while, but they have bested Team Secret before.
Yeah, that's true. Again, the expectations is my expectations for Oasis Gaming is for them to challenge the top spot because of how well they performed over in the CBL qualifiers. Apparently, we have a substitution and we will have it now. We'll confirm that in a bit. We received word that Grindsky will be the starting jungler for at least week number 5. But if Ataf will be the one playing, I like it better actually for Oasis Gaming because I feel that they are more aggressive, but in a more controlled sense when they have Ataf. Again, Oasis Gaming, if we look at them as a whole, Demon Kite and Dragon carries the bot lane so well. So the question is, the upper side of the map, Estella has been targeted when it comes to champion pool a lot by all the other teams because Estella has been favoring Seth and Darius. Now, Fiora is also a champion that I believe Estella has full mastery on, but for some reason Estella is not picking that champion. So it is very interesting to see as to how he will be faring against Azar because again, if there's one person that we will remember as, I would say, the best Baron laner in the Philippines, it's Azar. That's it, right? And then Estella, if he wants to challenge Azar here, given that we saw Azar being the pioneer of Divine Thunder on that Akali, will we see Estella on on the champion that is being favored by the current meta right now? Looking at the stats, you can see here that the average KD of 2.36 is pedestrian at best, and you also see that the average damage percentage of 18% just goes to show that he plays the tank or the playmate for the team. So it will be very interesting to see as to how Oasis Gaming will fare against Team Secret. If they can relive the magic and get another win against Team Secret, then they will be playing spoiler.
Yeah, and just to confirm, of course, on the lineup, it will be Renzi playing today instead of
okay,
Kita.
Renzi.
And on the other side, of course, Team Secret, and of course they've got their eyes on that second place finish right now. They ran their own calculations, of course, after the ending of that first series.
Yeah.
And especially since Crazy Apple, the team has been looking so much better lately, and the new patch seems to be serving them really well.
Yeah, the new patch they had a really good showing yesterday, and as Oatalus mentioned, it was Azar showing us the full force of the Divine Thunder Akali from yesterday, and I do believe we can see that again today. Although it has really been shown Akali is rising in importance and significance in the next couple of matches. We might see an Akali ban later on, but yeah. Team Secret overall has been getting a lot better. Chemistry, you can really see, has been getting better and better. Rox right now looks to be very well fitted for the team, which there have been a bit of doubts because he is the only player here new to the roster, but come second round robin, just feels like a very solid Team Secret at this point. And when we were highlighting from Oasis earlier, Estella, here for Team Secret, we are also going to be highlighting Azar there in that Baron lane spot. Yesterday, Azar was able to throw out the Akali. I do believe we do have the solo player highlight graphic as well for Azar. But let me talk about him, is that he is one of the best. As you mentioned earlier on, Mika, Azar is the best Baron laner in the Philippines, one of the best right there, along with a lot of pocket picks that he also has. I do also want to mention here the Garen pick. We heard before, I believe in the PPGL watch party, that this guy doesn't play Garen, but he did play it in a very good fashion once, but still in a very good fashion. And it shows the depth of the champion pool of this guy. He might not have the best of stats, but when Azar pops up, it can really be the foundation, the rock that Team Secret plays out of. And with the new buffs, with the new changes here, the 3.1 meta, split push being a lot stronger, a lot more of a prominent strategy, we could probably see Azar utilizing that here along with the team.
Yeah, and I think this head-to-head matchup, it has been a long time coming indeed as we turn our focus to the Baron laners here, especially with the new patch. And, with Asila and Azar here, it's going to be pretty fiery. Like you mentioned, Crazy Apple, these guys are, once they pop off, it's like, okay, the team has got their momentum. There's no stopping them now. So it's going to be very, very crucial for them as their team works around them to make those amazing plays. And Autolus, you mentioned how, the stats are like, a little bit, it might not be as evident, the impact that they make to the team just because of the numbers alone. But we know them. When we see those plays happen, they're undeniable.
They can solo carry teams and games by themselves. Asila is known to be... I mean, if Oasis decides to play around Asila, then Asila could carry the game for themselves, especially if he's given, the Fiora, that you could actually even augment further by the Hull Breakers, by the Divine Thunder. And again, on the other side, we have Azar that has the Akali show started, right? And this is going to be very interesting because so far, I believe that Baron plays a more important role now than ever in the current meta, just because of the items that has been added onto the game. But not to mention, there is also some experience adjustments that is favoring the solo laner. So this is going to be very interesting as to who is going to better the other, because Asila versus Azar is a classic Baron lane matchup.
Yeah, and I would also like to add there. I think one of what we're gonna look at here as a panel, and also our viewers, in terms of how the game is gonna progress, or rather how the series is gonna progress between both of these players, is the champion pool, which has been pointed out by Autos for Asila. He has been favoring a lot of the Darius, has been favoring a lot of the usual bruisers. He does have the Fiora, but on the other side, Azar has shown that he is very flexible. He also has the Akshan there. He has a lot of different champions in the Baron lane, and I think that could be a point of contention if Team Secret does decide that they really want to prop up Azar as the main carry for the team in this series. They could look at banning out a lot of the champions, or maybe even taking away a lot of the champions away from Asila.
And let's not forget, of course, the bigger picture here with how this is going to have, a lot of bearing, of course, on the standings. Team Secret have their eyes on that second place that they can actually possibly steal away from Grindsky, Esports, and Fennel Adversity, depending on how the rest of the day goes. Now, of course, we're going to head into our predictions. And I mentioned this before. I'm not predicting against Team Secret. I'm like, 2-0, Team Secret. I'm going to go first. Like, that's me. I'm not going to... I've learned my lesson. I'm not gonna do it again. Crazy Apple, what about you?
On a side note there, Mika, when you don't have enough faith in Team Secret, that's when they really have their great wins.
I know. We're gonna see if that cycle, comes back again.
But for me, my prediction, I really think Team Secret has shown to have a really good hot streak. On the other hand, Oasis has shown to have a lot of flaws so far in the couple of games. I'm going all in Team Secret here 2-0.
Autolus?
The last time that Oasis won against Team Secret, it was off of a 5-man strat. I would say, no man gets left behind, and that's how I see Oasis being at their best form. I would say there's some sort of an identity crisis for Oasis right now, that they're still scrambling to know where they are strong at, because again, when I look back to the CBAL qualifiers, I knew them as a 5-man strong unit that, if they go in as 5. No one gets left behind. So, that said, again, for Oasis, I believe they're locked at number 6. So this game will just be a momentum booster for them, and they could play spoiler to the chances of Team Secret advancing as the second seed. That said, I believe it will be Team Secret that will be getting that series over Oasis.
Indeed. So I think it is all, we're all pretty much in agreement over here. And we all, by the way, have no points on our board just yet. The consequence for today is actually to draw the Team Secret eye on your forehead for the post show. But it's actually like we have I think we're changing this to pick a team and draw their logo on your forehead. I'm now realizing that I'm a little bit scared because what if we don't draw the logos on right, and we kind of butcher the logos. I hope I suck at drawing, so I'm now a little scared about this because I'm gonna go ahead and draw the Team Secret logo, but Am I gonna do it right? Am I gonna look that beautiful eye over there?
I'll go for the
don't know.
RRQ logo, by the way, because I just got that now.
I'm
Oh,
trying
you
to
just got tagged now.
Yeah. Shout out to Kingmaker, Luka Doncic. Let's
Oh.
go.
There you go. You know what? I might as well. RRQ. That's kind of like easy as well. It's an R. Yeah, it's an
Doable.
R.
Doable.
It's doable. It's doable. Now I'm like wondering like, oh, Oasis. Oasis is kind of like a little bit complicated, I think.
I don't, even
now-
want to think about it.
I'm now looking like I'm like wondering what kind of art materials do I have here if I need colors or something to make up for this. I don't know. I'm getting a little bit. I think I'm excited now to just draw on my face, regardless of whether it will come out on top or not. But I'm all for it. I am all for it, of course. And of course, we are all for this second series, which is going to be Oasis Gaming and Team Secret again. Very, very important bearing on the standings over here. So keep your eyes on all of our teams. And by the end of today, we are going to see how our playoffs bracket looks like. But for now, series number 2, Team Secret and Oasis Gaming casters, over to you guys.
Hello! At eto na naman tayo sa isa na namang series na sobrang ito talaga mas tinaabangan ng lahat eh. Oasis Gaming versus Team Secret, mga kaibigan. Para sa ating Series 2 Game 1, I am Sphere, kasama syempre si Kaysaya pa rin. At eto na nga, Madam Kaysaya. Game 1, sa pagitan ng dalawang team na ito, ano pwede mong ano masabi mo sa dalawang dalawang mait na team ito kasi alam mo yun, kumbaga sa rankings natin medyo nagkakasuntukan sila dito eh.
Agree ako, nagkakasuntukan talaga. Actually, hindi lang naman sila. Ang dami na nasa gitna ng ating standings na nagsusuntukan. Sobrang naglalaro, nagsisiso yung score. Minsan, magpe-predict ka, pero hindi talaga yun. Pero, you know what? I see it in a positive way para sa overall Philippine talents natin, mga athletes natin. Kasi, the fact na nagrarambolan dito yung placement natin sa standings between these players, between these teams, tells so much about the Philippine talent. Kasi parang ang lakas natin. To be honest, the way I see it. Kasi, you know, ang hirap eh. Kumbaga lahat talented. Ang hirap hanapan kung saan ba sila talaga ilalagay. So I think I'm just open right now between Team Secret and Team Oasis kung ano pang mangyari. Kasi regardless, it's all about PH represent. Diba? It's all about PH team. So, regardless kung ano mangyari dito, we just want to see kung ano pa yung mga bago nilang ilalabas based sa recent patch notes.
Yes, actually right now we're seeing that bans has been open. We have Ziggs and Jace, no? Parehong mga poke champions, AP versus AD. Trash will be removed as well para kay Raux. Tingnan natin kung sino ang ban dito ng Team Secret. Corki will be removed para kay Demon Kite because you all know naman syempre of course of how effective Demon Kite is with that Corki. And kanina, napag-uusapan ng ating mga panelists kung sino maglalaro between Renzi and Etaf. And actually, to confirm it right now, it's actually Renzi talaga maglalaro for their team. In which, sabi ni Otulus naman, pagdating kay Etaf, medyo aggressive sila in a way that balanced din naman. But at the same time, I think for Renzi, meron din aggression and also there goes the, let's say, aggression na control din. But different lang talaga pagdating kay Etaf kasi alam mo, I think Etaf and Edaf is different connection between these two players than what Renzi. But we'll see about that kasi eto na, first pick. Uy, set agad.
Agree ako dun balikan ko lang yung pinoint out mo between these two junglers. Actually, iba talaga yung play eh. Mas aggressive if you see it kay Etaf dito, no? Renzi, controlled naman yung aggression niya. But then again, pag-usapan natin yung picks and bans, well, usual, nakikita natin si Seth Prayo talaga. Pero ang ganda rin naman ng Gragas at saka Galio dito na unang sinecure ng Team Secret. So, I think in terms of early, with them having the Lee Sin as well, kaya nilang kuhain yon at kailangan lang nilang bulihin maybe yung lane kung nasaan si Vayne. Nakakita tayo ng Vayne game then again from yesterday and it actually didn't work out kasi napugo yung lane nung kung nasaan ito si Vayne. But of course, late game, bayad na bayad for as long as bibigyan mo lang din naman talaga sila ng pwesto para maka-online.
Yeah, but this is going to be a really different story right now because we have Lulu na finally has been opened and the Demon Kite Dragon connection between these two players. Alam naman natin kung gaano ka-effective yan, magkapatid. The twin brothers dito kung saan they can pretty much make these two champions very effective, especially Demon Kite na nakalagay sa kanyang pangalan being a demon, pagdating sa kanyang pag-kite, nakikita natin yan na pwede niyang talagang pwede niyang bigyan ng pressure dito ang Team Secret, especially if they're going to be having a Galio and a Gragas. These two champions has more HP build, HP-oriented item build dito kung saan mas masakit yung damage ng kanyang silver balls. But, a Jin? Team Secret? Hello?
Oo, kahapon nakakita rin tayo ng Jin, ano? So, of course, nagkaroon ng adjustment dito kay Jin. Bumaba yung kanyang HP, pero yung damage niya, mid to late game, mas mataas. Kailangan definitely na magandang protect nitong si Jin in order for this to actually work out. Pero kasi simula ng Yasuo as well, there was an adjustment for the Yasuo to, of course, mas mahaba na dito yung dinadayo ng kanyang whirlwind at kumbaga mas madali nang makakapag-set up. So, ganun yan. Kasi may mga knock-ups dito ang dami coming from the Gragas as well as the Galio. So, ang daming possibilities na makapag-set up dito itong si Yasuo. So, I think this is gonna be an exciting match kasi pareho sila may way to actually find that early power spike. And at the same time, in terms of late din naman, we could say pareho din eh. Vayne Lulu, maganda yung combo. Mas mobile nga lang kumpara sa late game na kayang idulot nitong si Jin. So, in terms of flexibility or mobility rather, mas may hirapan lang din siguro si Jin. So it now will just boil down onto execution kung paano nila gagawin yung early nila para makapunta sa
Yes. Actually, looking at the crowd control, Oasis Gaming has an upper hand dito, no, regarding crowd control. We have the Charm, you also have the Condemned. Yun nga lang, situational. Also Set being the setter of their team, yun yung magiging problem dito ng Team Secret. But they also have a good counterplay in which having, Shield of Duran, the Hero's Entrance, a lot of support pwedeng mabigay kay Yasuo to make sure na magamit niya na maayos yung kanyang last breath, diba? With the knockups, we have also the Dragon's Rage and Trevor. Matagal niya nang gusto mahawakan lagi itong si Lee Sin, and every time that we've seen him using Lee Sin, there's a lot of different results in which minsan lumalamang sila and minsan nagkakaroon sila ng konting problem, but most of the time Trevor is actually performing very well pagdating sa ating Lee Sin dito. Pero ito na nga ating game 1. Rocks, we're gonna be seeing, of course, going to the bot lane pa rin kasama si Chewy. Kalaban nila dito si Demon Kite and si Dragon. And regarding the, in terms of early team fight, I think Demon Kite and Dragon will still have the upper hand dito. But the difference is, of course, Chewy has more range na pwede niyang ma-utilize to keep the distance at the same time poke lang ng poke against Demon Kite and Dragon. But mid lane wise, I would say that mag-matter to ng sobra when it comes to team fight na. Kasi in terms of 1v1, may lamang naman si Yasuo. Yun nga lang, timing lang from the Charm of Edap ang magmamatter din kung paano yung tatama na maayos. It also the timing of Vidwall from Tatsuri.
Tama ka dyan, ano. And yun nga, definitely taking time bomb din naman to for Trevor with this Lee Sin on his hand. And if ever baka kuha ng pwesto din si Renzi, of course magiging maganda yun. So I think yun na lang talaga yung pinakahintay natin. Pero ito, no, maganda yung nakikita natin sa top side kanina. Sila rin yung ating kinumpare kanina during the panel. So Esila as well as Azar, we'll see how they will actually go on their play on the top side.
Mga unang dugo kung sakali, no? We're also seeing Reds right now. Stolex din the wards. Here's sa ating mid lane, however, no initiation as of yet. Okay, so tamang balik lang tayo sa ating mga Scuttle Crab. And seeing that they're already going preparation for the Scuttle Crab in the bot in low notch Dragon. Dito alam nila na meron silang lead kung sa kanila magkaroon ng bakbakan, which is now being exhausted. Pero 5 ito ha, 4 pala rather, 4v4 situation. Natama na Condemn ang isa. Pero pumasok sa loob si Trevor, namatay still si Dragon. Because low na nga yung HP niya kanina. Secured pa rin yan na Team Secret kanila. At double kill para kay Demon Kite. Pero supat pa yan sa kanila. Namatay siya dito. It's a shutdown. At 2-3 pa yung score natin.
Ang ganda.
The power spike will go to Trevor and Demon Kite. Trevor, I think, has the upper hand.
Upper hand pa rin yan. Pero maganda yun nakakuha ng kill si Demon Kite. But yun nga lang, all in all, mapunta pa rin yung lamang dito sa side ng Team Secret. Kasi Trevor actually found the risky play that he needed to do, which is yun nga, no, na shutdown pa rin dito si Demon Kite. Pero again, ito yung sinasabi natin, talagang hulihan lang talaga ng mapipitas from the backline. Kayang gawin niya ni Renzi, kayang gawin ni Trevor, and that's what we'll be seeing. Labanan na to ng skills na ibubuhos nila because again, in terms of the draft, parehong Gucci gang itong teams natin.
Yeah, and actually right now, the problem with what happened, getting the early lead, the power spike from respective lanes is Oasis Gaming kay Demon Kite 2-1-0 kaagad. Trevor naman 2-0-1 para sa kanyang champion. Magmamatter ito ng gusto kung paano ba mangyayari kapag nagkasalubong. Let's say for junglers, pag nagkasalubong si Renzi and then si Trevor. Pero wait lang, Tatsuri in the bot lane using the wind wall, also using Steel Team Tempest to give the pressure. And wala namang nangyaring kill in the bot lane. But then again, nagkaroon aggression lang kaya from Tatsuri. Going back to what I'm saying is now that the 2-1-0 na itong Demon Kite, siguradong lamang siya against kay Chewy and Rox. Especially was na mabuild na niya yung kanyang Blade of the Ruined King. And Trevor also, kung makasalubong niya man si Renzi, that's going to be a different story. Kasi nga, he almost ghost speed siya ngayon.
Yes, that's so true. Kumbaga, magkaiba lang dito ako nagiging carry. O kumbaga sa napupunta yung gold from both of the sides. So, dito jungle para sa side ng TS at para naman sa side ng Oasis is yung kanilang ADC. But, yun nga, no, in terms of objectives din, dito din natin makikita kung saan gaano magiging kaimportante yung pwestuhan natin sa mapa. Definitely, Chewy, hindi siya pwede talaga na humarap-harap lang agad, makipagsampal-sampalan dito up against Demon Kite. Kasi nga, mas lamang si Demon Kite in terms of gold, in terms of itemization, kumpara dito kay Jin. But ito na nga, objective na tayo. I think it's just gonna be something quick para sa side ng
Dragon
TS,
and Rift Herald. Pero mas una Team Secret dito to prepare for that Rift Herald. Showstopper, enough ba yan? Swapat ba yan? Magandang idea ba yan? Pero ito na sa members of Oasis Gaming going in with a Spirit Rush. Pero nagkaroon ng bagbakan dito na ipag-isa. Itong si Azar flashing out. Saktong-sakto lang. Uminom ng alak. But sila atakas doon. Secured kill dito for Oasis Gaming. However, Team Secret was able to secure the Rift Herald. They also need to secure the Dragon kung gusto nila makakuha pa ng continuously yung lead na meron sila.
And they cannot give this turret. It's gonna give a snowball onto Demon Kite. Lalo na pag nakuha niya yung last hit dito. That's a lot of gold. Going on to the hands of Demon Kite. Pinag-uusapan pa lang natin, wala na, nangyari na. So kung makikita natin, talagang medyo nakalamang-lamang din talaga ang vein natin from that fight. But nagiging balance because of Trevor.
Tsaka Team Secret, getting the referral is it's one thing na pwede mong ma-utilize ng gusto. But if the opponent already got the first tier turret or first blood turret, then parang wala na. Parang wala na yung malaking purpose.
Tama.
But then, you can still use it to potentially push a certain lane. Yun nga lang, the benefit of, having more the lead na sana meron kayo makuha is nakuha na ngayon ng Oasis Gaming. And actually, as you mentioned kanina kay Saya, Blade of the Ruined King. And meron na siya dito recursive bow going for, I think, a Wit's End.
That's for sure. And dito naman Storm Razor naman ang inunang item ni Kuya mo, Jin. Ba't nga hindi pa natin masyado nararamdaman si Kuya Jin, dahil kailangan niya mag-ingat-ingat. Hindi niya pwedeng harap-harapan. Medyo malaki yung gold lead ng Vayne kumpara sa meron dito si Kuya mo, Jin. And at the same time, mas mahihirapan kasing protektahan tayo itong si Jin Kasi nga, kumbaga, parang standalone to tatayo ka muna bago ka makatira-tira, bago ka maka-pew-pew, snipe-snipe. So, in terms of protection, kailangan nandyan talaga either itong si Galio or itong si Raux na gamit-gamit ang Galio.
Yes, so that's one thing also na kailangan dito isipin ng Team Secret is that maybe they will lack the mobility or the way to protect itong si Chewy. Actually, just now I realized this is somehow one of the champions that we don't normally see with Azar. Diba? Gragas. Normally see with the aggressive playstyle. Pero ngayon, Gragas just shows kung gaano sila ngayon willing to adapt. With the adjustments, with the recent patch, kailangan nilang mag-adapt, go for different champions, and having Azar and looking at his items, I think is gonna go for Divine Thunder din para sa kanyang Gragas. Kasi it's just the Jorim's Fist and also yung kanyang Shin. So, a little bit of damage, konting sustain, HP more on for the champion to potentially win the 1v1 against Cecilia. So, medyo Gucci yan. But referral big someone in the bot lane.
That's so true. And dapat makuha talaga nila. Ma-utilize nila yung Herald. I think bibigay na rin naman ng side. Ay, hindi. Iniwan nila. Nakuha rin naman. Sure ball na. So, Then again, that force itong si Demon Kite as well as si Dragon na magdepensa nga doon. I think balik lang muna sa kalmadong laruan ng mga teams natin since wala pa naman masyadong gana. Pero the fact na hindi nakaka-item pa rito si Chewie, I think this is something that we have to take a look at later on pag nagkaroon ng mga team fights. I think for as long as nakaka-free si Chewie later on and hindi siya nafa-flankan itong si Renzi or maybe even ni Idaf, magiging delikado rin yun kasi pwedeng, lalo na pag napunta na sa mid to late game, pwedeng mayatarp lang si Renzi. Kahit sabihin natin, papasok to. Tapos manlala pa dito ng isang Jin. Pwedeng hindi mangyari, pwede siya ma-stun doon or ma-setapan or ma-charm, di ba? Tapos wala na, mayayatarp lang din.
Yes, and I think that goes to the summoner spell of Chewie din, no? Having an exhaust, at least kung kahit wala man si Rox, he has something to protect himself. And this is what is happening right now. In the current meta, some of the ADCs don't even actually go for the heal kasi nga mas better na siya to go for the support because the heal will be much better kapag kung sino man yung kasama mo, kung sino man gamit mo. Pero kung yan mga kaibigan ng ating Oasis Gaming, tumama yung kanya charm. Dito yung showstopper with the follow-up. Tamang-tama yun. Tapos naman doon. And nice Dragon's Rage. There's going to be the Haymaker. And Hero's Entrance. Stasis, right time. Pero sumabay din dito ang isa. Demon Kite is still alive. Kiting-kiting lang. Umatake sa likod. And sila, malalim sila. And they're chasing a different champions. Paiba-iba sila ng target dito. Pero nakuha ng kill na naman dito Demon Kite. Ang next target ay wala bago ni Tatsuri. Wax in, wax out lang. And Renzi will secure that kill once again. Habang umahapon ng ibang champion si Demon Kite dito, giving them the 4-4-1 and a referral from Dragon Spirit as well.
Oo, dalawa. Actually, hindi lang pala dalawang object. Ang daming objectives nun. The kills coming from that skirmish alone, the mid lane turret, plus yung Dragon pa nga. And I think, you know what, with this snowball, pwedeng i-capitalize lang to ng Oasis from Denon. Kasi again, this is Renzi having the kills and assists that he needs already, as well as itong si Vayne na kanina pa happy-go-lucky na talagang kinakapitalize na lang yung lead niya. Si Chewie halos walang magawa sa ngayon. Yes, nandyan yung item, pero wala medyo talagang nahihirapan ang Jin natin despite the adjustments in his power spike sa mid to late. Feeling ko nga yung Jin, may specific siyang lineup na binabagayan. Hindi yata okay yung ganitong klaseng lineup. Parang more on dapat protect the king yung kanya. Umaga, dapat brusco kung brusco no? Tignan mo tong si Renzi, umiikot lang naghahanap ng malalapa na naman.
Okay, end up going in. Medyo hindi lang maganda yung pagpasok nyo doon na may wind wall at naharangan siya. But Spirit Rush did correct yung kanyang charm as well. Matutulog si Chewie dito ng lambot. Delikado ang buhay ni Chewie pero tumalbog sila doon. Nasecure nila ang isang buhay dito. Face-to-face Baker will be there. Dragon's Rage, sila palayo. Pero nakaligtas man si Chewie doon. Si Azar naman ang kanilang naging main target.
Chewie, tingnan mo si Chewie napapauwi lang din talaga sa base and I think yun nga, I think ngayon ko lang din na-realize na yun nga, para may binabagayan din talaga ang isang Jin sa lineup ngayon to make it really work. But I think for TS, kung ma-prolong pa nila yung team fight or itong match na to, and for as long as nakaka-free hit si Chewie, kaya nila. But again, mahirap kasi napakalikot. May Renzi dito, malikot din si Idaf, tsaka si Demon Kite. So paano gagawin yun? Ako si Tatsuri!
What a good bush play na ginawa dito ng Oasis Gaming in the bot lane. Nagulat si Tatsuri doon. He used the barrier, he doesn't have yung kanyang flash kanina, and that first turret to the bot they will fall down at di pa nila nagamit yung kanilang referral dito Tilodon is still up also for Renzi na pwede nilang magamit dito to go for the backstab and the backline dito na priority ni Renzi. And again, the snowball of Demon Kite is reflecting properly right now. Yung referral hindi pa rin nauuntog sa Tore. Nauuntog lahat sa sirang Tore na. Masakit tayo kanyang ulo. Pagbigyan niyo naman siya na mabangga yung Tore na gusto niya.
Sa wakas. Kahit pa paano, naka-take down din ng plates ng Tore.
Daming bukol ng referral. Bago matama.
Tampong-tampo na yan. Akala ko ba sa akin? Hindi naman pala. Pero ito, teka lang, may mga... Hindi. Alam ko mag-aabang pa ng bush play. Pero yun nga, ang ganda ng play na yun sa baba ng mapa. Tatsuri nahuli. So, for sure, nagkaroon din ng mistake doon si Tatsuri, no? Alam naman natin na hindi warded yung area na yun. Pero talagang happy-go-lucky lang din siya. And this, of course, hindi nakikita sa mapa si Renzi. Pagka nawawala talaga si Renzi, dapat maingat ka kung saan ka pupunta. But then again, ang katinasula, recharge blade, nasa kamay na rin itong si Vayne. So, in terms of crit damage, talagang mananakit ka na lang dito. And Chewy, yun ako, wala pa talaga, hindi pa talaga online, ano?
Hindi niya rin,
DJ.
it's kind of hard really right now na mahanap yung magandang phase. Especially losing the bot lane immediately after that snowball na nakuha ni Demon Kite dito. Not looking good talaga yung kanyang situation right now. Even with the rapid fire cannon and yung kanyang Storm Razor, giving him just a little bit of a range, but right now medyo lacking pa siya sa damage overall. Kung i-compare natin sa item ng Demon Kite na meron siyang Scarlet Judgment in Wits End, eto na, tumalon na para sa isa. Rocks na nilambot ang bahagya, ginamit ng Facebreaker. Charm to connect to anyone, pero Showstopper to stop them all. Catching Rocks, Rocks will fall down. It end up ignited, pero hindi siya mamamatay doon. Si Chewy nag-target dito, Demon Kite buhay pa rin. Nagkakite na ito, pinagdemonyo na kanya mga kalaban. Pero si Trevor, nagtatago sa Gentry, siya na lang ang buhay dito. Hinahabol ni Renzi. Mahabol nga ba? Demon Kite and Renzi going for the mid lane, but instead, translating into a Baron habang si Trevor could potentially steal this
Ako
one.
wala
Pero pinipigil na siya ni Isila. Inuntog sa kanyang muscle. And Trevor, nag-safeguard palikod, pero hindi siya na-safeguard dahil hindi siya ligtas doon sa nangyari.
The moment talaga na nabigay na yung snowball dun no, kay Demon Kai tsaka kay Renzi. Kasi despite nagkaroon ng exchanges dun, again, kung babalikan natin yung pinakaunang team fight na skirmish na nangyari sa baba ng mapa, although nagkaroon ng 3-for-2 exchange, if I recall it correctly, ganun pa rin you give kills to Demon Kite. So, and that's the carry we're talking about. And this one, panoorin lang natin yung ating instant replay. Kung makikita mo talagang pasok lang no? Kanina, during the draft, you mentioned GG Spear, ang daming CC na meron dito para sa side ng Oasis, and they're just capitalizing on it. The charms, the showstopper, yung mga knock-ups dito at the same time, and that actually allows itong si Demon Kite na maka-free hit na lang din, and itong si Renzi na tumalon-talon lang din ng happy-go-lucky.
Tsaka kailangan din iwasan dito ng Team Secret yung medyo paisa-isa gaming. May mga situation sila na napapasukan talaga sila and nagkakaroon kagad sila ng -1. It's really important for them to stick together kung ganito yung kanilang lineup, pero I can't blame them kasi sobrang ganda rin talaga ng pagpasok initiation ng Oasis dito. They have Rengar, they have Ari, being caught, yung charm pa lang kagad, yung threat of being charmed dito by Edap is really a problem kung sakali man kahit na kayo sa kanila. Right now, Team Secret is Oasis Gaming is utilizing the bottom buff that they have, in which pushing every second tier turret sa ating bawat lane.
Ito 15 minute na naman tayo. Ito na talaga yung napapansin nating trend Every time na 15 minute kung sino yung lamang yun na nanalo. Pero ito na to. Oh my God!
Bursted kagad! Ginamit ang last breath na patas dito. Si Dragon Boy para si Demon Kite, sila will be there as well, pero Heroes entrance para makapag-Heroes exit habang nag-push ang ating mga minions sa ibang lanes dito with the bottom buff na meron sila. Empowered minion indeed, giving them more opportunity to slowly push every certain lanes, and all inhibitor turret is down right now. Nagawa na naman ng charm ang isa, Showstopper tumalbog sa kabilang parte ng Nexus. Stasis to buy time, pero mahuhuli ang isa. Stasis dito si Renzi, pero yun ulit, yung Nexus ay mawawala na. Ang daming kanyon na napakalaki because of the bottom buff.
Bilis ng laban, men.
15 minutes.
15 minutes lang din, average. Pero commendable pa rin yung para sa parehong junglers natin. Pareho sila may ginawa na risky play dun sa early natin. Though yun nga, pinag-uusapan kasi natin yung late game carry Diba? Kumbaga, yes, late game itong si Vayne, pero pinaaga yung late game niya. Kumbaga, nabigay ng maaga. Tapos halos wala na nangyari. Hindi na naramdaman itong si Jean. So, I think, hindi pa talaga time ni Jean, or talaga may specific composition, GG Spear, na kailangan bagayan,
Yes, I think, medyo, yun nga rin, that's one thing to take note of. Jean, I think, one of the champions na medyo mahirap pang mapa-utilize even in the current meta, or maybe pwede din naman, but again, tama yung sinabi mo dito, nababagayan na magandang champion na pwede may sabay sa kanya. Azar also with that Gragas, medyo napaisip ako ng bahagya dito because I don't normally see him go for that Gragas champion. Pero ito rin naman natin na medyo meron siyang nagagawang in terms of displacing the enemy team, pero overall naging ineffective siya in this particular game, probably because of how Isila is winning the top lane, because matchup between Gragas and Seth, of course, Seth will pretty much win the top lane dito. Lalo na, naka-aggressive Undying siya and not the AP build that normally yung mga assassin champion or at least damage burst na meron yung ating mga Gragas. But then again, ito nga overall talaga is just a matter of Oasis utilizing yung early lead na nakuha ni Demon Kite dito and hindi sila nakapag-react accordingly. And the difference between Trevor and Demon Kite is Trevor is in the jungle. So at least, mas nahirapan siya makapag-create ng momentum in a rotation kasi nakabawi din naman at nagkaroon din ng lead si Renzi after nung teamfight sa bot lane.
Yes, that's for sure. And from then on, mula nang nangyayari yun, it's just basically Oasis waiting for the game to end, waiting for them to have the chance na i-take down yung mga turrets natin. And ito nakita natin to, this is really a mistake on the and the awareness kung nasaan ba talaga itong si Renzi. Again, walang CCTV sa parte ng mapang yun, kaya talagang madedelicates ka. And Tatsuri, of course, di naman din siya ganun ka kunat. Actually, hindi siya totally makunat. So, talagang lalapayan lang talaga siya dito ni Renzi. But, ayun na nga ang ating kanina pa ako na nyo, no? Ating paid player of the game. Ayan, si Sila.
Lesila indeed is going to be the player of the game sa ating game 1 because of how again effective he was winning top lane dito at the same time with the contribution that he made during sa ating mga teamfight dito. Showstopper always on point, 10.0 KDA, 13,192 damage overall. GPM niya is 801 and 63% kill participation. With these items alone, nakita natin how effective a bruiser champion like Seth na meron kapag nahawakan niya yung mga ganitong klaseng items. Imagine, all of these 3 items na meron siya ngayon has HP in it. So, ibig sabihin, Juggernaut champion, very worth it para sa kanya because again, meron siyang HP, meron siyang damage, and overall, yung contribution niya sa mga teamfight talaga ay nag-benefit ng gusto dito for the whole members of Oasis Gaming.
So yan na, especially with the Sterak Garage pa, pasok ka na ng pasok, meron pang anti-CC, di ba? So, kumbaga, Jugger na talaga, kunat kung kunat, walang hanggang pagpasok, pag-setup ng Showstopper, Facebreaker, tapos talaga, sunod na lang kayo dito. Mag-free hit lang kayo from the backline. Ako na bahala dito mag-front. And again, yun nga, binanggit mo rin kanina, no, wala masyadong damage yung ating Gragas doon sa top side. So, nahirapan din si Asar. But, yeah, overall, I think it's a matter of, si Jin din kasi talagang hirap hanapan sa ngayon, Parang kailangan natin ng, ng isang buwan pa ba? Or adjustments?
Maybe, alam mo yun, feeling ko just a matter of adding talaga more protect, I would say, for Jin because yun din yung nagkulang. Yun din talaga nagkulang in my opinion. At the same time, the pick-off na ginawa dito ng Oasis Gaming really gave the pressure against RK. But I think that's just the game 1. Mga kaibigan, magkakaroon pa tayo ng game 2 sa ating series 2. This is still a match between Oasis Gaming versus Team Secret Time. This is kasama natin syempre si Kaysaya. Magbalik natin. Nako, game 2 na. Kaya handaan nyo na ang inyong mga baluti sa ating pangalawang laban.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Game 2 is on mga kaibigan. Laban pa rin sa pagitan ng Oasis Gaming versus Team Secret. Nakita natin na medyo nag-struggle ng bahagyang Team Secret sa ating Game 1. Makakabawi nga ba sila sa ating Game 2? Tignan natin yan. I am GG's kasama pa rin siyempre si Kaizaya para nga dito sa mainit na laban na ito. Unfortunately, Jin didn't work para sa Team Secret. I would say na tama yung sinabi mo Kaizaya. No? Medyo kailangan pa ng konting hintay mo muna. Pwede patagalin pa natin at maybe basahin pa natin yung pwede maging adjustments ni Riot sa kanya.
Tama. Kasi again, dahil nga pinababa yung kanyang HP lalo, no? So, kumbaga mas madaling maya-tarp. Lalo na pag hinarapan ka ng assassin, talagang mabubura ka na lang sa mapa. And, ayun nga, but I think may idea naman na play na gustong gawin yung Team Secret doon. It just didn't happen kasi nga mas nakalamang in terms of execution yung Oasis from that fight. Yung pinakaunang skirmish pa lang talagang matatakot ka na, nabigyan si Vayne, di ba? Or nabigyan si, kahit assist nga lang yung kay Rengar, okay na diba? So, talaga mag-utilize na lang talaga siya sa kanyang passive doon. But then again, we'll have to see, maybe pwedeng bumalik ang Team Secret kung saan sila komportable dito. Like you said, hindi usual na nakikita natin si Gragas na hawak-hawak nitong si Azar. Maybe they can utilize, may adjustment din kay Fiora. So, we'll have to see. But, this time, Oasis, meron silang momentum ngayon and I think kaya nilang i-capitalize. Especially with Grindsky, mukhang maganda rin ang gising.
Yes, tama ka dyan, no, Kaizaya. And also, I would like to point out lang din dito how good, again, yung overall, yung performance ng Oasis, no, in this particular game. Nakita natin na they've been, giving the pressure talaga a lot, especially in the first gang in the bot lane, yung nakita natin na naglaban sila ng Scuttle Crab. The effectiveness of having Dragon and Demon Kite together just to win that team fight and then double kill para sa kanya, yun talaga yung nagbigay ng early lead for the whole Oasis Gaming. And na-utilize nila yun kasi after that, the referral goes in, may lamang na dito ang Oasis Gaming at di nakaharap na magandang opportunity si Chewy to go for the free hit. So maybe we're gonna be seeing Team Secret going back on their original form kasi I think in the previous weeks or kung ako nagkakamala just last week, nakita natin sila na gumagamit ulit ng mga standard champions sila. We have Katarina na ginagamit ni Tatsuri, Yasuo for Tatsuri. Ginamit ni Tatsuri yung kanyang Yasuo but didn't go very effective lang in this game. So para alam mo yun, the standard ng mga champions that they could use sa mga games natin that maybe could give them the lead ulit na pwede nila makuha against Oasis.
Yes, tama ka dyan. And, I don't know, baka pwede rin kasi pinapakita ng Secret. Lalabas kami ng bago, di ba? Although, yung mga hindi usual na napipick natin, actually nakita natin yesterday din naman na si Yasuo. But I think para may gusto rin ipakita ang Secret kanina. But yun nga, again, hindi nangyari yung pag-o-online ni Kuya Jin. Pero, move on na lang tayo. Move on na lang tayo. At dahil na tayo sa ating
Ibang klaseng mubon yata yan, ha? Eto na yung ating drafting phase indeed para makapag-move na tayo sa ating second game. Oy, Ziggs ulit ba, no? First ban ng Oasis Gaming habang pwedeng Jace ulit. Same ban so far. Nakikita natin. Same sides din pala, no? Oasis Gaming still on the blue side. Red side tayo dito for Team Secret. Trash will be removed as well para kay Rox. Para pare-pareho lang yata yung mga bans natin. Vayne na yun na. Yun na talaga dapat.
Mia Tarp na rito yung Vayne. Of course, well, ito understandable yung mga ban natin. The Thresh is really eyeing towards kay Rox dito. Kasi kapag hawak-hawak ni Rox yung Thresh na yan, parang lalaban sa kung anong ewan ba? Parang napaka-confident ng laruan. And Ziggs, understandable din naman talagang basag Torre. And alam naman natin yung adjustments na binigay na gold sa mga Torre ngayon. So, sure, why not? And yung set pa rin, ako nakawala ang set ni Sila dito ulit.
Still open.
Pangarap ni kuya mo Azar dito ngayon? Sa tingin mo, Gragas ulit?
Medyo napapaisip ako kung Gragas ba ito ulit. Okay, if that's Gragas and the Senna, then that's a good thing in the bot lane dito, especially Chewy and Rox. They can make it work for sure. No, but we'll see if they can keep this up. Kasi naman magiging na-expect nila para to help, alam mo yun, yung effectiveness of these two champions na maging very helpful or impactful sa ating game natin. Galio and Kha'Zix, okay, assassination, and Lee Sin pa din para kay Trevor.
Maganda naman yung naging leasing kanina ni Trevor, to be honest. Ang ganda ng play, ang ganda ng pinaka-hinuhuli niya doon. But medyo napabayaan din kasi sa kusina itong si Vayne. But yun nga, pareho sila may pang-early. Siguro in terms of objective, magiging matindi rin ang labanan natin dito. Kasi both itong champions na to, magaling, kumbaga mag-secure. But I think I'm gonna give just a little bit of upper hand dito in terms of going for that faster contest or secure sa isang objective like the Herald or maybe even the Dragon. But hindi pa natin nakikita yung pwede makatapat dito ng ating Gragas tsaka Senna since wala pang nilalabas dito ang Oasis. We'll have to find out. Ikaw ba, ano sa tingin mo yung possible natin makita na duo laners natin sa side ng Oasis?
Well, we still have Morgana. Actually, never mind. Kakaban lang natin secret dito kasi that's one champion that they could utilize for Oasis Gaming to win the upcoming team fights dito. But right now, that since Morgana has been removed, maybe they could go for the traditional AD carry na pwedeng gawin dito ni Demon Kite. I'm thinking right now kung sino pa yung pwede niyang maggamit. AD carry or AP carry also kasi Ziggs and Morgana has been removed. Corki is banned out as well. Just to respect dito para kay Demon Kite with potential damage they could provide. But, we're still looking towards AD carry.
Yeah, well,
Seminar ba ito?
Seminar yata! Hindi natin alam. Malay
mo.
mo, hindi rin nila mapakita eh. Kasi sinasabi natin kay Jin, mukhang may binabagayan na lineup eh, no? So, in terms of, ang nakikita kasi natin dito, kailangan talaga may Brusco na magpo-protect dito for this Jin. Sino ba yung Brusco?
Ari ulit.
Although hindi literal na Brusco itong si Ari, definitely, she's someone who can actually just go for the charm to make sure na poprotektahan. Nakikita ko yung reaction mo dyan. Kay
Fizz?
Pero,
Huh?
well, the protect is in there for Jean. Pero, in terms of the flank, meron tayong Fizz tsaka Lee Sin na pwedeng pumasok dito for Jean.
Yan ang magiging problema niya. Lee Sin, Darius, Fizz, all these champions, pwede niya i-disregard lahat ng mga frontline ng Oasis Gaming dito. But Darius will struggle for sure, no, to penetrate the backline, especially Demon Kite kung sakali. And they also have Galio. Mayroon din naman kayo na yung team secret ng Galio. But again, di nga ganun naging ka-solid yung play ni Rox with Galio. Kasi ang hirap mag-set eh. Ang hirap mag-setup. Diba? Ang hirap makagawa ng play. But overall, it's going to be very interesting. Kasi nga, tignan natin kung gagana ba ngayon yung Jin dito na Oasis Gaming. Is Jin really one of the champions that we're looking forward to see sa ating paparating na mga laban dito? Because WCS, mga kaibigan, with the recent patch, I think it benefits him a lot with yung Storm Razor, no? But as a champion as a whole, tignan natin kung goods yung mechanics niya.
Kaso yun nga, tama ka dyan, Storm Razor, tapos yung adjustment niya sa mid to late. Kaso sa mga nakikita nating matches, hindi kasi dumarating sa ganong point mid to late. So,
wala na 15 minutes, no?
Wala na 15 minutes. Kumbaga, ganda na siya sa second item lagi. Pero tignan natin, baka mag-iba yung storya dito with the Oasis trying to prove something. Tulad ng sinabi mo, baka seminar nga, di ba?
Baka gusto nilang pakita na gana pa din to, no? Demon Kite with now Jin yung kanyang gamit. Pero Rox, ito maganda sa bot lane ng Team Secret. Medyo mahirap, mahirap labanan yan. We have a Font of Life and Grass of Undying para dito kay Gragas. And yun yung sinasabi ko kanina na pwede sanang gawin ng Grindsky Esports na hindi lang nila nagawa. Pero medyo masakit yan. Maganda yung sustain nila sa bot lane.
Definitely, I would say hindi lang maganda talaga dahil there's a lot of sustain para sa kanila. No? Kumbaga hindi basta-basta makakite ni Demon itong dalawang to sa baba ng mapa natin. Kasi kumbaga, lahat na ng sustain na pwede lang makuha in terms of sustaining all the pokes that Demon Kite will put out is something na kaya nilang i-survive. But yun nga, ang pinakaabangan talaga natin dito is yung play kung anong mangyayari dito sa gank ng ating dalawang champions or rather junglers. So weak side for sure, nakita ng Team Secret yan sa side ng bot lane ng Oasis, yung ating kung nasaan itong si Jin. For the side naman dito ng Oasis, pwede nilang i-capitalize na or gawing weak side itong kung nasaan si Fisten kasi mas madali itong i-atarp kumpara of course dun sa ating naka-font of life and of course Grasp of the Undying sa baba ng mapa.
Yeah, so that's the difference between these two champions or these two dragon laners to having a sustain of their life, pwede nila sabayan ng sabayan kahit with the ganks from Renzi. Medyo pwede pa silang ma-turn around ng ganyang matchup to. But we'll see. Kasi ngayon, Renzi, they have the information. They saw him getting the scuttle grab. Also, Trevor being there na nakita rin nila ng wards. But level 4, level 3, si Oasis Cecilia. And dito lamang siya. Pero here comes Trevor. Wala pa siyang Dragon Stage pero no problem. Kasi first blood will be secured by Team Secret. What a good rotation from Trevor.
Ganda. I think na sabihan din nila kanina, hindi na natin dito pwede pa online Kanina, nag-online to, talon ng talon, sapak ng sapak. Hindi na pwede mangyari yon. But I think, ito yung tirigan natin, kung tutuloy-tuloy lang nilang i-gank yung sila sa top side. Kasi they chose the top side to punish instead of itong bot side kung nasaan si Demon Kite. So, that could mean itong si Demon Kite malaya ring makakapag-farm. So, I think yun yung pinakatitignan natin along the way since yung focus right now ng Team Secret seems like to be on the side of Esila.
Check. Alam mo naman, during the Horizon Cup, that's one of the players talaga na shutdown nila. I think the Summer Super Cup, kung di ako nagkakamali dito, na talagang Esila is one of the priorities palagi ng mga teams internationally. Dahil alam nila how Esila is good back then when he was in the Berjaya Dragons pa. Playful Trickster here in the mid lane. Tatsuri, hindi tumama yung kanyang Playful Trickster pero tamang disengage lang with the Spirit Rush itong si Eda. Pero nagka 1v1 sa ating top lane. Suntukan laban sa may ring na hinampas sa kanyang kalaban.
Ibang klase talaga pag yan ang hinampas. Napakalaki, no? Kung titignan mo yung scaling, no, nung ating ring na yan, ganyan ba kalaki kaya talaga si Darius? O maliit lang, o toy lang yan. Baka naman toy ring lang yan. But anyway, joking aside, ito na nga, may rotation yata. Nag-rotate din. Kala ko, bibisita sa baba ng mapa itong si Kuya Mutatsuri. Pero I think, nag-joke lang siya. Nag-joke lang yata.
Biro lang. Konting pamba lang in a way. And actually right now maganda yung nangyayari for the Demon Kite because no initiation or walang early hard reset because tauli. Uy!
Ganda naman.
Nag-charm. Medyo mali yung charm niya doon. He's aiming to go towards the Honeyfront pero na-charm niya. Sayang, mali yung prediction niya doon.
Oo, tsaka sabi lagi na ba't ka kasi nagte-teleport sa kitang-kita ka? Ayan, diba?
May words din dyan, lalim.
Diba? CCTV. Pero yung nga nakaka-free hit or nakaka-free farm si Demon Kite ngayon, walang ganap. Unlike yung nangyari kanina ng first game natin, kung saan na-punish agad si Demon Kite. So, this could be a different story for Jin. Kasi again, free farms, but yun nga lang, going online stream.
Okay. Wala siyang Dragon's Rage dito. Tinamahan sila doon ng malaking damage. Curtain Call will be used by Demon Kite. Tatama nga ba kahit isa? Bigyan mo na kahit isa lang. Pero bote, nagkakaroon na magbakan dito. 1v1. Oy! What a turnaround by Tatsuri! Meron siyang dalawang Destiny Rage shot. Masakit yan.
Ay, teka lang. Aabot kaya yun si Galio, hindi?
Uy, yung rig! Ay, grabe naman ang Team Secret dito. On fire. Legit. At kita natin ngayon. Nakapasa naman sila na isang champion. Pero nakuha! Nakuha na Team Secret ang Dragon. Nagalit ang Team Secret. Ako po. Pabalik-balik na sila. Snowballing. Like a rolling bowling.
Pwede ka bang, kasi nakakahalata na tayo pag ganito yung mga sitwasyon na nangyayari na talaga na snowballing tapos sobrang late game ng iyong champion unless magkamali ang Team Secret dito. Ang Team Secret maghihintay na lang talaga na mabasag nila yung mga tore. Maniniwala ka ba doon? This could be like Team Secret game. Talaga momentum na lang unless magkamali sila.
Indeed, no? Parang yun nga nagiging problema ngayon talaga ng Oasis Gaming is that Team Secret is utilizing the early lead that they have. Pero nahuli naman ng isang beses. Here to ginamit ang kanya. That showstopper will be there para makapagawa ng magandang play sana. But here comes the rest of the members of Oasis Gaming. Saktong-sakto yung Deadly Flourish. Saktong suwabity naman nun. And for that route, they were able to shut down Azar dito, even used yung kanyang barrier and to set up for the referral.
Ganda na definitely that mahirap patamain yun, to be honest, especially malikot din yung mga champion na meron tayo dito sa side ng
Maliit
team
lang
side.
yung ano niyan, iuwi niyan.
Oo,
Payat.
oo, payat kumbaga paano kung payat din yung target mo, so kailangan talaga 100% accuracy ka. Di ba?
Pero starting sila ngayon with the referral at mukhang ile-let go to ng Oasis Gaming. They know for sure that right now, in their current situation, they cannot contest the referral because they will just lose their lives, and at the same time, wala pa silang pwedeng may ibang counterplay na ma-attempt to get that referral. So ngayon, depends ang Marino, si Demon kay the top lane, he still has the curtain call that I don't think he will use to defend the top lane.
May sagot na gustong gawin ang side ng Oasis, but
Bakbako na ito na bottom dito. Nahuli naman ang isa. At mukhang magpita sila dito sa Tatsuri. Tatsuri did fall down with the showstopper na ginamit niya doon kanina. Na tinakabot nila ngayon si Dragon. Dragon ay tumalsik na explosive gas. Pero naiwan si Sira dito. Etap is still there. Just trying his best to poke the flash in and the punching bag combo. But double kill para kay Raux. Tumama yung kanyang Sonic Wave pero no problem. Kasi sa amin pa rin ang panalo sa laban na yun.
sabi rin si Sila doon, ganda ng mga clutch plays na doon. But yun nga lang, walang malakas sa tatlo, walang malakas sa apat, sa dalawa. Talagang ang ending, buhay niya pa rin ang Mayaya Tarp. But yun nga, hindi nakakuha ng Tore pa rin. Panoorin natin ang ating instant replay. This should have been also just mainly the attempt for the turret. But nangyari, yun nga, naging bakbaka ng labanan dito in terms of their lives. Kaya naman nauwi dito sa pagkaya Tarp ang mga miyembro ng Oasis. Ano yun, ang ganda pa ng timing ng dalaw dito ni Trevor. Talagang palong-palo eh. Simula ng laban natin, ayan oh. Yatar.
Talagang pinapanalo talaga nila. At saka, again, they just reflecting talaga yung lead na nakuha ng Team Secret, the early lead that they have. They're utilizing it right now, in which they can pretty much win talaga yung mga team fight na kinocommit nila. But sila, mahuhuli nga ba siya sa dito? Saktong-sakto yung protobelt enchant niya doon, pero nasa likod sila, hindi niya alam yan. Alam niya na ngayon kasi meron tayong wang-wang sa Gedli, habang the rest of the members of Team Secret will try to respond right now. At alam nila again yung threat dito of Team Secret once again winning that team fight.
Maganda yung plano ng Oasis doon ano. But yun nga lang kasi kailangan pa rin mag-ingat eh. Siguro kung gusto na rin na back sila from that fight kasi kung tinuloy nila yon, although maganda yung position nila, pwede silang bawian lang din itong si Trevor. Again, tignan mo si Trevor sitting on a 3-0-2 score. Dalawang item na rin na ang nabuo niya dito, kompleto rekado na halos. And talagang hindi makakapalag doon ang isang Kha'Zix na one item pa lang.
Naku po, sila. Wala silang information. Curse of the Black Mist, Azar, hinihintay lang na maganda timing para magamit ang kanyang apprehend. But they're not gonna go in. They're just gonna go for the Dragon right now. Apprehend has been used. Hindi connect dito kahit na isa para kay Isila. However, this Dragon is going to be free nga ba? Para sa Team Secret, may isang Dragon na sila. This could be a potential second Dragon for their team. Kung sakali na makuha nila yan. Pero medyo malalim. Renzi is waiting sa ating blasting call. Ginamit na ngayon ang kanyang Spiritual Stress sa loob with a showstopper to go in. But Dragon secured by na Team Secret. Downing Shadow will be there. Taunt to run coming from Dragon to change to turn this one around. Curtain call. Subukan niya makapunta sa champion pero hindi na sila maabot ang kanyang range. Muntik nang mamatay si Azar. Pero buhay pa rin siya. Excited siya dito. Nitong si Edap. He will fall down. No, he's still alive. Ginamit niya yung kanyang barrier. And on Edap will fall down. Di pa pala buhay pa rin siya. But no, the turnaround coming in from Team Secret. And the potential ace para sa kanila. Spell bump pero inuntog yung katawan. And Rocks will secure that ace for Team Secret.
And wala yatang gustong seminar na mangyari dito coming from the side of Oasis kasi wala, hindi talaga gumagana eh. And then again,
bakit ba gano'n, no?
oh, nakakawawa na si Kuya mo, Jin. Mamaya si Jin wala na, pili ko maya-maya wala nang pa kayong mga players kay Jin. Like hindi na siya mababali, hindi na siya mapipiga. Try lang. Pero maybe kasi sa mga streams nila, no? Baka meron mga gumana-gana eh. Pero si Trevor, ganda talaga na naging simula. Actually, yung game 1, maganda rin naman yung laruan ni Trevor. This game 2, I think na-realize nila kung anong dapat nilang gawin. Or more on leaning towards sa ano, bakit pa nag-gym ang Oasis? Given the fact na ang hirap niyang i-execute ngayon. So, most likely sa mga susunod, pwede. Pero kailangan na matindi ang research or aral
Yes, and actually, more practice pa. I would say, ito naman ang dalawa ang apprehend, pero sakto-sakto naman na napakagandang smite. Itong si Trevor to secure dati ni Fennel on their team. Demon Kite, medyo libre siya dito, pero hinabol siya kay ni Qeon na untog. Si Qeon mga kaibigan, at ang hinahabol dito si Renzi. Tumatakbo, napakita ng emote, Rox, talagang ini-escort niya o sinasamahan niya. Mahuhuli yata, tinamaan ng isa. Oy,
Ito nga, nagapula na nga.
so, samahan kita kaibigan, pero minions will kill at securing that one para kay Rox.
Alam mo, in a way, feeling ko that sige, may possibility kasi maka-escape din siya pag nagkamali maybe itong si sino nga yung mahabol sa kanya? Itong si Raux. Si Raux. So, kung nagkamali si Raux dito ng kung nauntog siya, ganun. Pero I think mas mapapadali yung kanyang buhay kung nauwi agad siya sa base, At least reset yun. Sabay-sabay sila. Sabay-sabay tayo.
Ayun.
Sabay-sabay tayo. Sabay-sabay sila. O, itaas ang paa ng mga Oasis Gaming dito. Pero, ayun. Tingnan natin. At Yumos, Stormraiser. Hanap na ba yun, man?
Hindi ko alam. Movement speed. May Eater's ability giving him more opportunity to go for the movement speed. Pero the calling, curtain call, mga kaibigan. Not enough damage. Shui, buhay pa rin yan. Ginamit ang Charmed Spirit Rush. Tumama na naman ang kanyang Sonic Wave. Meron tayong isda na kumagat ng 7 Lions. Pero si Edap, nandiyan sa loob. Nahiro siya sa ginamit doon. Papunta rin naman sa loob. Pero Demon kahit secret naman yan. Para kay Azar. Double kill para sa kanya. May ring sa ulo ni Renzi. And Rauk will secure the ball once again for an ace. And to win this game with the Team Herald.
Ito na talaga to. Tignan mo na naman, Paulit-ulit ako kada batch na tinakas natin. 15-minute game time. Tapos na ang laban. Diba? Alam, record nyo na yan sa history.
Wala. Bukol.
Ayan, tapos,
ito na yata. Sasayaw ba yung referral dito? Hindi ko alam kung sasayaw
Ayun!
Ay, wala.
Hindi
sumayaw.
Pero nakalasit naman siya. Okay lang.
Kumbaga nabawi na nila yung kanina na ilang beses siyang nuntok.
Nakabawi.
Grabe, bawi to Team Secret. Sobrang naging on fire sila in this second game. And sabi nga ni Boisterous sa ating comment, online na. Nag-online na dito ang Team Secret na parang eto na yung Team Secret nila na pinagandaan. And medyo may mga questionable plays, of course, coming from Oasis Gaming. But overall, it's just a matter of Team Secret also getting the comeback that they need. Because again, they are the comeback kings here in WCS Philippines.
You know what? I would say questionable draft because from the side of Oasis. Because again, with Jin in their composition, I don't think magiging sapat kasi na protection ito in the form of Frenzy. Again, that's an assassin. And Edaf din naman, hindi siya yung tipong pang frontline talaga. More on kiting din siya. So I guess the draft pa lang itself, it was quite questionable. Actually, we're even surprised na okay, sige, seminar ba to? Let's see. Try to prove us wrong. But just didn't work out. Lalo na kung tatapatan mo pa na Wildrift na Trevor, even from game 1, kahit natalo yung Team Secret doon, Wildrift sila So, I think overall, balik lang tayo sa best of 1 kasi parang mistakes after mistakes sa ating first 2 games.
Nakakuha pala siya ng honey fruit actually dun sa bot side, kaya nabuhay pa si Azar. And also, I'd like to point out how Trevor and Azar was able to manage and give the pressure kagad kay Isila. They shut down Isila in the Baron lane, in which nagkaroon ng hard time si Isila to get a comeback on that one kasi na consistently they've been ganking him, giving him the pressure the top lane, in which yun talaga yung nagbigay sa kanila ng lead sa laban nito. And at the same time, bot lane as well. Again, Jin, you mentioned this kay Saya na medyo hindi ko pa rin alam or hindi ko pa din sure talaga kung saan lulugar si Jin sa current meta natin.
Kawawa naman ang kuya mo, Jin. He needs some love. I think that's also the reason why hindi na finokus or hindi na kinonsider ng Team Secret na doon sila magagang on the bot side. Instead sa top side nila. Kasi alam nila na sobrang late pa nitong si Jin. And madali lang naman yan mahuhuli kasi meron silang fees. But yeah, player of the game, deserve nitong si Trevor yung kanyang placement ngayon dahil sa magaganda niyang rotation na ginawa, yung ganking din naman.
Yes, 10.0 KDA, 8,091 damage overall. GPM is, gold per minute is 876. 50% yung kanyang kill participation. And I think one of the reason why he has 50% kill participation is because he's able to manage to do some solo kills talaga. No? So, alam mo yun, madalas na kahit na meron siyang mga attempts to go for the gank, ang nangyayari minsan naging solo kill. At the same time, yung objective focus niya in this game, and this is one of the reasons why meron siyang 50% kill participation. But overall, nandun pa rin naman talaga yung contribution ni Trevor sa laban na yun. Napakaganda ng kanyang rotation and sobrang effective yung naging performance ng Team Secret sa ating game 2. Kung tayo sa game 3.
Para akong palubog ng palubog dito sa pwesto kayo.
Oo nga.
Hindi ko alam kung napapachill na rin ako no? Di ba? Gaganon ba tayo? Gaganon tayo. Pero, ayun nga, back to best of 1 tayo, no? GG Spear. Ang tanong, magiging factor to kung ano yung uunahin ulit nila. Set, sobrang nagiging factor by the way, no? Ang laking bagay. Kasi kahit kanina nakita natin na na-secure pa rin to ng side ng Team Oasis, ganun pa rin eh. I mean, ang ganda pa rin pang setup and all. Yung Jin lang talaga. Basically, si Jin na lang sisihin natin.
But, yeah, I kind of agree doon sa statement with regards to Sujin. No? Medyo mahirap lang talaga. Kulang sa mobility. Ash is a much better option than Jin. I would say because of the initiation, stun, enchanted Kisalaro. But, well, again, moving on para sa ating Game 3. Yung Game 2 na yan, medyo naging mainit at nakabawi ang Team Secret. Finally, we're moving towards the Game 3. We're gonna be having a short break lang mga kaibigan. I'm DJ Sphere, kasama pa rin si Kaisaya. Pagbalik namin, Game 3 na tayo, Oasis pa rin versus Team Secret.
And rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Game 3! Mga kaibigan, laban sa pagitan pa rin ng Oasis Gaming versus Team Secret. At eto na nga ang ating match point between these two teams. Sino nga ba ang magkakaroon na naman ng isang win sa ating ranking? Sa Esports, kasama ko pa rin syempre si Madam Kaisaya para sa ating Game 3. Nakita naman natin syempre kanina na Jin pa rin ang medyo mapapaisip ka kung okay ba o hindi.
Patry natin sa pub. Yun na lang.
Oo nga,
Sa
rank
pub.
natin.
Pero iba kasi yun eh. Di ba? Parang shake 50-50. Depende na lang kung kung matindi yung kalaban mo or yung kakampi mo yung magaling. But yun nga, I think this time pwedeng hindi napansinin ng dalawang team yung Jin for now for our third game. And talagang seryosohan na. Kasi again, best of one na to. Parang best of one na yung pag-uusapan natin dito. And most likely, there's still gonna be the set in their picks. If Galio will be open, most likely there will be pa rin. And Gragas at the same time. And ayun, most likely both of these teams kasi gusto nila naglalaro din ng early. So I think more on the early jungle din ang pwedeng gawin nila dito. Or pwede tayo makakita ng Lee Sin ban. Kasi hindi naman, to be honest, yung Lee Sin sa first game nitong si Trevor, gana rin naman although natalo sila sa first game.
Yeah, actually, I've heard from the PBGL Discord back then, yung community natin dito sa ating watch party, na if one of the best champion also or one of the best role for Team Secret na itanggalin is to remove the potential pick of Trevor, di ba? Shutdown Trevor. Kasi Trevor, in terms of yung kanyang contribution sa mga team fight, malaki talaga. Lee Sin, being able to pick Lee Sin twice in this game, yun din yung isang problem na natanggap dito na Oasis Gaming. And alam naman natin na with Trevor, isa sa mga si Lee Sin sa mga champions talaga na pwede niyang ma-utilize yung gusto. Also, we have Kha'Zix, we still have Camille, Jarvan, Vi. These champions, if you can remove it from Trevor, then maybe you can have a different story with Team Secret. Oasis Gaming naman on the other hand, I think it's a matter of making sure that they can shout out the bot lane. Kasi bot lane natin, alam mo naman, Demon kay Dragon, iba yan eh. Yung brotherly duo na yan, medyo malakas yung kanilang potential to win the team fight ng silang dalawa lang.
Not only that, mapapapili ka rin talaga minsan eh. And it could either be the Baron lane Isila or etong ang si Demon Kite on the bot side.
Isila.
Kasi yung kanina, nahayaan nila itong si Jin kasi nga they know Jin. Okay, bahala ka na Jin. Pinatalo mo kami sa first game. Hindi ka na namin papansinin. Doon na lang kami kay Esila kasi binubuli kami ni Esila every time na nakaset siya. So, we'll have to see. Kasi kung parehong in terms of laning kasi, kayang alagaan eh. May sariling mundo yung ating duo laners dito from the side of Team Oasis. Pati si Esila, meron din siya doon sa top side. But I guess, if ang ita-target na ng Team Secret is more on Esila, I think this time kailangan ng masamahan ni Renzi yung side ni Esila. Then play safe na lang muna yung ating duo laners dun. Or pwedeng doon muna bumisibisita itong si Edaf just to balance things out.
That is true. And, well, eto na ang ating drafting phase. Same pa rin yung sides natin, no? Blue side pa rin si Oasis Gaming. Team Secret will still stay sa ating red side. But we're gonna be having probably the same bands dito overall. Ziggs being the first one, Jace the second one. We have Thresh para kay Rox ulit. And kung yun po yung pagkakalala ko sa kanilang order dito ng mga bands eh. Kasi the usual lang na ginagawa ng ating mga teams.
Trash ban, tulad na sinabi mo, no?
Ay,
And this time, hindi na ibibigay ng Team Secret, which is tama lang naman na kasi ayaw natin na ito si Demon kahit na nagsasayaw-sayaw gamit itong Vayne. Kumbaga, respeto na lang din. So, I think ang pinakatanong ko dito is if mukhang hindi na ibaban eh, at least sa first phase ng banning na Oasis itong Lee Sin ni Trevor. So, may chance pa ulit si Trevor later on nakuhain si Lee Sin. But usually, sa second phase ng picking ng Team Secret nila kinukuha yun. But we'll have to find out. Camille actually getting banned in here. Pwede rin if in case maban din si in case maban din. Same pa rin, parang Deja Vu men.
Same pa rin. They really want to get this Gragas, no? But this time, Corki will be used by Team Secret. We still have Fiora para kay Zila, but since Seth is already there, could be a drag. If they're planning to go for a Fiora, this would be a flex pick eh. Pwede kasi siya bait pick sa Oasis Gaming. Mamaya mag-Fiora pala sila para kay Zila. And we'll see about that. Darius is still open. para sa Team Secret kung sakali. For Azar, kayo na nakita natin. Olaf! Uy, Olaf para kay Renzi ha. Alam naman natin lahat na pag si Olaf nagre-Renzi, kaya nga siya natin natawag na Renzi Frenzy. Kasama pa si Rakan.
Oo nga. Well, nakabandi naman kasi si Camille, so wala namang i-stop sa kanya unless ma-force dito. Na yun na nga, Jarvan, babanggitin pa lang natin. May Jarvan
Ayun,
pa
Jarvan.
naman na pwedeng manghuli dito kay kuya mo Olaf. But that removed the fact na removed yung early play na supposedly pwedeng gawin ni Trevor. Kasi nga, nakita natin, again, Gana. But at the same time, I think they want to just basically stop itong si Olaf sa pagwawala niya. That's why the Jarvan, they were basically forced to pick a Jarvan for this one.
Actually, iniisip ko nga kung talagang plano ng Oasis Gaming dito is to go for jungle Olaf, they should have used Olaf as their last pick kasi we don't normally see Team Secret go for the ban of Olaf. Or maybe they have a different plans in which Renzi or rather Esila will be using itong si Olaf, and we're going to see a jungle set which is highly I doubt na ganun yung mangyayari dito. And tignan natin kasi Jarvan is going to be the third pick of Team Secret, looking at the fourth pick right now na inaabangan nila. We're still Darius, okay, as I mentioned kanina, Darius Baron lane, that's one of the champions that they're missing up until now.
Yeah, and kanina nabanggit mo, no, possible naman din talaga yun na pwedeng pagpalit pa nila tong Olaf and Seth in the jungle, in the Baron. Sure, why not? Just to surprise, to give them a bit of
Varus.
surprise, no? Varus being in here, sure, why not? I mean, they can definitely put up some... Ang dami nilang pang setup dito. With Seth, with Rakan, with Varus as well. So, magiging... I think ang gusto ko rin panoorin dito other than this set na pwedeng gawin na Oasis is yung kung anong gagawin ni Corky dito sa laban na to. Kasi again, nagkaroon tayo ng mga adjustments sa item. But, Diana.
Okay. Diana ulit ni Edaf. Remember, Diana, itong si Edaf has been performing pretty good ng ating mga first few weeks, but in the previous matches that they have, medyo naging struggle ng konti kasi kulang sila sa setup. But, okay, action para sa last pick ng Team Secret, and I think that's going to be for Tatsuri, most probably.
Most likely kay Tatsuri nga to kasi dyan Gana baga mabilis na rin naman mag-clear ng mid or ng lane niya, at the same time madali maka-backup sa kanyang, basically saan niya gustong pumunta. But yun nga, medyo hindi ko sigurado kung sana kung side maglilin towards in terms of the draft kasi pareho kayang kumuha ng magandang team fight. But I guess if I will just have to pick one, Oasis side ako. Kasi there is a disconnect on the disengage and engage dito with the combo of Azar and the combo of Gragas and Jarvan. So unless ma-pull off nila ng perfect yun, yung kumbaga okay, kailan ka mag-explosive cast or kailan ka magka-cataclysm. But we'll have to see. Si Yasumiao, ayaw niya ng Diana. So I know medyo siguro maglilin towards siya sa side ng TS dito. But ikaw ba, GG Spear?
Actually, feeling ko, I kind of agree, in which na Oasis Gaming could get the upper hand dito. But the problem with Oasis Gaming's lineup is medyo reliant sila ng gusto na kailangan magsama-sama sila. Habang Team Secret could also go for that one, but rather they could go also individual kills na madali lang kasi they have an Akshan, they have a Corky, Jarvan could set up pretty much pretty good yung kanya pwede magawa dito to shove, pagpigilan yung backline ng Oasis Gaming, and also having a Jarvan to stop an Olaf is also one thing na kailangan natin isipin. But overall, Oasis Gaming, maganda talaga yung lineup nila dito. I would say na kapag dumating sa time na magkaroon tayo ng 5v5 situation, manalo talaga sila. Imagine Rakan, tapos Chain of Corruption. We also have Sila with that set na nakita natin kanina, napakaganda lagi na kanyang mga set. So yun yung kailangan bantayan dito ng Team Secret. We'll see about that kasi ito na ang ating Game 1 na sigurado natin makikita at malalaman kung sino nga ba ang magkakaroon ng isa pang panalo sa ating series.
That is for sure, definitely in terms of clearing the jungle. Ayun, nakita na I think naabutan dito ng Scryer's Bloom. And itong kinuha ni Akshan kung nasaan nagsimula talaga or nagfa-farm na itong si Olaf. So, kumbaga EFAS. Matchup natin sa bot. Ikaw, ano bang masasabi mo dito, GG?
Medyo mahirap to Actually, regarding a matchup between Varus and Corky, lamang talaga si Corky. Nakikita naman natin right now na nai-struggle siya. first thing, may Valkyrie, 'di ba? Yung mobility mo with Varus is medyo mahirap, and yung in terms of auto attack, Gatling gun, lamang talaga dito ang Team Secret. Pero looking at the trend of Team Secret, they've been using Exhaust and Ignite for the AD carry, for the Dragon laners, no? Instead of the protectiveness. So going for the aggressive talaga sila, the aggressive playstyle.
And yung dalawang exos na yan really eyeing towards para kay Renzi dito, no? Para hindi magwala-wala masyado. And again, nabuff tong exos na to. Kumbaga, mas nataasan yung kanyang slow effect, tapos bumaba pa yung cooldown. Imagine mo from 20% flat na movement speed slow, 60% na decaying. So, ang laking bagay nun. Parang titigil lang yung mundo. Pero teka lang, sa taas, uy.
Haymaker didn't connect in the top lane dito, pero that's indeed the pressure na nabigay kay Azar kaagad. And nagpalit siya ng kanyang summoner spell, goes for the barrier. Nagkaroon bakbakan sila ng baited exhaust itong si Renzi, pero Renzi wala siyang problema dito dahil kaya niya man makapag-disengage. Habang si Edaf ay inuhuli ng isa. Napakagusto naman na ng pagkawasok ng Grand Entrance na yun ni Edaf. Nakain ng honey fruit, pero sila and Azar still nagsusuntukan sa top lane.
Teka lang,
Haymaker, digitally kasi yung ginagawa ni Sila dito, waiting for the level 5. Pag nag-up yung level 5 niya, pwede niya magamit yung kanyang showstopper.
Pero under the turret ka na, so 2v1 yan, if in case, so ingat-ingat ka rin naman ni Sila. Pero yun, nakita natin sa mid lane, yung napakagandang moonfall, ayan, yung instant replay natin dito. Alam ko dito yung pumasok si ating Diana, si Itaf, kung saan naman talaga, hindi pa pala siya nag-moonfall dun, ano?
Level 4 pa lang.
Wala, level 4 pa lang. So, wala pa pala yun. So, what more kung may pang-set na talaga?
Tsaka medyo nagkaroon din ng juggle, no? Nag-juggle din sila ng targeting nila dito. And Team Secret, Oasis yung lumamang doon sa laban na yun. Because again, the kills goes to the members of Oasis Gaming. Pero hinula na naman dito, Moonfall will be there para nakapag-flash out si Frox. No problem para sa kanya. Tatsuri will be there as well, pero napakakunat naman. Nitong si Raux, aftershock lang, swapat na.
Hindi rin nag-connect kasi yung Moonfall no? Ito yung nagre-reklamo si Ate Yasumiao na yung mga Moonfall daw, di nagko-connect. So, I think yun yung kailangan makakahanap tayo ng play ko para masatisfy natin si Ate mo Yasumiao. But ito na nga, kalmado muna ulit ang ating buhay. But sa top side, may rotation na nangyayari.
Ang galing, no? Ang galing ng ginagawa ni Sila dito. Takuan lang, sabay gamit ang kanyang Haymaker to make some protect for himself and the shield. And a secured kill here in the top lane. Saktong-sakto yung rotation naggawa ni Renzi doon. Going to the Krug straight to the top lane.
And na-utilize doon since naka-barrier lang naman dito si Azar, walang walang exhaust dito. Kumbaga talaga mapapagwala lang talaga dito si Kuya Morenzi. Yun na nga, buo na yung kanyang black cleaver dito. Lamang na lamang kumpara dito kung anong meron si Kuya Mo Jarvan. And looking scary yan, 0-2 sa kamay. And nauna pa sila sa Mondragon.
They're now getting the Dragon as their first objective of the game, habang the rest of the members of Team Secret slowly going for the referral. Daabot nga ba? Yung mata ay lumabas, pero they're still going to get this one. Secure dyan para sa kanila. Pero ito na si Isila. Pwede niya magamit yung kanyang showstopper para matulak itong si Azar. Pero nagtugoy, saktong-sakto naman yung explosive cast na yun ni Raux. Just in time, pero Azar, low na yung kanyang HP. May ignite pa siya doon, and he will still survive doon sa ating nangyaring teamfight dito. However, in the mid, they're seeing lots of movements coming in from Chewie as well. Ginamit ang kanyang package at pakapag-package out lang siya sa ating.
Biruin mo yun, nasabi mo pa yun. GG Sphere, kahit di natin nakikita sa mapa, no? Pero ito, ito na, may malaking distansyang nagawa sa ating minimap. Pero yun nga, no, I think mas may chance yun na makuha sana ng Oasis Siguro kung talagang mas maaga nilang naiwan itong si Renzi dun sa Dragon side natin, ano, and napa-forward na agad sila sa Herald. Pero okay lang din naman, sometimes di mo talaga kailangan i-force yung mga bagay-bagay. Ayun na naman tayo. So, ayun.
Mahirap talaga yan.
Ayun na naman tayo.
I like that too. Pag pina-force natin yung mga bagay-bagay, medyo hirap nga naman talaga pag halimbawa in-apply mo yung AV item sa AP Champion. Medyo alanganin tayo dyan. But yeah, looking at right now ang ating game dito 3-0. Ang ating score, Blade of the Ruiting isa para kay Tatsuri, my friend. Ako, medyo masakit-sakit na rin yan ha. Pero kung kukumpara sa items na meron dito, itong si Oidaf, meron siyang stilled plate, plated greaves, I think. Yung pangalan ng ating boots dito for the armor. Syempre, naman, masakit si Tatsuri talaga. Having 2 exhausts on their hands, medyo may kalamangan sila sa may paparting na team fight to reduce the assassination of you. Kanilang kalaban, nakasalubong ni Trevor to si Dragon, pero Dragon napag-grand entrance palayo, sabay ka punta lang sa kanyang tropa. Explosive cast will be there, pero soktong-sakto naman. Yung flash out na yun, parang binasang-basang mabuti.
Yung dalawang ultimate yun na sayang sa atin dyan yung Cataclysm tsaka yung Explosive. Kaso, kung sakali man may ipersang team fight dito, information din kasi yan for the side of Oasis. So, pwede sila maghanap ng away, knowing na walang ultimate itong si Trevor tsaka si Rock. So, I think, yun lang. Ito yung sinasabi natin during the draft pa lang na, okay, medyo mahirap. Okay naman yung mga champions na napili or nabuo ng TS dito. But yun nga, if going for the execution play, medyo mahirap. Kasi nga, you have to make sure perfect timing mong ilalapag or gagamitin yung explosive cask at the same time, yung Cataclysm din.
With follow up talaga. Kasi pwedeng magpatulak lang sila palayo, no? Pag nagkataon. But still, with the Cataclysm, may mga terrains naman sa loob. Pero yun pa rin yung naisip natin dito. Baka mapadisengage sila instead of them going in together para maging on point yung ating Cataclysm. Preferably, someone to be dito to go for that first tier turret. Mauna nga ba dito itong si Edaf? I don't think so. Kasi yung turret natin na mid-lane will fall into the hands of Team Secret. Despite the losses kanina or the advantage of Oasis Gaming, medyo nagka-catch up ng bagya dito ang Team Secret sa ating goal difference.
They are. Definitely they are. And that's good na na-open nila yung mid. But again, di pa rin natin makakaila. Yun lamang in terms of gold na Oasis dito. 101 na nga itong si Diana. And I think nafa-funnel din sa kanya yung gold. And knowing na 0-2 pa lang dito. 0-0. Uy, pero teka lang.
Ito na ang buong sambayanan ng Oasis Gaming to go for the top lane. However, they will not push it through. Medyo kinabahan sila ng bagya because again, there's still a tower. And at the same time, medyo delikado sila doon because that's Jarvan and Darius.
Ayaw mong makulong doon sa loob ng tore with the Cataclysm of the Jarvan as well as kung yung stun din dito na pwedeng maabot nitong si Azar. But for the meantime, eto na naman tayo. Warded yan
Oo, they have the information. It's not looking good for Team Secret right now, but we'll see if they can get and secure this one kasi nasa record dito si Edap. Tinamaan ng exhaust, makakagamit ka ba siya ng Moonfall? Wala siya magamit ng stages dito pero nakapag-out! Sabay Moonfall to damage and dulo ka tanakap. Pinag-grand entrance and the quickness as well and the follow-up from Oasis Gaming pero na-slow sila ito with the delivery package coming from Chewy. At naku, ang sakit naman nun, Kuya Edap.
Sakit kuya again, hindi na kompleto yung Moonfall. But okay lang yon kasi it dealt so much damage para makapasok palalo yung ibang miyembro ng Oasis. And again, we're basically just allowing Demon Kite as well as Renzi to go online dito sa laban up against Team Secret. So,
Tatsuri, sinuntok ng referral. Ginising mo tapos tapos tira ko. Sinuntok siya. Ay, naganda niyan. Displace sila tapos grand entrance. So solid.
Oo, kumbaga, ang ganda rin ng placement dito ng package itong si Corky pero hindi naging sapat. Kumbaga, nagwala pa rin Andun pa rin
Ang sakit na Demon Kite. Ang sakit ng mga piercing arrow niya dito. They have the information na may mga ultimate sila na naka-up na. Pero si Raux wala pa siyang ult dito. However, ang target, either referral or the top lane. Renzi will be there. Backstab lang mga kaibigan itong si Azat. Referral top lane instead. But wait lang. Cataclysm will be there. Ginamit makakuha sila dito ng referral doon. Pero uy! Hinatak na naman sila doon with the showstopper. And the Moonfall coming in. Pero humahawal pa rin si Ed. Ang target nila ay si Raux. Raux is fall down. Nag-proc na yung kanyang Guardian Angel. Rather, Blade of the Ruined King. Nakaiwas si Trevor. Suwabi din naman noon. Pero wala siyang wala dito sa rumanagas ng quickness. And Grand Entrance Tatsuri ay naipit sa loob. Pero ito na si Azat. Coming from the backline. Nakamapansin pa din. And sakto-sakto yung Ocean Gurity 1 by 1 ay prove you wrong. At tinawag na nila pa isa dito ang members of Oasis Gaming. Edap and Silpol. No! At ang niya buhay ni Ezar dito. At tinawag natin si Esila. Chewy, wala siyang mana. Kakainin nga ba siya? Gagawin nga ba siya chewables dito? And Chewy, dinama pa na pala ko. Tatsuri is the next target.
Wait naman
Paisa-isa Gaming and explosive gas. Pinasok sa loob si Sila at si Turret ay nandyan to protect itong kaibigan Rox.
Si Renzi, sumisigaw na siguro, bak na. Wala na akong buhay. diba? Pero grabe, ang daming sagutan na nangyari doon.
Tagal
Ewan ko lang, may makikita tayong replay kasi medyo kailangan i-refresh sa utak ko kung saan talaga nagsimula yung laban. But doon yon, simula sa taas ng mapa natin. Kumbaga sa RH yon, sa RH side kung saan. Actually, nag-aambahan sila diba? Nag-aambahan sila doon sa pag-agaw, sa pag-last hit ng ating RH. But yun nga, pumasok na rin naman even si Tatsuri doon, Trevor rather. Si Tatsuri pala nag-free hit lang. But, ayun, kumbaga na-set up ang Demon Kite was just basically kiting as well. Si Idap, alam ko nag-flock siya to find that spot para makakuha pa siya ng Moonfall. But,
ito na naman, quick distance para kay Chewie. Hindi naman ang transition tumalbog doon, pero Torre will fall down here in the hands of Oasis Gaming. However, again,
napiping sa baba.
Tatsuri, pinupush niya yung bot lane natin. Tinatrabaho lang. Pero lamang pa rin ng sobra ang Oasis Gaming.
Oo, hindi na lamang pa rin ang bagya, lamang pa rin ang sobra. Not just into the gold but also into that kills and yung map control wala pa pong nababasa. Hindi, mid lane na turret pa lang yung nababasag ng TS dito from the side of Oasis. Samantalang dito tatlo na yung wala sa TS. And in terms of gold, of course, tignan mo yung Diana, 10k siya talaga yung pinaka-carry. Siya yung bida dito ngayon
10k.
Parang pangsagot to kay Ate Yasum
Ang lakas nga Actually, effective talaga dito si Edaf. On point yung kanya mga moonfall dito, giving him really the edge. Actually, contributing a lot sa mga team fight natin. Also to set up properly para kay Dragon pag ginamit niya yung kanyang grand entrance. Talagang nag-benefit ng gusto dito ang ang Oasis Gaming sa mga ginagawa itong si Esila and Edaf. And I think that also goes to how good lang talaga yung lineup nila ngayon. Alam mo yung showstopper, tapos yung grand entrance, we have the chain of corruption. Eto na, waiting sa Geddy. They're not gonna know, nobody's gonna know, pero nalaman nila dito, meron silang Wang Dragon, Infernal Drake yan This is really important mga kaibigan for the damage that they could get from getting this dragon. Pero, tignan natin kung sino ang mas mauuna, sino ang mas magwawagi sila. Binabakasok na kanila mga kalaban dito, just going for the dragon. Habang inaabangan nila, Edap, waiting sa Geddy, kapasok kay Chewie, linabahan dito, pero Valkyrie, no, the delivery package, Trevor, nakapag-mamba out pa. Edap is still alive, is fishing down, killing them one by one. Double kill para sa kanya, going for the benta nga ba ito, tignan natin yan, pero si Chewie na ibig sa loob, in-exhaust siya dito si Demon Kite, pinamasa ng grand entrance, and he will fall down into the hands of Demon Kite. Rampage na dito si Esila, na iyo mag-isa si Trevor. And Trevor is not going to be able to do anything to stop them from getting this Baron.
Una sa lahat, feeling ko bayad na bayad yung crystalline reflector dito ni Edaf
Yes.
Hindi lang dagdag sustain, but at the same time, talaga nai-stop dito yung attack damage dito si Tatsuri tsaka ni Chewie. Sa kanya, balik lang din magic damage since as far as I can recall, meron yata ditong Rabadon's Death Cap na nasa kamay, nasa itemization na rin ni Edaf. So, ayun. So, meron nga. So, kumbaga in terms of magic damage, nagre-reflect lalo. Kaya nga crystalline reflector Ito, panoorin natin yung laban.
Yung pala yun.
Yung patience test, binanggit mo to kanina while you were casting and actually talaga nag-abang lang din siya dito. Para, ayun tignan mo, pasok sa bangong. Ang damage
Sa gilid lang siya Tapos nung nakita niya yung papasukan, pinasok niya agad. Kahit si Chewie nakatakas, meron siyang ibang naging priority target doon in which siyempre, ang taba niya nga dito, Rabadon's Death Cap, Roa, tas Crystalline Reflector, masakit talaga yung damage siya. And with the stasis, he's really confident to go in kasi may pang-protect naman siya
Tama ka dyan. Kumbaga, stasis lang. Papatayin nyo ako. Hindi. Stasis muna. Para free pa yung aking mga kakampi. Knowing na si Demon Kite lang dito, he can just basically kite as far as much as he can. Tapos, nandyan lang din dito na naka-frontline lang din talaga sila Esila. Ang ganda. I think ang ganda the way Team Oasis actually execute this one. And dahil nalalapit na tayo sa favorite kong average timeline, which is 15 minutes, feeling ko, naghihintay na lang din talaga ang Oasis na matapos ang laban. Unless magkamali ang Oasis dito, which I don't think is gonna happen kasi yun, bayad na bayad siguro kahit magpipindot lang sila randomly dito ngayon, kaya nilang tapusin yung laban.
Then sila the bound back to help them. Kapapans will be used dito kami from Tatsuri, but mabablock lang yan. Itong si Dragon, still they can't do anything to defend right now because of the Baron buff. We have the empowered minions na nakuha nila dito. Canon's Chain of Corruption, tinamaan dito yung dalawa, kanyang ng knock-up. At saka Cataclysm as well na ginamit para kay Renzi, pero Renzi boy pa rin niya, walang problema para sa kanya. Pero siyang Ragnarok, dapat niya magamit pa. Hindi niya na ginamit kanina kasi no problem naman yan. Dito pressure being given by the members of Oasis Gaming. They're pushing the mid lane. Probably gonna go to translate this one into the turret here the top lane, bot lane as well. Pero Valkyrie, eto na yung Ragnarok coming in from Renzi. Papasok ka ba sila sa loob? Binamit lang kanyang grand entrance. Sabay kapit sa kanyang tropa, sila ay na-shutdown.
Yung
Not
base,
looking
guys.
good right now.
Yung base, guys. Ayun lang. Ibang klase rin talaga. Medyo nagkakalituhan na. Ngayon, ang Team Secret, lahat talaga humabol. Pero kasi may opening din naman talaga na nakita natin doon si Renzi, no? Medyo kasi inaayik ni Renzi kanina doon yung inhibitor turret sa baba ng mapa. Kaya, kaya talaga napasugod yung mga membro ng Team Secret. But with the backup coming from Dragon, napakaganda din naman with the grand entrance by quickness, talagang para isalba yung buhay ni Renzi at makawala pa si Renzi.
Oh, no,
Talagang
Tatsuri! Wala siyang alam, hindi niya alam. Pinalutino siya. Sabay lunar rush. Takbo talaga. Huling-huli. Bidi sa takilya. Pero wait lang. Ito na Chain of Corruption. Tumama na naman dito kay Azar. Pero Azar super low na kanya HP. Hindi pa nalow yan. Pero medyo half na yan sa kanyang buhay. And I think open na yung ating turret at bot. Kaya nilang i-push ito kahit wala mga minions to. Probably para sa kanila. Kasi yung Dragon natin ay pa-up na. Papaabot pa dito ng Team Secret. Ng Oasis Gaming rather yung ating Dragon. Or tatapusin na nila yung laban na ito.
Actually, regardless, kahit anong makuha ng Oasis dito, Baron. Actually, better kung Baron, I would say. Kasi, basag na lahat ng tore ng Team Secret, And if they are actually able to capitalize the Dragon with the buff that they will get, as well as sa mga minions, kaya nilang tapusin. But yun nga lang, medyo naipit yata itong isa.
Hindi yata maganda ito para kay sila. Pero napakalaki naman na siya na ginamit niya doon yung kanyang Haymaker. At hindi pa rin nila kinaya kahit tatlo na. Parang birthday party lang yan. 3 in 1 plus 1. Dragon will be taken down by Oasis Gaming. Probably gonna go for the Baron buff. Afterwards, naku po, kumpleto na nila ang Infinity Stones.
Kumpleto Recados na. Siyempre, dahil kumpleto na ang Infinity Stone dito, ganito ang gagawin nila pag mawala na sila.
Inuntog na ni Rox yung kanyang katawan dito, yung kanyang chance, pero di ba naman na kahit isa, yung kanyang Moonfall. But come upon si Heroic Speed para makababaon, pero Renzi will fall down. Cataclysm will be there. Pero roon na ang buhay dito ni Chewy and ni Rox as well. And Chewy will fall down. Kasabay ng buhay ni Trevor dito. Pumasok sa loob ni Laser ng ating base. At ang open natin dito, yung ating next point patay Baron buff. No, wala pala Baron buff. Pero no problem kasi meron tayong mga minions to finish the job and end this game.
Imaginary Baron buff na lang. GG Spear. Kung magbaga, kaya naman tapusin Hindi I mean, I think talagang sa draft pa lang. Again, binanggit din naman natin during the draft itself. Parang may disconnect nga. Yes, maganda yung concept na you have a Gragas, you have a Jarvan, pero ang hirap kasi execute ng play na yun knowing the fact na okay, i-stop lang ng Team Oasis Gaming yan na mangyari, na ma-pull off nyo yung gusto nyo gawin. Mamba out ba kayo or magsiset-up ba kayo? But then again, Oasis Gaming, I think na-capitalize nila yung Diana doon. And at the same time, yung mga set ni set. Pinag-usapan natin kanina, ang daming setter. And with all those setters, free hit lang din talaga itong si Demon Kai.
Free hit talaga indeed. Pili ko talaga naging very efficient sa kanila yung pagkakaroon ng Rakan Rakan and Edap also performing very well in this game. And sila also winning the top lane, no? Instead of Azar. Hindi siya nakabawi kasi bumawi talaga si Cecilia. Hindi na nakapag-priority dito. Itong si Trevor sa top lane.
Nakakita na naman tayo ng Moonfall dito. And sometimes kung hindi man matapos yung Moonfall, it contributes a lot of damage. Ganda rin ang itemization dito na ginawa, of course, nitong si Ida, with the Crystalline Reflector, para nga naman ma-stop dito yung mga AD damage, AD na damage pa, diba? Attack damage coming from the Corki, that's
lahat kasi sila AD
lahat kasi sila AD diba? So, kumaga, sige, AD damage kayo, reflect ko lang kayo with the magic damage naman, which is pwede na bayad kasi nagkaroon nga ng Rabadon's Death Cups din. Death Cup, itong si Ida. And, ayun, I think, talagang stasis malala lang din no? Sakaling mayaya tarp na
Buti hindi nag-proc yung pala dito, no? Yung passive ni Akshan. Kasi kung nagkakataon, revive midget talaga, mabubuhay sila doon. But yeah, in a lot of situations, nasa-juggle talaga na maayos ng Oasis Gaming. And they are on a different form right now. after this game. Talagang naipakita nila ngayon na talagang on point yung kanilang nagiging play sa laban dito. Imagine being able to defeat Team Secret once again. They made it once again. Talagang solid yung ginawa nilang performance dito. And Edaf, Dragon, feeling ko either of these two players is going to be the player of the game. Edaf talaga yan. 8.0, 23,305 damage. Ang sakit niya na 980. Yung kanyang gold per minute and 84% kill participation.
Pinakakompleto pala siya ng item. Hindi nga, di na sure slot ba siya doon? Hindi ko napansin na parang hanggang doon lang sa Ramadan Death Caps yung nakita ko. Pero
mabilis na
sa bagay. Kasi dami nilang nakuha eh. Grabe, nagwawala. Baga nag-shopping spree, bigla. Itong si Ida, nakakuha ng sahod. Pinambili na mga ganito, Guardian Angel ka na, may stasis ka pa. O diba, bayad na bayad. And Roa as well for the sustain. And I guess, well, we mentioned Ida so many times from that game. And I think he just deserves that low prepaid player of the game na mataas din naman yung kill participation.
Yeah, and actually having Renzi on their team, Oasis Gaming, parang yung sinabi mo kanina, controlled aggression, it worked perfectly well sa laban na to para sa kanila, kung saan nakita natin syempre kung gaano din ka-effective itong si Renzi sa kanyang ginagawang pagbigay ng pressure, being able to use Olaf. Right now, alam mo naman na medyo mahirap ng masabing ma-utilize ng gusto, di ba? Having an Olaf, but overall, what a huge performance for Oasis Gaming and, contributing a lot every player of their team sa nangyaring laban natin dito sa ating Game 2, Game 3.
Yes, that's so true. But then again, kasi sa draft pa lang yung Team Secret na yung nag-adjust eh. Kita mo yung sila yung nag-react the moment na merong Olaf na nilabas.
Jarvan,
yung, itong Oasis. So, kumbaga, napareact sila with a Jarvan answer since na ba nila itong Camille. Pero kasi siguro magiging different story rin kung tinuloy lang nila yung gusto nilang gawin, which is yun nga, usually listen play talaga. If it worked well, why not use it again, di ba? So kumbaga, the moment na nag-react ka, talo ka. Pero yun nga, maganda pa rin naman yung attempts na pinakita ng Team Secret. It just so happen, mas lamang ang Team Oasis in terms of their planning sa draft ngayon at saka execution. But then again, 2-1 yung ating naging score. So I think overall talagang shaky pa rin itong mga nasa mid natin sa standings.
Talagang magandang laban kasi overall it's a one-sided game. Even yung ating Game 1 and Game 2, not a one-sided game. There's a lot of situations that Team Secret, sila ba mananalo dito? Oasis Gaming, sila ba makakabawi? And the results shows, syempre Oasis Gaming with a 2-1, sila ang nanalo mga kaibigan. That's just the Series 2. I am Gigi Sphere, kasama syempre si Kaisaya. Pabalik namin, panelist muna tayo. After nyan, Game 3 tayo afterwards. That's Cerebrum Esports versus Sunsparks. We'll be right back after a few minute break.
Bright as the sun in your eyes, feeling alright, I can't shine. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake out the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above.
Welcome back to the WCS PH. You know, we mentioned that Oasis Gaming was in need of that big W to close out the WCS, and we have it here. They take the series versus Team Secret with a 2-1. My goodness, let's jump into our series highlights over here. And Infinity, thank you for throwing to yourself. I think you were just mentioned in the panel. In fact, you're part of this over here. But Autolus, I'm going to throw it to you first because there's a lot to unpack here on both sides, of course, of Oasis Gaming and on Team Secret.
I love that we highlighted the Baron laners. Esela stood his ground against Azar and just proven that when his name is called upon, he will turn into a Superman. And you can see it in this play. This is a wonderful three-man play or three-man catch by Esela. Then again, we saw the Yasuo, the Jhin being picked twice, no wins as of yet, and another history was made. Ladies and gentlemen, Akshan was 7 wins with 0 loss up until today, up until game number 3. And Tatsuri decided that, you know what, that's not gonna happen anymore. Akshan finally suffered his first loss. And again, at the end of the day though, kudos to Oasis. I know that they have their sights already for playoffs, and this is more of a momentum builder than anything. And I believe that this is already a statement by itself, because getting a 2-0 over Team Secret means that they could still be a scary foe come playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this series made it so that we have like 2 histories repeated today from the first round robin over the past few weeks of WCS Philippines, and it's such a great thing to see. And especially as you stated a while ago, how Esela played that from game number 1. In game number 2, not that fantastic because of the punish of Trevor and Azar that early game, but in that game 3, it was back to how Esela has performed from that game number 1. And on top of all that, it was just a lot of these CCs coming in from Oasis Gaming that enabled them to win on those team fights against TS.
Yeah, and I think, you know, of course, there's a big question, of course, of whether, you know, Oasis Gaming, they suffered a few number of losses in a row. And I think, you know, if you compare as to who needed this win a lot more, I actually would think that it is Oasis Gaming that needed this a lot more, just in order to get that confidence boost once again into the playoffs again. Yes, I know. Hi, Team Secret.
Team
I'm waving at you.
Team Secret!
I'm waving at you.
Also, because now they don't have any access to number 2. They are currently locked at number 4, and I believe there's a space still for them to get number 3 if UDG wins over FLA, which is a tough task if we are going to look back what happened yesterday.
I think that, like, you know what, come playoffs, that's when, you know, Team Secret, I feel like, will be back with a vengeance.
Okay.
Oh no, I know, I just cursed them. Oh no, okay, you know what, I take it back. You know what, never mind. I don't want to say anything anymore. Weird things happen when I say stuff against Team Secret. I'm just gonna not anymore. I'm gonna save it for next week. In the meantime, though, we do have Oasis Gaming back on the panel with an interview, and I believe it will be Edap speaking on behalf of the team. So let's bring them on over here. We've missed them. It's been quite a while since we've seen them back here. Hello, guys. Hi guys, welcome back and congratulations on your win. Hello to everybody there. Edap, congratulations.
Thank you.
I actually have a bit of a lightning round for you guys. So I'm gonna throw this to Autolus first. And I'm gonna ask my questions later.
Okay, sige. Playoffs implication na tayo, pare. Currently, I have confirmed with League Operations, specifically kay Boss Dix, na you guys are locked sa number 6, which means na makakatapat niyo for the first round will be the number 3 team. Ngayon, dun sa number 3 team na yun, I think dalawa na lang yung posible niyo makakatapat dun eh. It's either Team Secret. Actually, Team Secret, pwede pa sila mag-number 3 kasi may head-to-head pa sila over. Actually, sige, padaliin lang natin. Dun sa tatlo, ES, FLA, or GS, sino yung gusto niyo mag-number 3?
Mag-number 3 po.
Sino yung gusto nyo mag-number
sa akin
3
po,
na
ano,
mga tapat nyo?
Ako po, Fennel po. Gusto ko po namin makalaban.
Fennel?
Kasi po,
Okay.
favorite po namin sila kalaban. Hindi kasi po, para maganda po kasi sila kalaban lagi. Yun.
Okay. So, Fennel ang pick ni Edaf. So, tingnan natin kung magna-number 3 sila mamaya after everything is well and said or well and done. Infinity.
Yeah. Well, for me, I don't have any questions, but that was such an amazing play there, especially with Diana and congratulations on the win against Team Secret, and best of luck in the playoffs.
Thank you po, thank you.
All right. So, Edaf, I'm gonna ask you a few questions, and this is just to get you to know your whole team better. So, yung sagot mo lang is basically just yung pangalan ng mga teammates mo, kung sino man yung fit sa description na ito. So, first, sino yung unang matulog sa team?
Si Renzi po.
Oh! Early pala matulog
Si Renzi po or yung separate. Apo, dalawa po. Dalawang jungle po namin.
Bakit parang even though, yung mga ibang teams bakit parang yung jungle palagi yung unang matutulog? Maybe there's something there.
Wala na natulog.
So, sino yung pinakamagaling magluto?
Wala po eh. Puro po order kami dito eh. Wala po nagluluto sa akin. Puro corn beef lang ata niluto nyo nakaraan, boy. Sa puro makdo po yung jungle namin.
So, sino yung pinakamatakaw sa inyo?
Matakaw po. Si Renzel po, pinakamatakaw yung top po namin. Gabi po yan kumain. Tapos mag-gym po yan after.
Wow. Okay, so bawi naman. Nababawi naman.
Binabawi niya naman po sa gym.
So, kung maghihiram ka ng pera, sino yung una sa team na lalapitan mo?
Si Renzi po ako.
Wow!
Ano po si Renzi? Grabe po yan. Paldo po yan si Renzi.
Manager Renzi. Let's go.
So, sino yung mas madalas nagpapalibre sa team?
Si Renzel po. Wala po. Ako po minsan. Kaso, wala po nalilibre dito eh. Kanya-kanya po kayong buhay.
Wow! And sino usually yung pinakamatagal sa banyo?
Si Renzel po ulit. Saura po. 1 hour po yan siya. Pero si Renzel. Pero totoo po yan. Si Renzel po marami sa kuya.
Ang dami palang award ni Renzel. Well, thank you, Edaf. Do you have any shout-outs that you would like to give for you, maybe all of the supporters of Oasis Gaming?
Shoutout po sa boss po ulit namin, kay Boss Ara po. Salamat po sa pagkupo po sa amin dito, lagi ko po sinasabi. Tapos po shoutout po sa sa mga supporter po namin. Sa mga naniniwala po sa amin, papakita po namin sa playoffs na kaya po namin mag-champion. Abangan niyo po kami sa playoffs. Thank you po.
Thank you so much, Edaf. And the rest of Oasis Gaming, we are looking forward to seeing you guys at the playoffs and the rest of your matches.
Thank you po, thank you. Bye-bye po.
Bye-bye! I love it. I love that there's a trend. Did you notice that? Whenever I ask the question of who sleeps early, usually yung junglers. Interesting.
Kasi, di ba? Like, sa jungle, kailangan mong magising maaga to get the early worm.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You have to be the early bird. Okay.
Ganun pala. And anyway, let's take a look at actually our standings check right now. So right now, it looks like Team Secret has that 4th spot. Am I right, Oculus?
Yes. Currently at number 4, things could still change because then again, we remember that Team Secret has the upper hand over Fennel Adversity. Fennel Adversity, meanwhile, has the upper hand against Grindsky. So still, I would double check that, especially since we have one series before the culminating act, I would say, or the graduation act. So, yeah, exciting times.
And so again, we have to stay tuned until the very, very end, until our featured match of the day, which will be between Team Underground and Fennel Adversity. But first, we do have our 3rd series of the day, and it will be between Cerebrum Wildrift versus Sunsparks. Now, this is again, I love Cerebrum Wildrift just because you have unexpected things happen that come out of matches with this team, right? I don't think anybody was ever expecting an Annie pick. Moreover, an Annie win in the WCS right now, but odd lose. It happened yesterday, and it happened because of Cerebrum Wildrift.
I believe that Annie actually is more. I would say that Annie has spots in where it will be very effective or more effective. Because then again, if you look at the kit of Annie, it shouts early game that could still snowball the game into your favor, right? Now you have an Orianna that actually almost does the same thing. Orianna has an ultimate that is shockwave oriented or AoE oriented, and that's the same kit as the Annie, right? You have the Tibbers that could deal massive amount of damage, only better in the early game. Now, I was actually looking at the drafts earlier and was looking specifically at Grindsky and where they drafted Ezreal and Orianna, and I do understand that you just want to go for full scaling, but I believe that WCSPH teams could really punish those heavy scaling composition at the moment because of how fast we play. And so that's where Annie comes in. Annie basically would transition your early game into a late game and is still a threat come late game. I know Annie is easily telegraphed because without the summoner spells, Annie is basically a stun bot or anything. But if there is a team that can really make it work, it's the team that really groups as 5 as early as 4 minutes. Right? So Cerebrum, Wildrift, Fago, Zappy, Ivalice, How, and Fleur again. When it comes to Wildrift experience, especially in the pro scene, this is the most rookie team that we have, right? A lot of the teams or a lot of the viewers expected them to go number 8, but against all odds, they are at number 7 and was really close in at least securing a playoff spot. One thing to highlight, of course, is your favorite player, Mika. If I have Orthros as the president, if I am the president of the fans club of Orthros, I believe you are in the running
Floor
candidate.
fan club.
Yeah, Floor fan
Floor
club.
fan club.
Yeah, how about that? I nominate you as the president of Floor Fan Club. And yesterday we did interview Floor. Very, very jolly guy. And I would say that his personality alone was able to give it lightens up the mood for everyone. They did say multiple times that this is a non-bearing game and they will just go out with a bang. They went out with a bang yesterday, and I expect them to do the same. Look at that numbers. Look at those numbers. Average kill participation of 82%. Out of 10 kills, 8 of them you participated. That just goes to show that Fleur is a very effective support. And this is a team that I will closely look at, especially in the succeeding tournaments that we will have. Possibly next year, this Cerebrum Wildrift that we're looking at will be part of the playoffs already.
Definitely. I would love to see this team, going into the future of Wildrift Esports because they are so interesting. I love their dynamic, and I am so jealous that you guys got to interview Fleur yesterday because I was waiting for that moment. Hopefully it happens today, but on the other side, of course, we still have Sunsparks, and they've managed to take off. They have had those brilliant moments where they managed to take off games off of Grindsky, Oasis, even Team Underground, and they have won a series versus Team Secret. But Infinity, this has definitely been the team that has been struggling the most here at the WCS.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the win against UDG in one game was yesterday, right? Wherein they played the Kazakhs, Camille, Jace, Lux, and the set, which was fantastic from the side of Sunsparks. And Ace, as a jungler, I believe, is one of the only junglers that is utilizing this tanky utility type of jungle to be able to provide for his team a lot of these engages, a lot of these utilities for the rest of the crew to be able to scale, to be able to match up with the pace of the opposing team. So definitely someone that we need to watch. And on top of all that as well, with solo highlight, we also have Amjad, the support of Sunsparks here to match up against Floor, as we're seeing his champions quite flexible, and Amjan is only the support player that brought out the Blitzcrank, and it was his debut in the WCS Philippines. So a lot of flexibility on the line here, and how Amjan plays it is bringing out this untraditional picks to be able to support for his team, but in the same time, just throw off his opposing matchup in the duel lane. So a lot of flexibility, which is something that is a highlight for MGen here as a support.
And I think that's why our head-to-head is going to be Floor versus MJan. This is going to be a very interesting one, right? Because you have Floor, who has been a standout support, like overall and everything. You have MJan as well, who did make that, that incredible mark on us with that, suddenly bringing out the Blitzcrank play, which was such a memorable moment for Sunsparks and definitely one of their highlights. So like Autolus, how is this gonna go down right here? We have Floor versus MGen, and it looks like it's gonna be a very interesting one, especially with the types of champs that they can bring out.
Yeah, I just hope the MGen will go full kamikaze and go for the Blitzcrank, because there's a mini rework that was done on the Blitzcrank and allows him to make more plays. As for Floor, I expect her to, still go with her comfort picks. Yesterday we saw how controlling her champions are. Rakan, Lux, Leona. There's a lot of champions that Floor could play. Meanwhile, MGen could spice things up with unorthodox picks like the Sona, like the Cerebrum. So we're looking at two very different supports, but with one agenda in mind, which is to take the victory.
Yeah, and I like how you mentioned about the Blitzcrank, and that is really something I was looking for, because like he has more speed now with the rework on the Blitzcrank and with a buff that has came through. So it's such a great rework for MGen if he wants to pick that specific champion. And with what you stated, these two players have quite a significant difference when it comes to their champion pool, with MGen going for the untraditional and for going in for the Galio, the Lux, the Thresh picks here for CE. So I'm really excited with this head-to-head matchup.
The road is basically, and the way is paved for MGen to just pick the Blitzcrank. It's like, go on. It's like, this is your moment. This is your time to shine over here. The stars have aligned and everything is in the right place for this player to bring out one of his best champions. But we're gonna see. I mean, if Cerebrum, Wildrift, of course, are using those big brains, they may just ban it out if they feel like MGen is going in that direction. Now, of course, we're gonna go into our predictions for the day. And Infinity, I'm gonna start with you. We have been just X'd in all of our predictions so far, but Infinity, maybe you're the lucky one here.
Yeah, we'll see about that. But my prediction would be towards Cerebrum Esports, as they proved a phenomenal game yesterday up against RRQ. So I'm looking forward to see on how they would battle it out against SS.
Autolus?
I'll go for Cerebrum just because of how they play. I think that they will still get the better of things and will solidify themselves as the 7th best team here in the Philippines.
I will also go for a Cerebrum Wildrift, and I know, by the way, that the fans over in the PPGL Discord server mentioned that like a lot of them are for Sunsparks right now, so it's gonna be interesting indeed. Panel over here says Cerebrum Wildrift is gonna take this. I definitely agree with you, Infinity. I think they're riding on that high versus RRQ, definitely one of the heavy hitters here. So the fact that you can take a series off of them definitely means something, and I think it really does speak to the potential of this team. But again, Sunsparks, if they do get that spark, sometimes they can really catch everybody off guard. So we are going to be, it's going to be an interesting third series for sure. Of course, we know that these two teams, this is basically their swan song. So they'll definitely bring out everything that they've got in this series. And that's going to make it an interesting one to watch indeed. And our panel consequence for the day, by the way, because we have been doing terribly today, is to draw. At first, it was to draw the team secret eye on your forehead during the post show. We're gonna change it to like any logo. We're gonna pick a team and maybe have any logo. I think maybe if the team secret eye is a little too ambitious for something, we might go for something a little easier. I don't know, but looking at the logos of all of the teams right now, it's like, wow, everything's so complicated. I am not a gifted artist, so I'm gonna say I'm gonna have a hard time regardless. But I'm so game anyway. I think like after like that series, I owe Team Secrets. I'm probably gonna stick with Team Secret on my head. I'm already accepting my fate. That I'm not doing well with the predictions, so I'm probably gonna have a drawing on my head anyway. And Infinity, are you gonna be with us for the last panel?
Yeah,
I
I'm
hope
gonna
so.
be with you guys for this
I
series and the next
I
one.
wanna see a drawing on your forehead for sure.
I gotta
And
find
you,
a marker for that.
yeah. You can find a marker. And of course we can pick any. I mean, like looking at the logos here. I would think Fennel Adversity is also interesting. I mean, it's like triangle flags. That could be a little easy if you can't draw that. I'm gonna be a little ambitious and try the artwork that is the Team Secret Eye though. But of course, that will be for our post show after our last series. We're not quite there because we are on to our third series, our swan song for Cerebrum Wildrift and Sunsparks. Casters, over to you guys.
Let's go nga naman ang sigaw namin kanina dito bago pa tayo mag-live. Kami nagbabalik para sa third series dito sa WCS Week 5, Day 2, and the last, probably the last na paghaharap ng Cerebrum Esports at ng Sunsparks dito nga sa ating WCS. Kami magiging shoutcaster nyo, si Yasumi, kasama ko dito, si paring Osiris. What's good, parang Osiris?
What's good? Ayun, gusto ko lang sabihin na ang cute ng iyong kadamitan ngayon, mga
Mas cute ka.
meng-meng.
Ang
Ako,
init,
hindi ako.
pre! Dapat magko-coat talaga ako, pero napakainit.
Okay lang yan. Maganda,
Makatunaw
maganda.
tao.
Suabe. Feeling ko,
Parehas
pa-aircon
kami
ka na
ni
yung
Rico,
centralize eh. Oo, si Rico may
Twinning.
ganyan ding pusa din.
Yepi.
Alam mo naman, mostly sa casters, pusa person talaga. Pero yun na nga, usapang pusa, parang cat and mouse ang magiging bakbakan natin dito. Dahil nga yung ating dalawang teams na medyo nandoon sa bandang ibaba, magkakaalaman muli. And alam mo naman, itong Sunsparks at saka CE, meron pa silang gustong patunayan. Kumbaga, hindi pa tapos ang laban hanggat meron pang bakbakan. Go lang ng go. At syempre, doon natin na tunghayaan yung mga laban kahapon na kahit itong Cerebrum nagawa makakuha ng isang score, no? And wala na patumpik-tumpik pa. Talagang andito na kaagad tong dalawang team natin para sa malupitang draft. At syempre, sa laki ng patch, Madam Yasu, ano bang ine-expect mong lalabas dito sa Sunsparks at saka sa Cerebrum?
Madami. Bagong mga champion. And feeling ko kasi talaga, each and every team, no, hindi lang Sunsparks, Cerebrum, hindi pa sila fully nakaka-adapt sa bagong patch natin, no. And ang nakakatuwa pa doon, paring Osay, di ba? Ito pa lang yun, in the bininging pa lang ng bagong patch natin. Kasi may mas malaki eh. May mas malaki pang patch. Imagine, medyo pumasok ka ng WCS, in the middle ng WCS, biglang nagbigay ng patch. Tapos, sa mga susunod pa, meron na namang mas malaking patch na kailangan din nilang mag-adjust, most likely. Pero as of now, since ang konti lang, ang liit lang nung window ng opportunity para makapag-practice sila for the current patch right now, nakikita pa din natin same champions almost, even though may mga ibang nag-a-attempt na naglalabas ng ibang champion dito, just like Jean and the Annie, di ba? So far, napapagana naman nila, well, except the Jean, no? And maybe sa pubs, kaya Jean. Pero Annie kahapon, I heard, medyo palong-palo, no?
Meron. Oo, medyo si Kuya Ivalis na naalis sa top lane. Napunta dito sa mid lane at si Pego naman ang ating naging Baron laner. And it seems like na nag-work well yung kanilang ganong klaseng ng dynamics. And nakita na rin natin yun sa RRQ, no?
Switch role.
Talagang, kayang-kaya talaga nila. Alam nila kung paano i-maximize yung ganong klase na lineup. To the point na nagawa rin nilang butasan itong RRQ. Pero dito na nga sa ating draft, naging priority pa rin si Kuya Seth at nakita natin sa mga consecutive matches natin. Oo, same old.
Yeah.
At syempre, Lucian. Alam mo yan, ang pinakakakaiba lang na talaga na ipasok ngayon is Jane at yung mga Yasu, Master Yi. Pero parang so far, wala pa eh. Hindi pa sila yung tipong pina-first pick. Andun pa rin tayo
Hindi
sa
pa
part
plakado, no?
Oo, ang first pick pa rin is si Kuya Seth. And kung papansinin nga natin, wala ring Jace dito. At si Sunsparks naman, wala rin silang ikatlong ban.
Ang dami nawawala.
Ang tapang
Parang Osiris, wala pang ang daming impisa pa lang, ang dami nang nawawala, no? Pero, ang wala lang na gusto ko yung nagwawala sa may mismong
pala
rift
yun. Grabe
natin.
naman.
Dapat kasi,
Oo.
kahit na nasa bottom 2 sila, no chance to proceed dun sa ating playoffs, no? Hanggat may ring, may suntukan pa. Hanggat open pa. Di ba? Ayos ba yun?
Basta,
Kailangan nilaban mo pa
sabi nga
din.
nila Oo. Yun, sabi nga nila, wag nang hanapin ng wala, di ba? So, syempre, ang pinakahanapin natin, yun nagwawala. So, ngayon, ayun, natanggal na yung
Natanggal
Jace.
si Jace. Hindi nila pinrayo si Jace, no? Actually, Jace is a really good champion this WCS. Napatunayan naman natin yan na ang daming daming beses na na-pick dito si Jace. Ang daming beses din na naban itong si Jace na to the point na mataas din yung mga teams na pumuha ng Jace dito. Mataas yung win rate ng isang Jace dito sa ating WCS. And it's surprising lang, no, na nakarating pa ng second banning phase itong si Jace at saka pa lang siya naban. Pero we'll see, dalawang team na to, I don't think na nag-Jace sila dito. Di gaya nung ibang mga teams natin na currently na nasa top rankings natin, no? So, kumbaga, ito kasi dalawang team na to, paring Osay, naglalaro na lang sila sa mga comfort champions nila, sa mga comfort drops nila. Hindi sila yung parang nagpapasway, ito yung meta natin, so we have to do this and that. So, sa kakagawa nila ng do this and that, nung mga biningging ng ating WCS dito, struggle sila. Ngayon, naglalaro na lang sila kung saan sila komportable, kaya nakakabawi sila kahit papano. Especially si Cerebrum,
Oo. And Cerebrum, sila yung talagang merong tsansa, no? Yung Cerebrum na sila yung may tsansang magpakita ng mga kakaibang picks. At itong Sunsparks, ini-expect natin sana Blitz kaso wala, di ba? So, ibig sabihin, ang Sunsparks ngayon, todo pasok. At papansinin mo, Madam Yasu, double magic. Double AP mage na makikita natin dito. Habang dito naman sa Cerebrum, totally tinanggal nila si How sa larong ito. Tinanggal yung Lux, tinanggal yung Morgana, kinuha yung Ziggs. Pinaka pwede lang niyang gamitin is si Kuya Brand. Pero parang, sabi, change of plans tayo. Tingnan natin kung si Ibalis nga ba ang gagamit ng Ari o pwedeng si How sa kanyang Dragon Lane. Maiba man lang o is it gonna be talaga How on that marksman again.
Yeah, on that
Pero ang
Graves.
maganda dito sa CE, meron silang Camille, meron silang panghuli, Hextech Ultimatum, at saka pag nagkagulo na, pag away-away-away na to, pwede mong lapagan na explosive cast for
sabi ko na kay Zaupi.
Disengage. At
Alam mo,
kay Zaupi
paring
pala.
Osay, si Camille, mataas sa, ano na yan, nasa history na yan. Mas mataas ang steal chance ng isang Camille kumpara sa isang Lee Sin, kumpara sa, Kha'Zix, no? And, lalo na kay Zaupi. Recently, napansin ko din kay Zaupi, Mr. Steal Your Girl din to Mr. Steal Your Dragon pala. Etong si pare niyong Zaupi, whether be it nasa Kha'Zix siya or maybe on that Camille, no? Makikita natin yan. And let's see nga, no? Kasi etong si Graves nilagay sa may top lane. Pero kanina pa natin pinag-uusapan yung Cerebrum dito. Yes, they have the chance, good composition, and mataas yung chance ng pag-steal nila. For the Sunsparks kasi, meron silang Diana. Diba? Ito naman tayo sa Diana. Hindi ako Diana hater. It's just that kapag kasi Diana lang. Kapag si Diana lang kasi, yung soul na solely na nag-i-intro sa inyo for the team fight, medyo egul. So, I could say na maganda din yung drop dito ng Sunsparks despite having the Diana kasi meron silang Rakan, pre. So, kailangan sa isang Diana, meron kang taga-intro na, kunyari, mag-grand entrance. Pero ito,
grabe naman
sa
itong
may
dalawang
top lane, no?
Sige,
Grabe si Pego.
barilin mo.
Binaril niya,
masyado
men.
makulit.
Pinuputuhan sa
pinilit
mukha,
ganyan
men. Dito si Nasjo, sabi niya, ano ba? Gunfight to, wala kang barrel.
Wala ka maulang. Ganyan kalakas si Kuya Pego. And nakita naman natin na yung mid lane nga, nabanggit mo yung Diana, medyo alanganin din. Kasi alam mo ba, itong Ari, alam ko, pagkakausap namin sa PPGL Fans Boys Room, wala pa daw itong talo.
Yung Ari, no? Diba? Minsan lang lumabas, pero pagka lumabas, nako po, lista mo na, gano'n.
Nakakatakot. Lalo na kung pagkamataba yan at lumabas bigla. Sigurado, may kaya top chiwap doon sa pinakalikod. And alam mo naman si Consi, playing on the Ziggs, 3 ang Fox Rush, isa lang ang sa Chill. So gaano mo poprotektahan si Consi Lord Consi kung biglang pasukin siya ng isang assassin?
Yeah, tama ka doon. And pinag-usapan na nga din natin si Consi, no? Medyo nabully sila sa may bottom lane. Well, looking at the champions, so nasa bottom lane ngayon. Pero meanwhile, top lane muna tayo kasi nandito itong si Ace sa may top lane. And mukhang kinakanta nila dito si Pego. Kaso, ang sakit nun! Ang sakit nun, Nerf!
Na-ignite pala!
Na-ignite, tapos nasabugan pa. Parang hindi naman
End
baril
of
yung
line.
hawak ni paring Pego. Kanyon eh.
Oo, pinutukan sa mukha eh.
Oo, pre.
Oo, kita mo yung sakto.
Kita ko, men.
Sakto yung talon. Yung talon ni Kuya Eka. Eka lang muna. Tumakto dun sa end of line. Kaya nga siya end of line eh. Dulo siya ng linya. At na-absorb niya yung damage nung pagputok. At syempre,
kaso medyo malalim si Kuya yung Pego dito. Nandito na ulit itong si Ace. The Revenge of the Fallen nga naman. And ano lang, no? Bakit ang deep pa rin ni Pego at that point? Diba? I think medyo na sarapan kay Nasjo kasi low health yung buhay ni Nasjo dito. Pero hindi niya na-consider na pabalik na itong si Ace.
Masyado nga parang hindi niya kinonsider na pwede siyang balikan lalo pat ginamit yung resources niya after niyang may pagputukan doon. Sumagad pa siya ng todo kay Nasjo. And syempre, napakagandang bait dahil nga merong haymaker.
Naku po. Eto na, bisita
dito,
neto ni Saufi, tactical sweep po. Hextech ultimatum, may explosive gas ka, saan ka pupunta? Sabay pinagpipiw-piw dito ni Kuya nyo. How are you gonna escape para kay Mjan? Mjan, babagsak na din. And CE, look at that! Nung mahakot sila dito, somehow ng kill for the side ng Cerebrum Esports.
Disiplinado, no? Nakita natin kung paano nila ginagil, kung paano nila nilayer yung kanilang CC. Remember, Hextech Ultimatum na may kasama Explosive Cask? Parang anong nangyari? Para tayo nakakita ng Hextech Ultimatum na may kasamang Mega Inferno Bomb sa kamay na Explosive Cask. And recently, itong si Fleur, on point siyang gumamit dito kay Kuya Gragas. And talagang doon pa lang sa unang dunk ng Cerebrum, bawing-bawi talaga sila para sa kanilang bot lane and how is really performing well with a 2-0.
Yeah, pero ito dito naman tayo sa may middle lane. Binandol ng Qeon itong si Kuya nyo Hayes. Pero nakapag-flash out pa rin naman siya into safety touchdown doon sa may fruit, sa may gilid-gilid. Si Mjan, re-respo sana siya kaso it's too late to apologize na. Deward na lang muna dahil meron na tayong first objectives. Referral and the Dragon. Pero nasa taas si Zaupi sa ngayon at mukhang minamatahan ng Sunsparks naman yung Dragon natin as of now.
Yan, nakita mo na nga dito kung paano nagiging agresibo ang Cerebrum. Dahil nga meron ng Dragon at meron na ring Rift Herald, kailangan na nila mamili kung sino nga ba, kung Serum bang rumaragas ang chan. Pero sinisimulan na dito at may laban.
Niragasa nga dito itong mga Sunsparks na gusto lang naman pumusisyon on that Rift Herald. Sunsparks, gusto nilang talagang taliwas kung saan yung kinuha dito ng Cerebrum Esports na objective. Pero feeling ko maabutan pa rin sila. Pero after all, hindi nila kinuha dito yung Referral kasi si Pego yung nakita dito ng Sunsparks. Pre, parang nakikita ko na naman yung sakit ng Sunsparks dito. Pero explosive gas para kay Nasjo na na-push back siya. Sabay binulag ng smoke. Pero still, Nasjo is still alive. And Cerebrum Esports, sila pa nga yung una makakaposisyon dito ngayon sa may referral natin. Dakaling, walang tinamaan, medyo nasaktan. Etong si Kuya nyo Nasjo, sabay uwi. Tapos meron pang scatter na nakuha dito yung side ng Cerebrum Esports habang binabox out ni ating yung Fleur, yung the rest of the members ng Sunsparks dito. Pre, where's the isolation? Isolation, nako po.
Wala, hindi mo sila maka-isolate.
Hindi makaposition.
Oo, hindi nga kasi yung problema doon, manamyaso Nakita natin dito si Kuya Nasjo, siya yung sinubukang pasukin. And kailangan nilang itakas, kailangan nilang gamitin yung resources nila. At si Kuya Mjan, yung ating initiator, kailangan din umatras. And that zones, pops open doon na hindi kayang sabayan ni Kuya Ace yung potential na damage na ilalagay ng Cerebrum. Habang itong si Kuya Nasjo at si Kuya Pego, tuloy-tuloy lang sa pagbakbakan.
Yeah, sarap talaga ng mangga air. Pero anyway.
Parang sarap nga ng kain mo doon
Oo, sarap na. Mangga-mangga muna bago magka-size ba yun. Pero ito dito tayo sa balik tayo sa game natin. No? So, Sunsparks dito. Back to farming. Wala pa naman tayo makukuha ang objective as of now. Pero ito, speaking of objective, ito ang nasa mata ngayon na sign ng Cerebrum. May kasama ng Moonfall, pero after the Moonfall, after that, wala na siya din. Bumagsak man ang buwan. Pero siya pala talaga ang tunay na bagsakan.
Ayun na nga ang mahirap doon, no? Na Apollo
Naku po,
13.
bakit ka
isa
nandyan?
pa,
may nakita na bubuwit doon sa may gilid-gilid. Pero buhay pa na naman doon itong si Consi. Kaya, mamba-out lang muna. Pero parang GG gusto ko kasing... Ay, GG.
GG Osiris.
Parang Osay. Nasanay ako kasi si GG lagi yung
Ngayon lang tayo
kapartner ko
nagkasama
pagka ganitong gabi na eh.
Good vibes.
So parang Osay, no? Naka-hull-breaker na kasi itong si Pego. So, pwede siyang humiwalay dito at mag-split push. Actually, hindi pa bumababa itong si Pego eh. Nandun na siya nakastay at the top lane pero nakaling para lang ma-prevent yung TP coming from the Sunsparks. Kaso hindi niya din naman napatay. Pero buy time yun, sir.
Oo, buy time nga talaga dahil nga gusto nila i-pressure yung mga lanes. At napansin ko yung pagiging hater mo sa Diana. Hindi, joke lang. Hindi naman hater.
Hindi nga hater, condition lang, may conditions.
Oo, may condition. And nakikita natin na may point ka doon sa pagiging conditional mo. And tignan mo, hirap na hirap si Kuya Hayes dahil nga yung kanyang Rod of Ages mamaya pa yan around 9 minutes and 30 pa talaga mamamaximize yan and with that series of slowdown nakakuha ng big momentum itong CE. Remember meron na silang 4 kills at they are currently sitting on a 5k gold lead habang si How nakapwesto. Paano kaya lalabas at ito?
Ayan na nga, grand entrance hindi tumama dito pero tumama yung baldog ng tiyan dito ni Fleur pero yung Moonfall, dalawa yung tinamaan, hindi nga lang masyado malaki yung impact pero nagduguan dito itong si Ivalice pero mas duguan si Mjan at saka si Hayes habang si Ace nandito na din to the rescue, low health itong si Fleur, hindi siya tinamaan ng MIB doon, isolation pero hindi na sila makakahabol pa for the side of Sunsparks and the same din naman sa Cerebrum dahil wala din naman nabawas sa kanila unless may mahuli ng exec yung si Mayton si Ace na nga natira dito sa may flash in para kay Consi, pinagsisipa at pinapakain ng paa with a tactical sweep, barrier will be used and yun na nga, Consi Balasi mukhang namatay na din sa kamay ng Cerebrum. And si Kuya Pego, 4 lang sila dun sa may bottom lane, ha? Well, 4 lang din naman yung Sunsparks, no? Kasi nandito si Nasjo trying to prevent etong si Pego. Kaso parang di naman, men. Kita mo yung health ng Torres sa top lane, pero hindi pa sila tapos sa bottom.
Grabe naman yung pinapakita dito ni Kuya Zaupi, no? Tingnan natin kung papasukin pa pero another backup na magagaling si Cerebrum at mukhang
dito na,
lilinisin
naka-reset
na
na sila. Yeah, medyo malalim yan. Pero pinag-laser explosive cast na untog sa pader sa by grand entrance para kay How. Si Mjan mukhang chuchumalangit na. And yun na nga, naiiwan din dito itong si Hayes. Isang baldog ng tiyan na naman mamaya pero may move pa siya dito sa may badang likod. Nakabalik pa si Hayes with the kill and na-shutdown naman nila dito. Itong si Kuya nyo, How. Buhay na buhay pa itong si Hayes, no? Because of the respo coming from Sunsparks. Pero speaking of respo, andito din si Zaupi. Pero currently, na nandito siya sa may dragon natin. Walang vision itong si Ace, they could use the Scryer's Bloom pero farm na lang muna, men. Raptors over Dragons.
Oo, wala. Hindi na nila kayang i-risk pa yung mga ganong klaseng play. Pero alam mo yun, madami aso sa dami na nagkaka-6. Nakikita ko, lagi nilang sinusubukan mag-steal lalo na yung mga ganyan situation na baka pwede pa nilang matamaan ng taste their fear. Pero syempre, ayaw na nila lalo pang mapalayo yung sitwasyon at tignan mo, hindi na umulit si Kuya Ace dito kay Kuya Pego kasi yung baril ni Pego may kasamang baygon.
May kasamang insect killer. Tama ka doon, pero execute ultimatum para sa nauna dito kay Mjan. And yung grand entrance nag-connect kay Zaupi na wala niyang jungler, men. Siyempre, nakuha na yan ng Sunsparks with a smite coming from Ace. Pero hinahabol na dito ng Cerebrum Esports. Yung natitira sa side ng Sunsparks nang galing sa likod nito si Ivalice with a cleanup ka. May kasama pang Protobell. Samantalang si Nacho na iwan sa likod. Nakinuyog ng tatlo with a double kill para nyo kay Kuya Fleur. Kay Ate Fleur pala. And Sunsparks though, nakakuha naman sila dito ng Rift Herald kapalit ng 2 buhay sa kanila.
Oh my, Fleur. Lalo na kung gaano kalupit yung ginawa nilang pagtaboy doon sa ibang miyembro ng Sunsparks. Yes, hindi man nakuha yung Rift Herald pero remember guys, sila ang nakalalamang dito sa push, sa tower. 4 na tower na ang tumutumba habang sa Sunsparks, ito wala pa silang nakukuha. So, kailangan talaga nilang pakinabangan itong Rift Herald kaso saan nila ilalapag. At syempre, hindi naman basta-basta magpapasira itong Cerebrum. So, pwede pa nilang bantayan. At ang mas nakakatakot dito, si Kuya Pego, bukod sa merong insecticide yung kanya mga bala, yung spray niya, meron na siyang Divine Sanderer.
Meron na din Divine Sanderer.
Bako na-achieve na siya. May True Grit ka na, meron ka pang Hull Breaker, at meron ka pang Divine Sunderer. Andun na
Yeah,
lahat,
pero
papasok pa.
piling-pili si M dyan. Mukhang mapapabagsak bago pa
nasa
makapag-moonfall
likod.
or rather makapag-run entrance. Pero patay na nga din dito si M dyan. Si Nasjo pumasok na din. Medyo makapal yung kanyang haymaker dito with the moonfall nag-connect. Kaso nga lang wala masyadong impact yan. Hinabol nila dito itong si How to fall down though. Pero si Hayes medyo may ipat yata dito sa dalawa. Naku, medyo low health. Nandito naman na bumalik ito si Kuya nyo Ivalis. Meron tayong charm na magkukonect with the double
grabe
kill
naman
na binigay
yun.
para dito kay Zaupi. And mukhang si Ace na nga lang yung natitira dito sa side ng Sunsparks. Tower Crab muna. May isolation. Pero si Pego, ayun, nagpupush lang sa may
Habats
bottom
lang.
lane. Pero tactical sweep, medyo maaga yung tactical neto ni Zaupi ha. Pwede niya sana mas low yun and then kill. And yun nga, nabuhay pa dito itong si Ace. Ang kapalit naman, dalawang tore ang bumagsak sa side ng Sunsparks.
Napakasipag naman magtrabaho dito ni Kuya Pego, no?
Oo,
Eh, nakita-ngita
Best
natin
hard
kung
worker.
best hard
Employee
worker.
of the
Parang
month.
yasumiyaw eh. Oo. And doon sa, kumbaga, wala pa tayo sa 15 at 30. Si Kuya Pego, sumasahod na. And
Boy, ang
puro
dami
Gucci-
nilang proto belt.
Puro Gucci belt nga ang suot nila
Gucci
dito.
belt
At
ako po.
another one.
Na charm. Hindi na
Another
nagising
one.
sa charm si Kuya nyo M dyan.
Isipin mo, madam, lahat sila naka-rocket belt. Ibig sabihin, go na go. Pero itong kabila, puro mga defensive, Stasis at
Yun
saka
na nga.
Gargoyle Stone Plate.
Yun na nga, defensive. Pero despite having this defensive enchants coming from the
Tatlong
Sunsparks
Ruin King,
dito, sila pa din yung natatalo pagdating sa team fight natin.
Oo, and wala eh. Medyo overwhelming yung damage dito. Over 9,999 yung lakas ng Cerebrum. And titignan mo yung items natin. Meron na ikatlo na barrel. Barrel ang dala dito ni Pego, pero ang espada niya dalawa. Ay hindi, dalawang axe, isang espada.
Dalawang axe, isang espada, men. Pero ito, baril na nga din ang hawak dito ni How with the calling na sumulid. Napakasakit nun, Haymaker. Kaso para na makapag-back siya, MIB, walang sumulid ha. Doon sa may MIB, napapushback naman nila dito yung Sunsparks, pero bunti ka na madali itong si Consi. And another Dragon na naman tayo. This will go uncontested na naman sa side ng Cerebrum Esports.
Sayang yun, madam, no? Yung MIB para naging IBM, nag-boot up yung PC dahil wala siyang na-target doon sa pwestong yun. Habang ito, ang Mountain Drake, sinisimulan na ng Cerebrum, walang chance ang Sunsparks para pumwesto.
Yeah, si Pego lang mag-isa lang dito pero hindi nila nagagawang patayin. Ngayon, nandito na si Zaupi. Sumama pa. Medyo nasasaktan dito si Hayes. Kalahati kong kanyang buhay doon. Pero nagagaling sa likod dito si Ivalis with a proto belt. And yung kanyang backfire, napatay na nga nila dito si Kuya nyo Consi. At mga susunod na itong si Nasjo. Another proto belt na naman. Nag-uula na ng mga belt. And napatay pa nga dahil nasunog. Si kaibigang Nasjo, pre.
Ayun na nga, yung mga ignite na yan. Si Ivalis naka-ignite kaya siguradong huli at may tulog. Pero mukhang di pa sila tapos, may bakbakan pa rin talaga.
Yeah, dakaling, walang tatamaan. Medyo,
Uy,
saan kayo pupunta? Explosive gas para sa tatlo. Sabay, pinasok na ni Zaupi dito. Mukhang gusto niya pa ng double kill or triple kill or even the Nexus, they can take that down. Para sa side ng Cerebrum Esports, nakikipaglaro pa dito. Uy, Stasis to dodge that Hextech ultimatum. But Ace and the gang coming from the side of Sunsparks, they will still be able to defend yung kanilang base somehow dahil magre-reset dito yung side ng Cerebrum Esports. Actually, men, they could end that. Pero nandito pa si Ivalis, pre! Ano sinasabi nyo, back?
Ayaw niya umalis.
Meron pa ako dito
Tigil-tigil.
pantakas. Hindi na siya naabutan dito ng kamao ni Nasjo. Hindi man lang nasabunutan yung buntot, men.
Oo, wala. Hindi man lang masyado na maliwanag eh. Hindi niya maabot. Kumbaga, maliwanag masyado, di na niya makita, pero nakakatakot na nga si Kuya Ivalis. Dahil nga, nasa 506 na siya at syempre Infinity Orb. Na kung saan, ayan, meron pa siyang papuntang void stop kung di ako nagkakamali. Kumbaga, ang sakit na nito. May bursty gaming na talaga itong si Kuya Ivalis. Habang ito naman si Kuya Zaupi, talagang nakuha na rin niya yung kanyang mga items at mas nakakatakot syempre si Kuya Pego. Dahil nga, kahit sabihin mong baril, ang binabala niya sa baril ay espada at syempre mas may critical pa dahil nga sa Infinity Edge. Push me to the edge. Yun na nga. All my friends are dead pag nagkataon na ma-solo siya dito.
Yeah, si Pego, men, parang si Zoro ng One Piece. Ayos ba yun? Napakadami niyang espada, pero hindi espada, may kasama pang axe at hammer. Ayos ba yun?
Guardian Angel na lang, madam, para Santorio na, no?
Dakaling,
teka
si
muna,
How. Solid, medyo masakit din yung dakaling, men. Kahit isang bala lang yung tumama sa'yo, parang FPJ. isang bala ka lang, aaray ka na agad. Pero ito Cerebrum Esports, minake sure lang talaga nila na kaya na nilang tapusin dito kasi kinuha nila yung Barod. And now Sunsparks, happy death ngayon sila dito dahil 5 kartilya yung nandito na may Barod pa. Pero yung kanyang facebreaker, parang wala na ba? Hexig Ultimatum, Explosive Gas will be there as well. Si Iblis nag-clean up sa may bandang likod na napabagsak nila dito. Itong si M-Chan, habang trabaho lang, walang personalan ang ginagawa dito ng marksman ng Cerebrum. And that will be the game dahil Cerebrum Esports, that's a dominating game, man.
Grabe naman yun. Napaka-convincing ang pinakita dito ng Cerebrum at saka lahat sila.
Cerebrum. Iba yung Cerberus.
Cerberus yung sinabi. Nagsama ko, pinag-combine, no? Pero hindi mo naman may kakaila kasi nga itong Cerebrum, parang naging Cerberus, no? Yung tatlong ulo ang siyang kumagat. Simula doon kay Kuya Pego, Ibalis, at saka kay How, talagang nakakatakot yung kanilang pinakita. Napaka-convincing na parang hindi sila, alam mo yun, parang hindi sila nagbago doon sa mga, kumbaga, nagbago sila, nag-step up sila, pero yung aggression na nakita natin, ayun, kasi yung Ignite na yun, may kasamang katol.
May kasamang katol.
Oo, galing yun sa atol, kaya nasunog si Kuya Ace. Ang daming insecticide na ni-ready. Itong Cerebrum, pero napakalupit ng kanilang juggle doon sa unang bakbakan. And actually, doon sa nakuha nilang advantage, their itemization, especially Pego, nung nakuha niya yung kill na yun against Nasjo, wala na unstoppable na. Kumbaga, nag-hullbreaker na siya for split push and etong ibang miyembro na lang ng Cerebrum yung nakikigulo.
Yeah, tama ka doon paring Osay, no? Nasjo, kahit anong gawin niya, hindi niya na mapigilan itong si Pego. At sinama niya pa nga kanina si Ace kanina. So, sila pa yung nadedoan ng isa. Sila pa yung namatayan ng isa dito. And the rest of the lane din kasi, from the side ng Cerebrum Esports, winning. Diba? Kahit hindi sumasama dito itong si Pego sa ating team fight, 4v4 actually din yung nangyari. Kasi si Nasjo, hindi niya din maiwan basta-basta itong si Pego. And si Kuya New Haze, actually nagtatry naman siya. Yes, the Moonfalls was there. Pero hindi ganun ka-impactful may mga impactful pero after that, siya din yung napapatay. Yes, nakaka-cheppy siya ng isa dito. Pero yung kita mo naman yung exchange, 1 kill for 4 deaths coming from the side ng Sunsparks. And the flanks din nga pala, no? Mind you, pare Osiris, Ivalis flanks. Di ba, Ari yan? Pero siya yung nagpa-flanks. Usually, nakikita ko nagpa-flank. Zed, Garner. Pero this time, we're gonna see an Ari na nagpa-flank.
Hinahanap na talaga dito si Kuya Konsi. At syempre, gusto ko rin i-kudos dito si Madam Fleur dahil nga ginamit yung observation namin. Parang
ang ganda din mga explosive cast, man.
Oo, napaka-explosive. And at that point na nakuha niya yung mga ganong setup, napadali na yung pag-flank ni Kuya Ivalis at some point. Dahil nga tumalsik na ibang frontliner, nagawa niyang abutin kaagad si Kuya Konsi nang hindi inaalala itong sila Rakan. And yun nga, si Kuya M dyan, as a Rakan, pa-forward siya. Sino may iwan sa likod? Kung lahat sila papasok, kahit yung Diana, papasok din yun. So sino po protekta kay Kuya Konsi? And at that point, syempre, wala na silang maisasagot. And Ivalis with the 3-item power spike doon sa late game and more towers down, wala na silang magagawa doon. And grabe si Kuya Zapi, 62% kill participation. At kita mo naman, every time na cooldown ng kanyang Hextech Ultimatum, nakakahanap sila ng papatayin. Pinapaalang ni Kuya Zapi. Zaupit!
Zaupit? Ayos yun, man. Okay.
Zaupit.
Iba talaga pag parang Osiris yan Osiris verse, welcome to the Osiris verse, mga kaibigan. Zaupit. Kasi nga naman, man, Camille, ang gamit niyan talaga ay paa, diba? And tama ka naman doon, parang Osiris. Actually, walang naging downfall doon yung side ng Cerebrum Esports kasi lahat nga ng lanes nila winning, the jungle is winning, and gaya nga ng sabi mo, walang sinasayang na oras dito itong si Kuya Nyo Zaupi kapag kagagamit siya ng Hextech Ultimatum niya. Talagang piling-pili din. Laging si Hayes actually yung kanyang customer doon, preventing him na makapag-position sa magandang Moonfall dito, kaya hindi din nagiging effective yung Moonfall. And Nasjo, kahit may haymaker siya, parang wala naman. Alam mo yun?
Oo, hindi kaya. Ang daming ano eh. May palakol, may espada. Kumbaga, itong
Tapos siya kamao
Cerebrum,
lang, no?
Oo, di ba? Eh, hindi pa kamay nabakal. Yung nasa kabila yung paa na bakal. Wala siyang lalo nagawa, di ba? Oo.
Tama ka doon, parang Osiris. Pero first game pa lang yan na si Cerebrum at Sunsparks. Meron pa tayong second game. Magkakaroon muna tayo ng very short break. And sa pagbabalik namin, second game na kami ulit ng shotcaster niyo. Ako si Yasam Yao. Kasama ko dito si paring Osiris. Huwag kayong alis. Babalik kami.
Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
The quickie break is over at nagbabalik kami. Ako nga pala si Yasumia, kasama ko dito. Etong si pareng Osiris. And hindi na nawala yung ngiti na itong isang to. Ano naman nasa isip mo, hindi ka makabuko na.
Ikaw, anong yaso? Sa tatanda mo, si Kuya Tundra ay naikinig. Kaya kailangan mo
Rekta na
mag-ingat.
ready.
Oo, baka malando tayo. Kailangan natin mag-ingat sa tabi-tabi. And ano, napakainit ng ating Game 1 at nakita natin na itong Cerebrum nandun pa rin sa kalibre kung gaano kainit nila salubungin itong Sunsparks patungo sa kanilang graceful exit dito sa ating game, and pares naman nila binigay yung kanilang best.
The very best.
Oo, the very best. And kaso, the best isn't enough. Ayan, oo. Kasi parang dapat
I did my best.
Oo.
Tutulungan kita, but my
Ayan.
best wasn't good enough. Ayos ba yun?
Hindi enough yung sa Sunsparks, pero itong Cerebrum, sila naman yung I wanna be the very
The
best.
very best.
Oo, di ba? Ayan.
No one.
Di ba? Ayos ba yun?
Ayos yun, pre.
Feeling ko, itong mga talents rin ng WCS, guys, feeling ko, i-gawin na nating KTV, no?
Oh, alam mo kasi Sabado paring Osay, ganito yung mga araw na karaoke nights di ba?
Oo,
Mga Sabado
mga
nights,
weekend,
man. Usually
oo.
yung ibang mga pagtapos ng trabaho diyan, Sabado pa yung kanilang
Mm.
Sunday pa yung kanilang pahinga dito, yung rest day, di ba?
Mm.
Tapos Sabado nights yung ginagawa nilang karaoke nights. Pero yun nga, pare ko, Osiris dito. Hinihintay natin
Mm.
no yung draft ng Cerebrum at saka ng Sunsparks dito. Honestly, Sunsparks wala naman sila halos kailangan i-adjust. It's just yung kanilang presence in the game. Yung inaasahan natin sana, yung steal coming from Kha'Zix dito, hindi natin nakita. And again, Sunsparks, again, no offense man, pero andun pa din talaga yung sakit nila na may hindi sila makapag-decide kung saan bang objective talaga
Oo.
pupunta ang Sunsparks dito. I get it na gusto nilang humiwalay kung saan man yung objective na ginagawa ng kalaban nila. But the thing is, kung pwede naman sila mag-position ng mas early and then just fight in the process, why not, diba? Ang nangyayari kasi, sila pa yung bumabagtas ng daan habang patapos na yung kalaban nila dun sa isang objective, ended up, sila pa yung maaabutan, either on the way or sa mismong pit na mismo, kaya naaagawan sila dito, sila pa yung nawawalan din ng miyembro on the process. Kaya nabe-behind din sila on that ganon na tactic.
Parang kung titignan mo, no, na dapat meron silang chance as a Kha'Zix player na kumuha ng mga ganong klaseng objective na dapat sila yung mag-i-sneaky. Pero nangyari, nag-sneaky si Kuya Zaupi, tapos pumunta yung ibang miyembro sa Rift na minandohan nila. And sa decisive ni Kuya Sunsparks na wala na silang nagawang object. Kahit sabihin nung Tower 3, namandohan din ni Kuya Pego. Pero isipin mo naman na Dragon Lane is open. Especially naman nagpa-farm or one-man dragon lang itong si P. So parang kulang sa impormasyon itong Sunsparks.
Yeah, isa din yun.
Up to dapat dali yung momentum ng Cerebrum.
Yeah, kulang nga sa informasyon kasi kulang din sa mga wards. And yeah, kanina actually nung nabanggit ko na first dragon or second dragon, if I'm not mistaken, sabi ko may Scryer's Bloom. So pwede itong makapagbigay ng vision. Pero ended up, sabi ko sa'yo, Raptors over Dragons ang ginawa ni Kuya Ace doon, which is not a really good decision, a really good call para sa side ng Sunsparks. Kasi hinahayaan lang talaga nila na mag-power spike, makakuha ng power spike yung Cerebrum dito. Anyway, first game naman na yun. Move on tayo, second game on the draft. And we see, ang aga, I think, netong Jarvan na to. Kasi basically, parang wala ka pa namang itatrap o nakataklisip. If you're gonna draft a Jarvan, it's conditional. Uy! Naku, men!
Sinabi na natin to yasuo ni Tundra. And mo makikita na nga natin dito, no? Kumbaga, hinahanap natin Veigar, Amumu, Ramos.
Men,
diba,
alam mo ba ang tunay na pangalan ni Ramos?
Ano?
Daisy. Alam mo kung bakit?
Bakit?
They see me rolling.
Okay.
Uwi na ako.
Uwi ka na. Akala ko Daisy kasi kasama siya sa Daisy 7 Pero yun pala. Alam mo ba bakit nasa mainit si Kuya Ramos lagi?
Bakit?
Kasi gustong-gusto niya ang summer. Pagka binalikan mo Ramos, summer, di ba? Mainit summer niya di ba? Summer.
Meron kasi, di ba meron siyang skin na may, mainit, di ba?
Oo, yung para may laba-laba sa katawan.
Yun, summer. Foreshadowing na pala yun ng summer, man.
Oo, ayos ba yun?
Ayos yun.
Yasuo at saka Malphite. Meron tayo dito na press ulti to win or tap ulti to win. Ika nga natin sa PC terms, press R to win. Kumbaga, pipindot ka lang ng isang button, may mamamatay, may ililigpit. Kaya nakakatakot itong Malphite. And iniisip ko kung saan natin di pwede itong Malphite. Kung ibibigay ba kay Fleur? Kay Fleur o kay Pego? Especially ngayon na nga pala, so meron na tayong panggagalingan ng AP damage. So ano kaya ang pwede nating ibigay kay Kuya Hao since wala na yung kanyang Lucian?
Sige,
tinanggal na yung Senna Ziggs.
Men, Lux. Nagla-Lux itong si How. Mas madami siyang Lux. For How dito. Kanina binan yung Lux kaya hindi na din siya nakapag-Lux. Nakapag-blue siya naman sila doon. Pero,
Uy!
Woy!
Oh,
Ano to? Bago,
Easy lang kayo.
luma. Wait, hold up.
Hold up.
Hold up. This is the first time, man. Meron tayong Sona. At ito naman
Blitz na yan.
Evelyn. Diba?
Blitz na yan.
Timo na yan. Jace, ayun. Seryoso yung Sunsparks dito.
Gusto ng game 3, pre. Gusto ng game 3.
Yeah, pero ito kasi, pwede kasing hindi mag-game 3. May combolicious Kung maipasok mo yung combolicious mo dito, like all the time, di ba? Kasi ito, hindi naman masyado mabilis yung mobility. Jarvan, yung Galio, and even etong si Jace, no? Wala namang halos mobility itong si Jace. Kung mapasuhan mo yan, tatlo na yan, o di ba? Tatlo na Brusco Bros, frontliners ng side ng Sunsparks. Butas, ma-access mo yun nasa backlines, which is itong si Lucian, di ba? And depende pa yun kung makakapag-assassinate din itong si kuya nyo, Z dito. Kasi ang pinaka-potential na matarget niya for the death mark dito, si Sona lang.
And kung titingnan natin dito, parang ang kinatatakutan ko lang dito, madam, medyo tatlo kasi yung kanilang AP. And ang panggagalingan lang talaga ng damage. Mid lane, Evelyn. Tama ba to?
Jungle Malphite? Hindi pa tapos sila Teka lang. Uy, bakit gano'n? Hindi na sila nagpalitan?
Oh my God.
Jungle Malphite.
May pasuspend sila Regdi at saka si Regdi Tundra, ano? So, di makikita na lang natin in-game. So, ano yan? Kumbaga, to be continued. Abangan sa susunod na kabanata.
To be counted, man. Alam mo yung kapag parang aulid lang yun May typo. Pero hindi, men.
Hindi talaga, pre.
Tunay na tunay.
Tunay, naku.
Lee Sin, Baron, tapos Malphite, Jungle. Kung sino pa yung mga jungler, sila pa yung hindi jungle.
Masyado ako nag-ahabol.
Ganun talaga.
Alam mo, ano to sabi si ito to kay Kuya Ibalis kasi di ba isa siyang assassin player.
Oo.
Grabe mambuli
Well, assassin din naman yung katapat niya dito. Kaso nga lang, siya may pa-spike. Si Haze dito, wala pa ikot-ikot pa lang yung nagagawa dito ni Haze. And kita mo, masyado siya nasasaktan doon sa spike nito ni Evalis.
Shadow Slash yung una niyang nilagyan, hindi yung bato shuriken.
And alam mo kasi, ang pangalan dito ng spike ni Evelyn, hate spike.
Naku,
so, masakit talaga yung mga hate na yan. Kaya mag-ingat kayo sa mga sinasabi nyo.
Mas masakit siya kasi hater kayo ng Dayana.
Hindi ka hater ng Dayana.
Hindi na siya hate spike. Magiging Haze spike na siya. Kasi nga, yung katapat niya si Kuya Haze, kaya medyo masakit. And itong mapapansin natin sa dito sa Baron Lane. Kakaiba to dahil ngayon lang din tayo makakita ng Baron Lane Lee Sin.
Saan ka pa?
Mabubuli niya kaya itong si Kuya Nasjo. And conqueror na na Lee Sin. Uy,
we'll see, no? Kasi merong bisita sa side ng Sunsparks sa top lane. Mukhang iniibit nila dito. Ito si Pego na hindi na din makakatakas pa. Actually, baback up pa sana dito si Haze. Sabi niya, ping assist. Kaso wala na pa masyado ng low health. And nakuha naman nila yung first blood doon.
Yes, at makakuha nga yata sila ng isang plato o platito pa uwi. And ang medyo kakaiba lang doon kay Kuya Pego. Level 3 na siya. Pwede siyang merong pang ward hop at pwede siya mag-flash away. Pero mas pinili niya mag-stay na parang sayang naman na yung early kills napunta ka agad dito sa Sunsparks, and that should be the dictator. The momentum
meron na dito na panggagaling kay Zaupi, pero hindi pa nila napapabagsak agad itong si Konsi. Konsi will fall down, pero si Zaupi low health na din. Nandito na itong si Kuya nyo Ace, mukhang susundo din na lang and Cataclysm to secure that kill. Pero nakatouchdown naman din dito yung Cerebrum sa may kanilang bottom first turret, pero Charm will connect at mukhang nakapag-flash away naman dito si Ace, hindi tumama yung cyclone o yung pa-wind neto ni Yasuo, kaso nga lang hindi nga umabot. Evalis will be punished in the process. Si Pego may death mark at the middle lane, pero okay lang, walang threshold.
Opo, may game 3. Mukhang kakaibang ating bigayan dito sa game 2. Lalapat na yung mga kakaibang pick tayo nakita at tuloy-tuloy yung ginawa dito ni Kuya Zapi at saka ni Evalis, no, na hindi nila na-consider yung pwestuhan ng kalaban. Hindi na nila nirespeto, nag-dive sila ng ganun-ganun lang. At syempre, hindi na yung pagbibigyan ng Sunsparks, sasagot na sila dun.
Yeah, pero top lane mo babawi. Ako po, naabutan ng crescendo, sabay pinakain ng paa. Kaso nag-flash out, hindi na din kinaya. Huling-huli na rin talaga.
Nahuli nga siya ni Kuya Pego, no? Si Kuya Sipa. Nasipa siya dito. And the flare, no, with the crescendo, the max range crescendo, napaawit na lang itong si Kuya Nasjo. And at least meron tayong successful kill in just a matter of 8 seconds bago lumabas yung ating dalawang objective. Sino kaya muli ang siyang mangunguna? Pero si Kuya Ace, makakamaagang pwesto dito habang ang Scuttler mapupunta sa kamay ng Sunsparks. Nag-reset na rin si Kuya Ibalis at saka si Kuya How. So definitely, meron na silang item. You can see, merong hunting guys at saka Blade of the Ruin King. Maganda to.
Yeah, meron na sila ditong at least first items. And mind you, up yung mga ultimates dito ng side ng Cerebrum Esports aside from Fleur. Pero mukhang silang na-press R to win. Naunahan nila dito itong si Kuya nyo, Zaupi, na unang tsumalangit. Hero Central will be there as well. Pero hindi na din makakakombo itong si How. Where's the combo? How did that happen, mga papi?
Yun nga, yung dalawa pang may pang-combo ang siyang nahuli. Pero tignan natin kung makakahuli din ba dito si Kuya Evalis. Meron siyang informasyon. At hindi niya na-execute. Nakuha ba?
Napatay pa!
Oh my G!
Napatay pa si Ace! Nakuha pa ni Fleur! Oh my God, what is happening?
May thumbs up pa.
Nag-thumbs up pa.
my
Thank you
God.
sa leash. Sabi dito ng Cerebrum Esports, habang tinatrabaho naman nila yung nasa top. Ngayon, Zaupi, and itong si Pego na medyo duguan. Dito din naman itong si Emjan. Pero parang nabitin yung kanyang
sinipa, hindi to
punch
balbog.
dun Oo
Naku, may
nga.
ignite.
Parang nauntog siya dun sa may pader. Pero nakuha pa rin dito ng
nice.
Cerebrum yung ating Rift Herald. Pero mapapatay pa rin nila itong sinasyo sa may flash away kasi lowest na siya. Nandito si Ibalis na may iiwan. 3 versus 1. Pero nagawa niya pang mapapagsak si Emjan in the process. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, dinabot sila dito. Itong si Kuya nyo, Konsi, pero hindi na sila magpupush pa ng issue coming from the side ng CE.
Nako po, and yun nga, no, maganda ang pinapakita dito ng Sunsparks dahil nagkakagawa sila ng mga return kills at return objectives compared kanina nung game 1. At kita mo naman na magkalapit lang ang gold and even the kill boards at rotations 1 after. Trade lang din sa Torre. At least itong Sunsparks, ganang-gana sa gana na with their rotation. Habang itong Cerebrum, nagpakita ng kakaibang pick at nakita mo rin na si Kuya Malpito naka-Trinity Force.
Triforce, man.
Hindi siya nag-full 80.
Oo nga,
ito pa,
for the damage and the survive. Pero mukhang may iwan nila na mag-isa dito. Itong si Kuya Fleur, pero may cataclysm din na matatrap din yung dalawa. Ito na yung combo. The lipad and the last breath coming from Yasuo. Kaso hindi yata dumamage. Wala tayong naramdaman na damage doon. Medyo buhay pa dito si How, pero hindi na rin siya magtatagal kahit inanyon na siya dito ni Nasjo. Ang daming dugaan sa side ng Sunspark, pero okay lang dahil si Cerebrum, 3 yung nangamatay sa kanila on that process.
Isipin mo naman kung naka-80 doon si Kuya Zapi, di ba? Kung Ludens Echo yung pumutok, and at the same time, kung nakakuha na si Kuya How ng kanya Infinity Edge o kahit Static Shield, may chance pa na malinis niya tong ibang miyembro. Since dahil meron pa lang siyang Ruin King, kulang pa yung kanilang damage sa panggagalingan mula doon sa kanilang solid na initiation. And knowing na wala rin kaagad si Fleur, na wala yung possible na sustain nila and yung kanilang libreng movement speed. Kahit back. Pero makikita mo naman si Kuya Pego, naka-hull breaker siyang muli para mag-cause dito ng kaguluhan sa ibang lane. Pero 3 ang papaligid sa kanya at mukhang magkakabulat.
Napapaligiran ka na namin with the tone, sabay flash out. Pero magtatagal pa naman dito si Pego, nakaalis pa siya at nakaligtas pa siya. Nandito din naman si Evalis, pero gusto niya lang tulungan dito si Pego na mag-back. Kaso wag ka mag-TP dyan kasi may sundot pa dito si Ace. Hindi naman yun magkoconnect, kaya safe pa din naman siya. They will summon din naman yung Referral to the middle lane. Try to pressure. Kaso bakit ka nandyan, Konji? Why are you doing there alone? What are you doing that, my friend? Habang si Ace naman sa may taas, mukhang nakaalis pa din naman kasi dalawa. Yun nandun, nakabang sa kanya si Fleur. And etong si How. Pero trabaho nga lang ang ginagawa ng both teams natin.
Ayun na nga yung sinasabi natin. No, kahit sabihin mo may mga kills na nakukuha tong Sunsparks, nandun pa rin talaga yung macro play. And even the surprise attack na nanggagaling dito sa side ng Cerebrum. And kita mo naman si Kuya Malpito, nakada, meron siyang unstoppable force. Naghahanap kaagad sila ng mga target. And kailangan mag-ingat ni Kuya Konsi, especially na he is sitting on a 0-3-3 na
Oo nga,
true winting pa lang. Hindi katulad dito sa counterpart niya na 0-2 si Kuya Hao.
Yeah. Ano mo kasi mga Yasuo, men. 0-10 ang power
0-10
spike
power
niyan. Kaya wala, hindi tayo magre-reklamo sa Yasuo. Pero,
silip la. Uy!
malalim yun. Checking lang, checking
In-ignite.
lang. Sabi ni Pego dito, in-ignite niya, no? Para makancel yung TP.
Oo.
Huwag ka mag-TP.
Ganun kalupit.
Sabi niya, maglaro muna
Oo.
tayo dito. Mag-wildrift muna tayo. Ayos ba yun? Pero ito nagkalagayan ng
Ayos.
ward dito. Pero
Ito na,
ward, abot pa yan.
nagkakita.
Nandito
Uy!
yung ton, tulong-tulo, aabot
Manifest,
naman.
manifest. Uy,
At
dalawa.
nag-connect sa dalawa, kaso walang follow-up. Hindi na sila pumalo up
Okay na,
dito, pero
Nag-usap
magkakaiba
yung bato.
sila ng target. Tinalunan with a cataclysm. Etong si How sabay Stasis kasi the calling will be there. Ando na yung combo. Asa na yung last breath? Ayun,
Wala,
medyo
wala.
nahuli ng Kuya Osiris. Napatay na nga nila dito itong si Fleur at mga susunod na sa listahan. Itong si Zaupi na medyo makunat din naman kahit papaano. And Sunsparks, sila pa nga yung hindi namatayan dito ng isang miyembro pero duguan sila. Nandito si Ivalice. Sinong targetin mo? Mamili ka na lang. Si Ace yung kanya nakita dito.
Naku,
And hey,
naman,
Ace,
nakuha
mukhang ended
pa.
up dead sa kamay ni paring Ivalice.
Naku po, si Mais yung damage dito ni Ivalice. Nagawa niya pang itumba si Kuya Ace and pwede nila i-convert to kung sakali sana na nakasurvive si Kuya Zaupi with a rotation sa pwedeng Dragon or Rift Herald. Pero mukhang ang pinaka-prior nila Kuya Zaupi dito ang Rift Herald at mukhang sisimulan na habang ibang miyembro naman ng Sunsparks and nag-i-stay sa ibaba ng Ocean Drake. This one will be another sneaky gaming para kay Kuya Zaupi at mukhang mapapalaban si Kuya Hego at masyado siya madulas.
May
And here comes the
nag-crossover.
backup na magagaling sa Cerebrum. Oo, masyadong mabilis yung mga pangyayari. Mala end one.
Yan, nag-crossover doon. Itong dash ni Pego doon sa may punch neto ni Kuya nyo dyan. And habang busy ang lahat sa pagpapakit dito at the bottom lane, nakuha na yung Rift Herald without any contest coming from Sunsparks. Nakuha na ng Cerebrum, Esports. Ngayon, buhay pa yung Dragon natin. Nag-ahabangers na dito yung Sunsparks. So itutuloy nyo na yan dahil wag nyo nang palipitin dito yung Cerebrum na lahat ng ultimate nila is available right now. Walang vision dito. Yung side ng Sunsparks, so nasan yung Cerebrum? As of now, tinataka na yung Dragon. Pumasok na dito si Pego, pero Superman punch para sa dalawa, pero nagaling sa likod itong si Zaupi. The last spread, mukhang wala pa tayo inabutan, pero mapapatay nila dito itong si Ace. And unti-unti na bumabagsak yung Sunsparks dito dahil naipit sila mismo sa Cerebrum. And they can even take the Dragon. Mag-isa na lang si Haze, pero mukhang hindi na siya makakapunta ni How dito, pero may dash niya. And isang espada na lang, isang slashing and dashing na lang ang ginawa ni Kuya How na Ace pa nga ng Cerebrum dito na may kasama pang isang Rift Herald to push the turret at the bottom lane.
Napakalaking gold doon na mapupunta kay Kuya How dahil nga yung shutdown gold against Kuya Hayes, he is sitting on a 305 at nagawa niya pang mapatay noon si Ivalice. At nakikita mo kung gaano nakasakit itong Yasuo kung titingnan natin dito sa replay. Yung start ni Kuya Pego, yung flag and drag, nagawa niya masipa para ma-knock up si Kuya Enjan at yun yung nag-cause ng delay ng kanilang taunt. Pero makikita mo sa other half, nagawa naman ni Ivalice na linisin dito kaagad si Kuya Konsi dahil wala silang prior vision kung saan manggagaling ang isang Evelyn. Nagawa man ni Hayes na i-return kill yun. Ang pinakamasama doon is shutdown gold sa kamay ng isang Yasuo.
Yeah, pero yun nga na all in all, walang vision talaga yung Sunsparks doon. Hindi nila alam kung saan nanggaling yung Cerebrum doon. Yet, they still continue doing that Dragon. And meanwhile, nung nasa highlight tayo, nung nagkakapatayan sila doon sa may mapa sa loob ng jungle ng Sunsparks. And as of now, nagkakahabulan si Zaupi, gustong position, may unstoppable, may last breath. Medyo wala naman sa position dito si How, galing pang base, may cataclysm ng hero entrance, combination, pero na-repel naman yan with the stasis coming from Fleur. Hindi nga na siya tumagos doon sa may kabilang wall, pero mukhang hinahabol pa rin siya dito at kinakaltukan ni Ace. Medyo makunat din si Fleur, pero ended up dead. Pero andito na si Kuya nyo, How with the last breath on to. Napabagsak niya na nga yung isa, sabay slashing and dashing na yung ginagawa ng isang Hayasuo dito, kaso How is still dead. And si Pego na lang yung natitira dito with a flash out sa may kabilang banda. Nandito din si Ivalice to clean up, pero makunat si Kuya nyo, Ace. Mukhang 2v2 na lang, pero respetuhan naman daw. Back away muna and reset.
And that play na nanggaling kay Kuya Hayes. Nagawa niya yung shutdown gold naman kay Kuya Howson. Nagkabalikan lang sila dito. And making things worse na natalo yung nagamit yung Unstoppable Force at Crescendo sa maling kalagayan. Pero tingnan muna natin kung papalaga pa dito si Kuya Ivalice. Pero mukhang respeto pa rin talaga sa dalawang assassin. At ang kalagayan ng current situation ng ating mga players ngayon na itong si Kuya Consi is sitting on a 1-6 habang itong si Kuya Hayes 5-1-5.
5-1-5.
Parang may Cyril's grudge na siya. Habang ito si Kuya Zaupi, mapapalaban ng bahagya at papunta na nga siya dun sa kanyang tank build bilang isang setter ni Kuya Hao.
Yeah, patank build na nga kasi kailangan nila setter dito pero Mjan getting the taunt on Ivalice right now. Crescendo will be there. Actually, that's Fleur pala, no? And ito na yung last crit! Para sa isa kaso nga lang wala masyadong damage yan. Pero slashing and dashing yung ginagawa dito ni Hao. Hindi niya pa mapapatay si Mjan. Buhay pa si Mjan dito pero nag-switch na target and ended up he is dead. Pero okay lang yan. Nandito si Ivalice to clean up kung ano man yung sinimulan ng team nila dito. They're still chasing Zhao P. 2 or 3 yung low health dito sa side ng Sunsparks pero nasasaktan ng sobra-sobra. Ito si Zhao P pero si Pego nanggaling sa likod. And tinatakaan pa nga ito si Consi with double kill para kay Pego dito. Pero mukhang gusto niya tumipol kill para kay Pego sabay emote. TP out, Mjan. Pero paano makaka-TP out? Pero sinalo na ni Zhao P. Hindi pa pinasukan ni Pego dito pero nasa back. Nasundot na para people. Pero si Ace mukhang makakapagbigay pa din ng double kill para kay Kuya niyo Pego. Actually pa triple kill na sana niya yun Ace. Hindi lang nakaabot. Pero one more. Another one nga ba? Sinastyo na naman. Hinahabol. Kaso mali yung pinuntahan niya, men. Habang nangyayari yun, paring Osay, may nagtrabaho sa bottom. Tatlong karton yan.
Play mo yung tatlong karton laban sa isa. The split push by the 3 cannon minions against 1. Pero grabe, ang ginawa doon ni Kuya Pego, no? Mali ka na pinasok na lugar, Pego. And Dinerection na yon yung liga ng 3 na nilinis niya at habang ito, tamang bantay lang, sweeping lens, mukhang wala sila makikita dito. Habang si Kuya Ivalice naman ng siyang magko-comments ng push dito sa mid lane and most probably, no, 1k na lang yung buhay nito, baka pwede pa nilang i-push. Teka lang. Uy, na-charm.
Kaso, 3 yan. Nasa pack nila dito. Itong si parang Ivalice sabay nakulong sa may kakakilisin sabay ultimate. Last rest. Grabe naman yun. Parang lumipad si Evelyn doon habang nag-dragon yung Sunsparks. Nilibang lang. Nagpalibang naman. Men.
Pinantom 6 man. Kunyari, hindi kita. Pero itong si Fleur, napansin ko, grabe yung focus na binibigay dito ng Sunsparks. Parang ano na to, parang World War II na war na naaalala niya. Kasi nung Team Secret, pinapokos
Pero ito na yung combo! Unbreakable na lang, friend! Nag-connect yan! And mukhang bumagsak na. Hindi, wala pang bumabagsak. Another tornado. Yung pinadala dito ni paring Yasuo. Coming from out with double kill. At mukhang transition on the turret right away. Kaya na nilang tapusin niya dahil 3 yung bumagsak sa side ng Sunsparks dito. Pero si Cerebrum, mukhang magbabak muna sila. I guess, gusto nilang kumuha muna ng Baron. Just like yung first game natin kanina, no? Hindi pa, I think at this point, hindi pa naman kayang i-focus fire din dahil meron pang 2 nagde-dep sa side ng Sunsparks.
Yes, ito yun na nga yung flashback nito ni Ate Fleur, no? Kaya tingnan mo yung itemization niya, nag-harmonic echoes na siya at saka Randuin's Omen. Kasi nga, nung panahon ng Team Secret na bakbakan nila, nung ginera nila yung bandang, nung nag-jana siya sa Dragon, ginamitan siya ng ano yung kanyang ultimate, assault and battery. Kaya nag-iingat na ngayon si Fleur with that Omen, pero yung naging bakbakan kasi kanina, nagawa rin niya kumuha ng pwesto at nagawa ng Cerebrum hanapin yung key target. So at least natuto na si Madam Fleur sa mga ganong klaseng senaryo at with that itemization, mas tatagal ang kanyang buhay. Habang ito naman sa side ng Sunsparks, kailangan nilang mahuli. Kailangan nilang maging consistent sa paghuli kay Fleur dahil nga that Katakilism will lock her down. Pero paano nga ba nila gagawin yun? Lalo na't na ito na munang mamando na si Kuya Zaupi.
Si Zaupi, sinasabayan niya lang si Mjan. Hinahatid, nililigawan, men. Si Mjan dito. Mabait.
Gentleman.
Diba? Pwede bang holding hands tayo? Kaso nga lang nakipag-holding hands dito kay Ivalice na low on HP. Pero nanggaling sa likod dito si Pego. Binate lang siya, men. Si Pego pala talaga ang tunay na jowa. Sabi niya, bakit ko nililigawan yung girlfriend ko? Akin yan. Si Ivalice naman, parang nakipag-friend lang. Pero mali pala yung na-receive na signal ni Kuya Yunasjo, pero katakisin na the hero entrance nag-connect. Pero mukhang gusto nang tapusin dito na si Rivo Esports, pinanggan the last breath feeder para sa isang crescendo na tama na din. Napabagsak nila dito itong Zaupi, pero hinatid at manhika na yung side ng Cerebrum Esports. A few hits away on that Nexus, and Cerebrum will be securing this series against Sunsparks with a 2. Sorry.
Ayun nga, too sorry
Gusto ko yung
indeed.
tawa ni Madam Fleur.
Oo, no, ano lang, ganda lang.
Ganda lang.
Dinaan sa ganda. Ganda ng Sona.
Parang parang ang
tama,
ganda nung
pakita lang,
wallpaper nila sa likod, Parang may nakikita akong malaking gun or something. Ayan.
Parang Riot Graves no?
Oo.
Parang feeling ko, Riot Graves yan
Pero anyway, Cerebrum, Wildrift ang magwawagi on that series against Sunsparks. And, di akalain mo yun, sabi natin nag-experiment pa dito yung Cerebrum. Kasi experiment naman talaga Malphite, jungle, Lee Sin, Baron, mid lane, Evelyn, hindi naman masyadong questionable. Pero kasi, kita mo naman yung line-up nila. The meta, what is meta? Diba? What is meta? Kung kaya naman, nailaban nila dito. I guess that's also mistakes, coming from the side ng Sunsparks dito. And you see, medyo careless sila pagdating sa mga takings ng mga objectives dito. They are not securing yung mga visions, yung mga wards, kung nilalamok ba sila on that spot. Hindi sila nagsisecure din kung saan yung mga position ng kalaban nila. Basta tira lang ng tira, kuha lang ng kuha, when in fact, sila yung nababawian ng sobra-sobra dito ng side ng Cerebrum Esports.
Yes, and doon na nga, nakita na natin kung paano nila sinecure yung mga objectives na kahit na ginagawa ni Zaupi yun mag-isa, hindi siya napapunish. At saka hindi yung trades ng sides ng early game, napaka-consistent nila kahit sa mga chase. Kaso, umaabot sa point na yung overcommitment nila is sobrang napapanish.
Yuppie.
At kita mo, dito yung ginawang clean up ni Kuya Pego and sila Kuya Zaupi, talagang yung laban nila. And ito yung sinasabi ko sa'yo, yung focus kay Fleur, kung saan nagbibigay siya ng Team Secret flashback, kung saan nabamatay agad siya, doon din pinapakinabangan ni Kuya Hayes yung kanyang death mark para makahuli ng mga iba't ibang klaseng elemento sa side ng Cerebrum. Kasi medyo malalambot makakapili ka talaga At grabe naman, tatlo yung umangat.
Tatlo yung pinadala sa sa langit. Ewan ko kung enough ba yung points. Hindi ko alam kung enough yung yung cryptocurrency nila.
Heso crypto niya. Heso crypto. Kasi medyo alanganin yung naging pwesto nila doon. At saka nakikita ko yung mga ganyang play ni Tundra, mga apat na umaangat. Ganun kalupit yun.
Kaso makikita natin, player of the game natin is gonna be Pego kasi siya ang police actually na dito sa game natin. Police pangkalawakan, parang Zaido. Diba? Pego, with the Hull Breaker, and kasama niya na nga dito, Divine Thunderer. Meron pang almost full item na pala sila dito, si Pego dito. 54% kill participation and 19,000 damage. Kalahati lang yung kill participation niya. Lagi kasi siya taga-clean up sa likod, Erp.
And nakita mo naman yung kanyang itemization, Hullbreaker,
gamit na
Divine
gamit yung mga bago.
Thunderer, Guardian Angel. Lahat halos ng bago ginamit niya. Kulang na lang naglagay siya ng exhaust at saka yung paggamit niya ng Ignite, kakaiba. Sinisigurado niya. Lalo na yung Ignite kanina na para
hindi
makasil yung recall.
makatipi.
Lalo pat ilang seconds din. Bukod dun sa... kasi once na mag-step away lang yung J4, magtitipi lang ulit yun. Dahil ignited siya, hindi niya basta-basta may kakats yun sa buong duration ng Ignite. At syempre, si Kuya Zaupi on that Malphite na talagang iba talagang pinakita nila dito. Naging na siya from Zaupit to Zaupite.
Zaupite, talagang fight kung fight And may moment pa doon si Zaupi, nakikipag-holding hands kay M-Jan, di ba? Hinatid pa nga doon sa may tore, baka kasi matundo, baka malagyan ng gripo sa gilid, ayos ba yun? So hinatid niya lang para safe,
Pareha silang Colossus Kumbaga, pareha silang Titan. Kaya, tropa,
para
may balita ba sa
birds
rambling?
with the same feather. Diba? Flock together. Pero hindi sila birds. Di ba? Colossal
Rock sila, rock solid sila, rock
Yeah.
solid. Ibig sabihin, gano'n sila kadikit na tropa. Kasi solid sila eh. So yung tropahan nila, ihahatid ka pa talaga pa uwi. And nagkamustahan lang naman sila doon na kumusta yung rambling, sang side ka ba, Jägerist ka ba, mga gano'n.
Oo.
And yun nga, hinatid niya pa uwi at mukhang naihatid nga rin sa huling hantungan itong Sunsparks dahil nga Cerebrum ang siyang nagwagi. And kudos sa kanila for trying different things at saka kahit sabihin mong na-relegated na sila towards playoffs, iba yung pinakita nila. Talagang may laban. And ang dami rin nilang sinorpresa sa mga panalo nila sa iba't ibang teams.
Yeah, and Cerebrum Esports, kudos pa rin talaga kasi they end it with the bang, man. Talagang, even though nag-experiment sila doon, they make it work and they make it entertaining for us, no? Para, yun nga, last na naman ito, so ginawa na nila yon and they still won. And they still won against Sunsparks with a 2-0. Pero third series pa lang natin yon. That's Sunsparks and Cerebrum Esports. Thank you sa pag-join dito sa ating WCS. But, yeah, yun na nga. Magbe-break muna tayo dahil meron pa tayong isang series mamaya. Kaya wag kayong aalis, magbabalik kami.
Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake out the ground.
Welcome back to the WCS PH, guys. You're back on the panel desk, and Cerebrum, Wildrift, and Sunsparks just gave us an action-packed standoff match. But Cerebrum takes the win with a 2-0. Jumping into our series highlights, Audley, I'm going to give this to you first because there was a lot, including a rare Malphite appearance as well, which was pretty exciting. It's a pretty good highlight for this the WCS run.
This is why I love the last few games of every tournament, because teams will just play as if we are on solo queue, right? And that's what happened there. On game number 1, though, one thing that I would like to highlight is that Cerebrum Esports could be the best team that we have here in the new patch, because they have a better understanding as to how items really work, especially looking at how Pego built his graves in the Baron lane. We saw him go for the Hall Breaker first, and I was just talking to a couple of friends that we have here, we have over in the watch party, and I was told that League of Legends PC was actually forced to nerf the item on ranked champions, so that this could start something for the playoffs, right? A lot of our teams could be looking at range champions in the Baron lane as an abuser of the new item. Come second game though, I don't know. I'm just so happy that Evelyn got picked. Malphite, even Ayaso being picked up there, here and there, and yeah, Cerebrum Esports just went full fiesta, and festivities did not go to the way of Sunsparks.
Yeah, I just love it. That game number 2 was just exceptional from Cerebrum Esports. We've seen the Yasuo, we've seen the Malphite and the Evelyn, as you've stated a while ago, and the knockups, the CC chain was flawless as well for Cerebrum Esports. It was just fantastic to watch.
Yeah, I mean, especially I think it was that second to the last clash that happened on game 2.
Yeah,
which was just insane, and I'm sure our casters were even like, it was quite a show indeed. And congratulations to both Cerebrum, Wildrift, and to Sunsparks. These teams might not be we might not be seeing them at the playoffs, but of course we are very, very, very happy to have them at the WCS PH, and quite a run it has been indeed. Let's call on up to our panel. We have Evilis, I believe, speaking on behalf of Cerebrum Wildrift. So let us welcome them back here.
Your chance, Mika.
All right. Oh my gosh, nandiyan na si Mamsh. Hi, Mamsh. Hi, Floor. Hello. Evilis, hello. Welcome. Ako yung nag-fangirl, no? Hello, welcome. And congratulations on your win versus Sunsparks. First question for you, I just wanted to ask, kamusta yung journey ng team from day 1 up until today, the last day of the regular season?
Masaya naman po yung naging journey po namin, kahit ano po yung naging resulta. Siguro po nagkaroon na lang po ng konting struggle since ito rin po yung first crossing po namin. And syempre po parang may parang may konting kaba pa ng mga bandang una, ganun. Kaya nung first pick po namin, sobrang hindi po namin alam kung ano nangyayari ng time na yun. Tapos nung mga moving forward naman nun, naayos naman po namin siya. Pero siguro po i-treat ko na lang po to as good experience po.
All right. Yeah, of course. I think every series, of course, is you can always charge it to experience, and with that, nothing ever goes to waste, diba? Otolus, let's throw this to you before I ask my second question.
Okay, sige. I actually have a 2-part question eh. Una-una, curious kami dun sa gems na nakalagay sa inyong mga pangalan. Ano yung story ng gems? Parang nagtitinginan sila, parang hindi yata pwede sabihin. Pwede ba?
Di yung yung owner po kasi ng Cerebrum, idol po siya. Si Lebron James po. Kaya yan po yung sabihin po ng James po. Lebron.
Really? Wow! Okay, no one would have guessed that. Pero yes.
Yeah.
What a way to explain it. And also, dun sa second part of my question, syempre, after everything is said and done, kayo yung talaga makakapagsabi kung sino yung tingin yung dalawang pinakamalakas na team kasi kayo yung talagang nandoon at naipaglaban sa kanila. Ngayon, magpa-fast forward lang tayo, Ivalis. Tanong ko na para sa inyo, pro player insight, sino sa tingin nyo yung dalawang pinakamalakas na team dito sa Pilipinas?
Ako pili ko Underground and Team Secret.
Okay. Tignan natin kung yan yung mangyayari. But thank you for answering my question. Again, congratulations. And unahan ko na kaya sila, Mika, no? Fleur, iniimbatahan ka sana namin ma-interview sa PPGL Cooldown this coming Wednesday. Kasama namin si Ate Mika doon. So, kung
Pwede
pwede,
ba?
di ba?
Dito talaga nag-book ng ng bracket. Dito talaga nag-book dito sa panel.
Hopefully, pwede kayo this coming Wednesday. Infi!
Yeah, well, for me, I just have like a curiosity when it comes to the champion pick here, Evalis. Specifically, like, is Evelyn like a active practice champion pool that you have, or is it just a champion that you guys are testing for that game number 2?
Yung Evelyn po kasi ever since ginagamit ko na siya sa jungle. Talagang paglabas talaga ng Evelyn, naging favorite ko siya. Kaya kahit anong naging role ko kuwari sa RG, pinipilit ko yung Evelyn. Tapos kanina, napag-usapan po namin na parang pick your favorite champion na lang. Kaya po naging ganun yung champion po namin, di ba?
Yeah, nice.
Why not, diba? Why not?
Yeah.
And Evalis, of course, I want to ask you this. Let's talk about the future of Cerebrum Esports. What are you guys looking at, of course, after this WCS? How are you guys gonna approach like the rest of your year and future tournaments and everything?
Siguro po una po is mag-i-stick na po kami sa current role po namin. So, goodbye Baron na po talaga ako. Bali magiging mid na po talaga ako. Since originally po sa Cerebrum po is mid po talaga ako. Nangyari lang po na nakipag-swap po ako na role kasi nung time po before hindi po komportable si Pego sa Baron lane. Pero ngayon po kasi kaya bumalik po ulit ako sa mid. Kasi ito na rin po yung last tournament po sa amin ni Pego since mag-aaral siya. So bali tuloy pa rin po kami as a team. Bali siya lang po yung mawawala po sa amin. May manawagan ka naman.
Manawagan ka. Goodbye po. Salamat sa sumuporta. Salamat po sa lahat ng sumuporta sa Cerebrum. Tapos sa mga sumuporta sa akin, lalo na si GJ Bon.
Paalam ka.
Bye-bye.
Ayan po siguro tuloy pa rin po yung roster po namin and tuloy lang din po sa pagpapractice, same routine. Siguro din po namin na babawi po kami next season.
There you have it, no? A little teaser of what is in store for Cerebrum Esports in the Wildrift scene. And Pego, good luck, of course, with your studies. I'm sure that after you complete your studies, maybe there's a chance for you to come back. Evalis, do you have any shout-outs or messages that you'd like to give maybe to all of the supporters of Cerebrum Wildrift throughout this journey?
Una po sa lahat, thank you po sa buong Cerebrum family, sa mga tao po sa bootcamp, kay Boss BLT, sa mga players po dito and sa production. Pati po sa mga supporters po namin. Kahit po hindi naging maganda yung run po namin, marami po kami natatanggap na messages na sumusupport po sila sa amin kahit na ganun po yung naging run po namin. Tapos shoutout po ulit kay, hindi, wag na pala kay Rebs. Isa iba na pa.
Bawi.
Wag na po.
Binawi.
Baka matuwa eh. Ikaw.
Shoutout lang po pala kay Boss BLT. Maraming salamat po, Boss, sa walang sawang suporta sa amin mula umpisa. Tsaka sa paniniwala, Boss. Sa mga susunod na tournament, Boss, hindi ka po namin bibigyan.
Yun lang.
Ikaw yung
last
ikaw, Pego.
Last mo na to eh.
Last para
Salita ka naman.
Sa sumuporta sa akin, yung mga tropa ko sa sa ayun, sila DJ Bon, sila Joshua. Salamat. Lalo na po sa parents ko. Thank you po sa binigay niyo po ako mapaglaro dito. Thank niyo po. Pinayagan niyo po ako makapag-bootcamp para
Parang
makapaglaro.
arcade lang yun, mapaglaro dito. Ayun lang po.
Ayan po.
Thank you very much, Cerebrum Wildrift. You know, you definitely made an impact, of course, in the Wildrift esports scene. So we hope to see you again. We look forward to it. Pego, good luck on the rest of your journey. I hope that we get to see you somehow, some way. Baka streamer yan. And yes, congratulations to you, Cerebrum Wildrift. Ganda lang ang motto, and I love it. I'm all for it. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you po.
Thank you
Bye.
I love you, Floor. Sumingit pa ako. I had to throw
Who would have
that
thought
in
that
there.
James is James? Okay, sige.
I know. I never. Yeah. Okay. I guess
Okay.
it works. LeBron James.
All right, let's go.
Yeah.
Sige. Pero, yeah, that's... I just would like to also emphasize, I mean, just go back to one thing. It's sad that we will be seeing Pego retiring, at least for the meantime. Because Pego, again, this is already his second time in the pro scene here in the Philippines. We remember him well as the mid laner from James Esports, diba? And now with Cerebrum, still very flashy, still very confident. And I just wish him the best.
Yes, absolutely. And again, as I mentioned, I hope this isn't the last we see of Pego. Maybe he becomes a streamer. Maybe in some form, in some way, he still, finds his way into the esports scene. But of course, now that we have said our goodbyes to Sunsparks and to Cerebrum Wildrift, we now head into our featured match of the day, which will be Team Underground versus Fennel Adversity. Now, Team Underground, Autolus, this team is going through some things. We know that. We respect, of course, their privacy, by the way. Rest assured, it has been very, very heavy for this team. And on top of that, they've got to wrap up the run here at WCS. So this team is fighting two battles here.
Exactly, and for them, it won't really give them enough or that big of a merit if they win the series because they currently are locked at number 1. So they could play spoiler though, especially against Fennel Adversity, where Fennel Adversity during their first match, just flashback a bit, Fennel Adversity was able to get 2-0 against them. So it will be a very big confidence booster if they could end the season on a tournament on a high note. Again, looking at the roster here, Team Underground, do not be surprised. Cookies will be the one playing. Tsura is no longer with the team. And if there is someone who stepped up to the challenge, stepped up to the plate, that will be none other than our MVP favorite so far in the season. That's going to be Sayonara in the Jungle. Sayonara in the Jungle really made things work yesterday after his absolute display of mechanics on that master. On the third game, he switched it up onto an assassin. But make no mistake, Team Underground will play around this guy. Somehow, some point, I am willing to call Team Underground Sayonara's team already. And so far, it's netting them positive results. Against FLA though, we will see, because the last time that they met, FLA was able to control this guy.
And speaking of Fennel Adversity, very important match for this team. And, no doubt, Infinity, they're a very strong team, but they're up against Team Underground. And even an Underground that isn't at their 100% is still super scary.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, UDG, you just have to look at Sayonara, Orcross, what Autolus has stated about this team, it's just so strong. And looking in the same manner to Fennel Adversity, you also have Raph, you also have Danny, Arise, Dom, and Calm. These players play controlled aggressively, and you have the tactical playstyle that FLA constantly does. And yes, yesterday they have lost against Team Secret that went to a distance of 3 games, but they were showing quite confident in their play against TS right there. And going for a highlight here, it's going to be Dom Meng, their jungler as well, Fennel Adversity. It's quite significant to look at his champion pool. Like, you're seeing Jax, you're seeing Kha'Zix, you're seeing Lee Sin. These are the playmakers that Fennel Adversity can provide, being used by Daming. So definitely a team that you need to look out for.
Yeah. And of course, we are highlighting Doming. And I think, right now, between Sayonara and Doming, Doming, of course, has been very, very consistent, as is, of course, the rest of Fennel Adversity. Sayonara, though, he's very, very explosive. And we have seen, of course, Doming and Sayonara go head-to-head before. But Oculus, I'm just really, really curious. Doming here, especially with the adjustments that we had just a few days ago. I mean, how well do you think he's adjusting to everything?
I saw him play the Jax. I'm happy, right? Although it did not really net a series win yesterday, I don't think it's Doming's fault whatsoever. For Doming, especially against Sayonara, it's all about controlling the tempo, making sure that Sayonara does not get the resources that he needs to really solo carry the game. And for me, this matchup, Sayonara versus Doming, is not just about the jungle matchup, but also the team playing around them. We will see if Doming will be the one utilizing for the team to really push them over the cliff, or if Sayonara's I would say if UDG's strategy of playing around Sayonara will be a lot better.
Infinity, anything to add to this head-to-head matchup?
Yeah, I think Sayonara has been just playing very, very well. What Oculus has stated a while ago, how Sayonara, or how Under specifically has been playing around Sayonara, able to scale mid-game, late-game, provide a lot of these team fight wins for UDG. So definitely a matchup to look at between UDG and Fennel Adversity when it comes to the jungle.
Yeah, and gentlemen, I am very, very proud, by the way, to report that we finally have 1 point on our predictions. Finally, we have Infinity are over there, of course, with the Team Dash. So yes, we're on the board. I don't think that's really good. That says that we're doing quite a lot over here. But Infinity, I think I'm going to throw this to you first for our predictions for this matchup. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is our featured match. So if you want a Timo or a Pengu Pop Socket, please do send in your predictions as well and use the hashtag WCSPH. And the most creative ones, it's the best, the top 5, may get a Pop Socket of their choice. Infinity, your prediction for this series.
Mika, honestly, this series has been one of the hardest predictions that I've ever done.
Yeah, same.
Especially with the toss-up yesterday, losing against Team Secret and UDG, winning with 1 game, being won by Sunsparks yesterday as well. So for this one, for Fennel, 2-1 against UDG.
Ooh, okay. Oculus, I think you had a little bit of a change. I'm wondering which was the final result.
Yeah, I can be heard, right? Okay. I just want to make sure that I am being heard because this is important. I would like to announce what are the implications of this game. If Underground wins, it will be Grindsky that will be securing 2nd, TS goes 3rd, and FLA goes 4th. If Fennel Adversity wins, FLA goes 2nd, GS goes 3rd, and Team Secret goes 4th. So I understand that Fennel Adversity wants to win this so bad just so they could secure the bye onto the next round. However, I don't think UDG will just let that happen. For me, UDG, they want to prove that whatever they have decided upon themselves is the correct decision, and that they would also help a good friend of theirs in Grindsky to get that 2nd seed. So we will see though. All right, Team UDG is my prediction 2-1 over FLA.
Oh, you know what? When you said you were gonna change, and I was like double thinking my prediction as well, because it's really tough. It's really tough, and I think that actually the result could go 2-0 either way or 2-1 either way. My prediction though is for Fennel Adversity, but I think it's gonna be a 2-1 just because UDG right now isn't there was a patch that dropped just a few days ago. There's a roster change, so it's not exactly under the most favorable circumstances. Of course, if everything was was a-okay and stable, this would have easily been UDG, I feel. Right now, I feel like maybe Fennel Adversity stability in terms of, the way they play and roster might give them the edge in this one. I think it's going to be very, very, very close, though, because this is our final series of the regular season of the WCS. And once again, this also means that you could win a really, really cute Timo and Pengu Pop Socket. So be sure to send in your predictions and use the hashtag WCSPH. And I think we're going to be announcing the winners today. We're going to check and get back to you guys on that. I think we're going to be announcing them today, but be sure because, of course, PPGL WCS will be in contact with you guys. Get those cute pop sockets. I really want the Pengu one. I don't want the Timo one. It's okay. You can keep that. But yeah, yes, indeed. This is the match to watch and the match to comment on if you want those giveaways. Not to mention a match that will determine the final standings, which will have bearing on the playoffs brackets as well. As Otilus mentioned, it could determine who goes into that upper bracket. It could determine who gets a second place slot, second place finish, along with Team Underground. So is it going to be Grindsky or is it going to be Fennel? And this score will determine that. So I believe we are ready to kick it off. Our final series, ladies and gentlemen, of the WCS regular season. This is going to be Team Underground and Fennel Adversity. Casters, over to you guys.
Welcome back! And down to the last series tayo dito sa WCS PH Week 5. Kami again, magiging shoutcaster niyo ako si Yasumi. Kasama ko dito si paring Osiris and
What's up?
UDG and FLA. Sino ang atabs mo dito? Sino ang manok mo dito, Erp?
Ako, medyo
Hirap,
nahati ang
no?
aking puso. Oo, pero siyempre, kumbaga, ang siyang unang bumutas sa sa lakas ng underground,
Ganon?
sa kanyang baluti, oo, sa armor ng isang
Baluti? Ang lalim.
Oo, baluti. Ayan, ang siyang unang nagningas ng apoy sa revolusyon na lumaban sa underground. Siyempre, FLA
Yan
ako.
ka na naman.
Sabi, FLA lang naman.
Oo nga, yan ka na naman.
Ano lang yung Philippine history.
Oo, tama ka naman doon. Di ka naman mali, pare ko. Pero, uy, ang bilis. Mas quick pa sa
Ang grabe, oo.
Mas quick pa sa mabilis, men.
Gusto na
Drop
rin
na
umuwi
agad.
ng prod, ah.
Oo nga eh. Pero kasi, alam ko, ang sabi sa atin, walang tiebreaker nga. Kasi, sabihin natin,
kasi
pag-time
may
man
mga
sila sa
head-to-head din
points.
kasi.
Yeah, may mga head-to-head tayo. And,
yeah.
yun nga lang, ang kailangan gawin dito is, kailangan, ang resulta na makukuha natin dito is the placings nga nung mga sumunod under UDG dito.
Oo.
Placings ng FLA, Grindsky at ng Team Secret. And
Yapi,
ito na nga,
Yapi Ballers.
draft phase na nga tayo. We have the Z ban agad para kay Arise, para nga naman ma-deny yung isang comfort champion dito ng isang player ng FLA. But Yumi will be banned as well kasi pagka pinakawalan yan, asahan mo si Ortros, buhay, buong pamilya, men.
Oo.
Meron na, hinihil na yung kasangga, tapos yung heal niya, kaya pa next game.
Yes, yun na nga eh. Maabot hanggang next game. Ganun ka-ramdam yung lakas nitong tropa natin. Pero kasi, ang iniisip ko naman dito, di ba ang siyang unang naglabas ng Action Jackson? Si Kuya, Mitsura. Ngayon, dahil nga siya yung, you can spell Mitsura without MIA, di ba? Ngayon, si Kuya Arise na lang ang siyang gagamit. So, dito ako curious kung ibaban ba to ng UDG o iti-take
Si
advantage
Master
nila.
Yi?
Siyempre, hindi natin pwede kalimutan. Si Master Yi kahapon, di ba, na nag-quadra kill.
Ang hirap ng pagilan kasi pagka, yun nga, no, sabi ng panel natin, mabigyan mo lang talaga ng mga needs. Etong si Sayonara, nako po, lista mo na, no? And kailangan nga nilang pigilan itong si Sayonara. Kung meron man silang kailangan kontrolin na champion is definitely itong champion na gagamitin ni Sayonara para hindi siya makapag-online agad. Kasi kita mo naman yung destructiveness kapag ka nag-online agad ang jungler dito ng UDG. Parang halos napakalikot niya sa mapa dito and it's really hard to stop him. It's unless talaga ma-chain CC mo siya and then first and foremost, siya yung mapabagsak mo. And yun nga, bumagsak ng simula yung economy dito ng UDG. Pero UDG, even though sabi natin, yes, Sayonara is a big thing, meron din kasi dito potential, Dawn as well. Lahat kasi sila, superstar sa side ng UDG. Sabi natin, medyo mag-fail dito si Sayonara. Sinasagot naman agad yan. It's either Dawn or itong si Larawan, even Ortros, men. And much probably, no, si Cookies din. And kita nga natin dito sa side ng FLA, puro respect ban yung ginagawa nila.
Dito.
Yeah,
Camille,
respect
o
ban.
kaya-
Tapos, set agad yung pinik dito ng UDG.
Oo, matik yan eh. Gusto kasi ni Don, nagiging siya si Rendon para pwede siyang mambalibag
Rendon.
tao. Pero ang iniisip ko nga, ang daming open dito. Merong Sena,
Ayun,
merong Camille, merong Gragas, merong, sasabi ko at Galio, pero binan pala ng UDG.
Binan.
No? Kumbaga yung Brusco Brothers ay open pa dito. Sa side ng FLA, meron ding Garen. And dahil nga na meron ng itong si Kuya Set, sigurado naman kay Don to dahil nga medyo rare naman yung instances na nagsiset si Kuya Ortros, hindi katulad ni Kuya Nogard. So ngayon, hindi mo pwede mo na rin siguro piliin yung Renekton para kay Calm kasi isa yun sa pinaka-comfort pick niya. And if gusto mo naman kay Kuya Doming ang kanyang Lee Sin. Kasi nga open na Lee Sin din na pwedeng gamitin din ni Sayonara which also excels well. And nakita rin natin yung iba't ibang klaseng variety ng isang Lee Sin sa kamay ni Kuya Pego kanina. No? Once again, gusto ko lang balikan na big shoutouts kay Boss Pego na good luck sa kanyang future endeavors. Pero ito na, nag-pick na nga ng Renekton which is yung comfort pick ni Kuya Kalmado. Habang Morgana naman dito sa side ng UDG. Pwede silang makuha dito ng Sena kung gusto nila ng malupitang combo. Lalo pat ang Sena ngayon is pwede mo ring buuan ng tank. Pwede kang gumamit ng Grasp the Undying, Divine Sunderer at mga baluti. So, overall, napaka-flexible ng ating graph. Kailangan pa natin pintahan na maayos, Kha'Zix.
Uy, Kha'Zix.
Yun ang
Yup. Actually, iniisip ko na yung kanina eh. Sayonara, meron pa siyang Kha'Zix dito. And yun na nga, pinili na nga dito ng UDG. Pero pansin mo kasi, Team Purple, Violet. Medyo pa-violet na din kasi itong si Setse,
Sino pa
no?
bang
Sa side ng
violet?
UDG. Si Lulu, kaso nga lang, binan eh. Medyo violet si Evelyn. Diba? Very, very light. Very, very light na violet, diba? Si Zaya, speaking of Rakan. Pero I don't think naman sa Zaya dito yung
sila.
UDG. Walang Rakan and roll. So,
pero si
hindi na
Kaisa.
Kaisa, oo nga. Si Bane.
Diba? Kalimutan si Kaisaya, di ba? Si Madam.
Si Kaisaya.
Ay, rin yun. Naka-blue pala si Madam ngayon. Hindi siya naka-purple. Pero, yun nga, overall, pwede pa rin pilian nito ng... Pwede kasing si Larawan yung gumamit ng Morgana and Ortros can really go on another Enchantress na pwede dito sa side na Jana, Nami, mga ganong klase, and Lulu. Kasi titignan mo sa side ng FLA, kung ibaban pa nila yung Nami o ibang Enchantress, puro support. 4 na support kung nagkataon. Pero dito pa lang sa point na tinanggal nila yung Jana, 3 support kaagad yung tinatanggal nila dito na pinipilayan talaga nila si Kuya Orthros. And wala rin siyang choice dahil nga sa UDG, sila yung nagtanggal ng Galio na ginagamit ni Kuya Cookies at saka ni Orthros. Aware naman dito ang FLA na medyo utility ang ginagawa ni Kuya Cookies, and kahapon nakita natin Orthros playing on the mid lane with a Morgana. Pinipilay talaga nila. Sinisigurado nila na walang maisasagot itong UDG with how limited yung pool na nakita nila sa kamay ni Cookies.
Speaking of Orthros, meron pa tayong Thresh eh. So, pwede pang pasok dito yung Thresh, men. The CC. And then, nakutor later on ng isang Thresh. The Flays na pwede niyang gawin dito. And, more likely mapupunta kay Larawan nga itong Morgana ng side ng UDG. Pero FLA, men, si Ari, parang consecutive days. 3 consecutive days, lumalabas na tong si Ari. And, yun nga, sabi mo, wala pang talo. And kung sino yung makakuha ng Ari, men, talagang Matic win, matic agad, di ba?
Oo,
Uy, Ezreal, real na real.
Ezreal, real na real. Pagka tinamaan ka ng Dark Binding, siguradong tatama na lahat ng damage nila.
Yes.
At ang pinaka-posibilidad ay Trash,
Uy,
syempre. At
bro!
mukhang mag-brom sila dito.
El
So all
Clasico,
depends pa rin
men.
talaga. Focus lang tayo sa goal. Akala ko makakita na tayo ng Ortrox eh.
Ortrox.
Pagka nilabas ng Thresh. Oo. Yung Inner Rocks.
Inner Rocks.
Ortrox, i-channel
Anong
niya
champion
para...
yung ginamit ni Ortros? Si Rox.
Oo, si Rox. I-pick nila si Rox. Kaso mas gusto nila mag-brom muna ngayon.
Yep.
And syempre si Danny. Sa kanyang Corky na kung saan nakita tayo ng around 30 plus damage. Ganun ka nakakatakot itong si Kuya Danny.
40 plus,
ang
men.
maganda dito sa Fennel adversity overall, they have the pick na comfort sila. UDG, this is the time na may kita lang natin si Ezreal na may kasamang Brom. Mostly ang Brom is paired up with the Lucian. So, medyo kakaiba. At UDG, ang inaalala ko lang dito, Yasu, parang kulang yata sa damage.
Yun
Parang
na.
si Kuya Kha'Zix lang ang masakit dito.
As of now, ng early, no, si Kha'Zix lang yung kanilang panggagalingan. So, maybe, no, UDG, pwede nilang i-take yung path na maghintay sila up until late game, mag-online. Etong si Kuya niya, mid lane Brom. So, Ortros,
Hindi, si Ortros pa rin yan. Yung tulad nung kahapon, yung Galio ni Cookies, kasama nila.
sa bagay. Tama ka
Wave
naman.
clear lang, madam. Tormented
Wave
Shadow
clear
lang yata
lang.
yung gusto ni Kuya Ortros. Kasi kahapon ganun yung
Tsaka
ginawa niya.
buying
Pero kung
time.
siyempre, kung mid lane Brom yan, why not? Diba? Storm Razor Brom, gusto mo yon?
ayos
Hampasin
ba
ka
yun?
ng Chimenea, kung naka-Santa Brom man siya.
Chimenea.
Oo, yun yung dala-dala niya eh. Kumbaga, pagka-default, pintuan yung dala ni Holdador. Kumbaga, Kuya Hodor, si
Kuya
Brom.
Hodor, man. Ayos ba yun? And, well, anyway, UDG dito, pwede sila mag-buy time up until late game para magkaroon ng item dito. At least itong si Larawan. Pero kasi, sa line-up ng Fennel Adversity as of now, no, pwede silang mag-online dito somewhere mid at i-punish nila yung lineup ng UDG na naghihintay for that late game. Kasi Danny, pwede rin mag-online na mid game. Lalo na si Arise, no, on that Ari. And samahan na natin ng Camille na mabilis lang din
Grabe
mag-rotate
naman si
ng
Kuya,
mapa. Pero grabe nga dito si Kuya Calm. Mukhang hindi naman calm yung ginagawa niya sa top lane.
Oo,
And si
hindi
Don
na
dito,
calm.
binabata niya.
Agresibo na siya. And kita mo naman dito sa baba ang lane swap, no? Si Kuya Arise ang siyang luminya kasama dito ni Larawan at tumakat na
Pero
nga.
ganda nung grand entrance sa dalawa. Pero ano lang yan, asserting dominance lang naman.
Kaya nakita mo naman kung gaano nila ina-assert yung dominance sa ginamit nila yung kanilang skills dito sa early at nagamit nga yung itong ignite ni Kuya Arise. Akala ko si Kuya Rafi yung nag-ignite pero mukhang
Hindi
tamang
sira,
lang
pero
sila
ito na
dito,
naman,
easy
grand
lang.
entrance, sabay
Oy,
flash,
pati heal
pabalik.
na burn.
Itong si Cookies, kaso na-slow nila dito, itong si Raph, sabay flash away, itong si Raph. Andito pa din naman si Arise, pero wala pa siyang charm as of now, no? Andito din naman si Sayonara,
alam nila,
medyo malapit lang. Pero contesting sila kasi nung Scuttler sa may river dito. Wala pa rin tayong first blood, parang Osay.
Puro ambalang ang ating mga nakikita dito na scuttler lang ang palitan ng ating dalawang jungler at wala rin naman naging mapusok para makakunin. Mag-isa, teka lang, kumisi ka lang dyan. Tama
Easy ka
lang.
lang.
Mga Tomato Jump Brothers itong si Kuya Cookies at saka si Kuya Rafi Pero yun nga, napakaganda ng ating laning ngayon at nilalabas na nila ang kanilang 100% para dito sa larong to. And this is a battle for placing, ika nga, di ba? Dito nakasalalay kung sino ang siyang number 2 sa distrito ng Pilipinas. Pilipinas sa bansang Pilipinas. Ayan.
Yeah, tama ka doon, pareng Osay. And UDG, keeping it slow lang din. And nagiging defensive din sila dito. And so far, no, FLA, parang classic lang, narakan, di ba? Giving harass doon sa katapat nila dito. Pero not really na magko-commit sila. Bawas-bawas lang para hintay sa rotation na pwedeng gawin nga naman dito ni Doming. Same lang din ang UDG dito. Speaking of rotation kasi, andito itong si Doming sa may baba. So, while pwede silang pumitas ng isa. Speaking of, kasi, pag pinag-uusapan natin damage, lalo na kapag nag-level 5 na dito si Arise, magkakaroon ng mas damage dito yung FLA kung sakaling gusto nilang ikutan itong sila Larawan at saka si Cookies sa may bottom lane. Pero mas maunang po position itong si Sayonara, men. Kumbaga sinilip niya lang pala. May low health ba yan, Erp? Sabi ni ano
Oo,
dito.
sabi niya,
Sabi
okay ba
ala
dyan?
Erp eh. Masyadong
Okay ka ba dyan?
defensive. Kailangan nila
Oo.
mag-reset kasi magkakaroon na tayo ng Dragon and Reap
Dragon.
Herald in a few kembot na lang.
Ayun, medyo na ano dito, nabulilyaso si Kuya or Trunks, no? And mukhang magpapalit lang naman yung ating mga mid laner na tamang pwestuhan lang at usual naman ito na yung mga duo laners natin ay magbabago na ng
Haymaker.
pwestuhan. Grabe naman, sinalo yung gitnang-gitna, Kuya Kalm.
Oo,
Huwag mo saluin
man.
yung sapak, delikado
Pero ito,
yun!
uy, na-RKO ni Libing.
Grabe naman.
Yung buhaya sa taas, men. Sabi niya, gusto mong bumalik ng Torre mo. eto, tutulungan na kita.
Inatid kita.
Huwag na kaya sa Torre, doon na kaya sa base, sabi ni Don Don.
Ayan, inatid niya. Pinakita niya muna sa Torre, pero na-realize ni Calm, pre, bibili ako, atid mo na ako hanggang bahay. Ayun, inatid nga siya.
Sige pre,
Binalibag.
ito na binalibag. Pero ito, you see, paring Osay, hindi naman sila magkakatagpo sa mga objectives natin dahil FLA ang kukunin nila dito ay Dragon, habang yung UDG, dito na lang sila nag-focus on that Reap Herald. And yun na nga, nakuha na nga dito ng UDG. Medyo matagal pa kumuha dito ng Dragon yung side ng FLA. Though hindi naman na din sila pupuntahan dito ng UDG. Dahil nasa top lane dito si Sayonara with the Reap Herald and looking forward to push yung lane dito ni Kuya Calm.
Yes, at medyo alanganin nga lang, no, yung pwesto ni Kuya. Yun na nga, yung alanganin na nga. May burn. Wala.
May burn. Nakatapa.
Merong honey fruit.
Yepi.
Kumuha ng
lang.
bayabas.
Siyempre, ganun talaga pagkagabi na nagugutom ka, kahit nakapag-dinner ka na, kailangan mo ng snacks, pre.
Ay, oo, ang snacks nga ni
fruits
Asa
ang
kanina, mango.
Nagmangga na,
diba?
nag-ice cream fries ba yun?
Oo, di ba? Grabe naman. Ginugutom kami ni Boss Tundra niyan eh. Kung ako sa'yo,
Siyempre, ganun talaga.
padala mo na yan dito
Dapat
eh.
lagi Pasko, men.
Oo, basta pagkain, hindi magtitipid. At mukhang magkakainan
pero
na
ito,
nga dito.
hindi din nagtitipid
Ang buhaya.
ng mga skills. Yung dalawa kami from the FLA, binuhos na ang lahat. Pero hindi pa rin nila napatay dito si Dom. Pero tinalunan pa din ni Doming dito. Isolated is the best medicine nga ba? Si Doming buhay pa kahit paano. Napatay pa din naman nila itong si Doming. Pero at the very least, patay din nila itong si Sayonara. So 2-for-1 exchange, not really worth it for the side of UDG.
Masyadong napasobra, no? And kahit si Kuya Sayonara, nag-flash pa siya into the Taste Their Fear para lang subukang abulin si Kuya Doming. And so far, no, nagawa naman ng FLA na depensahan nitong kanilang Baron Lane. Nagpadala man ng true shot barrage itong si Kuya Larawan. Mukhang hindi nga lang umabot. So medyo alanganin. And kung titignan mo naman dito, itong si Kuya Lara, nakamanam yun na siya at ang kanyang Shin. So medyo may damage siya ng bagya dahil sa Shin, pero masyado pang malayo sa lubang sinilangan kung saan man napakasakit na ng bawat mystic shot. Pero mukhang tatlong miyembro ng FLA ang pwesta dito at
kita.
alam na rin. Alam, umalis sila, lumayo ka agad. So aware sila na warded.
Warded, malamok, man.
Si Kuya Danny, parang gugustuhin din dito ni Kuya Sayonara after ng Krugs. Ayun nga, medyo nag-stage siya sa Tribrush kaso hindi nila alam. Nakauwi na si Kuya Danny.
Yeah. And mind you, Kuya Danny dito, tahimik lang. Hindi pa siya halos talaga sumasali ng teamfight natin. Nagpa-farm lang din siya gaya ni Larawan dito kasi sila nga naman yung panggagalingan ng damage mamaya na late game natin. So UDG and FLA taking it slow and easy. Medyo nagkakapatsihan. Halos pantay naman sila dito both on the kills and sa net worth natin. Lamang ng onte dito, lamang ng bahagya yung FLA. And wala pa naman tayo nagkakabawasan ng torre, though may duguan na torre sa top lane, no? Pero despite having the Trip Herald kanina, they still failed to push the top lane sa side ng UDG. Larawan din, hindi talaga siya sumasali din sa teamfight. Padala lang ng true shot barrage as of now ang ginagawa dito ni Larawan while farming, getting his items late para pa late game natin later on. And unahan lang sila actually kung sino mag-online dito, si Danny at saka si Larawan. Kaya hindi din sila sumasali kasi pwede silang machepi nung mga pang-dive sa backlines dito ng side ng UDG or ng FLA. Pero ito, tatlo. Coming from the side ng UDG, ang minamatahan nila dito itong si Cab. And isolated na nga yan, tinalunan na, pinabalik pa with the Fate Breaker. Pero saan ka pupunta? May kasama pang Fisher, sabay balibag sa may mukha, sa may likod. True shot barrage, hindi na nag-connect. Pero masyado advance yun Pero at least the presence is there, sabi dito ni Larawan.
At grabe naman yun kung saan si Kuya Almado, pinopokus ka ng napakatindi. Nire-respeto nila yung takot na manggagaling kay Kuya Calms. Actually, sa isang Renekton na meron ng Black Cleaver at mukhang papunta na nga siya sa Ruin King. Habang itong si Kuya Don naman, Black Cleaver, napapunta naman sa Dead Man's Plate. So ngayon, meron na tayo mga objective play at yung Herald napunta kanina sa UDG, mukhang FLA naman ang magpo-focus dito. Habang sa kabilang side, mukhang mapapaaway sila dito ng bahagya.
Yeah, iniintay nila dito yung bumagsak yung Dragon dito, pero FLA almost done na sila matapos doon sa may referral natin, pero hindi na tinuloy ng UDG kasi pwede sila maabutan, gumamit ng ulti dito. Itong siguro niya yung Arise, nagkore kay Larawan yung charm kanina, pero hindi na rin nila bubuhayan with the grand entrance. He will be taken down in the hands dito ni Danny, and mukhang re-respetuhin na nga lang ng UDG yung existence ng buong miyembro ng FLA na nagtitake na ngayon ng Mountain Drake. UDG, wala silang nakuha on our second objectives of the game.
Nakita mo naman kung gaano ka speed lang ang galawan dito ng FLA from Rift Herald to the second Dragon. Nakagustuhan nga nila, and si Kuya Calv, nag-iba na rin yung kanyang pwesto dito. Si Kuya Danny na ang siyang mag-shove ng wave sa Baron Lane. At si Kuya Cal, nakompleto na rin yung kanyang Blade of the Ruin King, the same as done with the Dead Man's Plate. At 2 item na rin itong si Kuya Sayonara with the Draktar and Black Cleaver. Si Kuya Doming is still currently sitting on the Triforce. At mukhang Divine Thunderer ang bubuuin dito ni Kuya Larawan.
Yeah, parang parang makaka-adapt na din talaga tong si Kuya nyo Larawan dito. Ina-adjust nila. Usually, Triforce din ang isang Ezreal, di ba? Pero ito, try natin, Divine Thunderer. Di hamak naman na mas mura. Almost the same yung binibigay din naman ng Divine Thunderer dito. But we'll see. Kasi na-delay din siya. The fact na na-cheppy na siya ng isa dito. Kung ikukumpara natin kay Danny na mas mataas at mas madami yung pera na 1,000 dito sa marksman ng side ng UDG. Pero kasi knowing UDG, meron sila mga comeback mechanic na isang team fight, minsan yung nagde-decide para maipanalo nila yung game. Kapag nagkamali dito yung FLA, pwede sila mapunish ng gusto sa side ng side ng UDG. Kasi kita mo, UDG taking it slow, just like yung ibang mga laban nila dito. Hindi sila masyadong nabobothered, and alam nila kung kailan sila talo and kung kailan nila kailangan lumespeto dito. But UDG, talagang keeping it safe for now. Focusing on the farm right now. Hindi nga sila tumatapak sa river nila
Kayang-kaya nilang i-assess yung situation and mukhang alaming ayata ngayon.
Naku po, may quickness namin na overkill. Pre, overkill yun.
Na, may ultimatum pa, nag-backstrash pa. Ano pag gusto nyo kunin? Kunin nyo na ang lahat. Kay
wala na talagang pag-asa. Pag nabuhay, 20. Herb, kaso wala wala ding pang 20. Overkill si Parin yung Don at the top lane. And FLA, sabihin natin, ayaw nilang mag-aksaya ng skill dito. Baga, kapag pwede nang gamitin na natin. Kasi why not Coconut? Medyo mabilis lang naman dito yung cooldown ng skill. And it's not like UDG are looking for kills dito. FLA, successful yung mga pick-ups nila. Kung ikumpara natin sa UDG, natahimik lang talaga sa mapa and focus on the farm. Ngayon, hindi din nila madedepensahan yung bottom lane nila para sa side ng UDG, hindi na din sila hahabol doon sa FLA na nag-push. Pero nagkasal po nga si Ortro sa mauhuli dito, pero napaangat with a Fissure yung isa sa side ng FLA. Sabay hinatiyan dito ni Danny, the slow! Bawal humabol, pre!
Naku po, that package.
Grabe naman si paring Danny.
Hindi nga nahati Sinunog yung dadaanan mismo ng UDG. And wala kang way para makatakas doon ni Danny with the package plus the Valkyrie. Nagawa niya mag-bail out doon. Yung true shot barrage medyo nag-connect at medyo masakit nga para sa side dito ng FLA. Kasi syempre hindi nila tinuloy pa. At mukhang magkakainitan na.
Sharp, nag-connect para kay Don. Nakapag-flash out naman siya, pero hindi din siya mabubuhay doon. Si Danny medyo nasaktan dito na mystic shot ni Larawan. Kaso hanggang doon na lang yon, sabay Proto Belt in para kay Arise yung charm. Hindi masyadong nag-connect yon, pero sa may bandang likod, medyo nangungulit pa itong si Sayonara. Mukhang nakikita naman nila yung FLA with that ward on the tri-bush ng side ng UDG. They wanted to push this bottom lane, para sa side ng UDG. UDG. Kaso nandito din yung mga miyembro ng FLA. They are tipping out as of now. Up pa yung ultimate dito ni Rap, and si Arise lang yung walang ulti dito as of now para sa ng FLA. But UDG will respect that. They will reset kasi mag-up na naman yung Dragon natin. Nga ngayon lang. Kaso mukhang huli na sila kapag hindi na sila makakahabol dito sa Dragon na to eh. They could just transition. Kaso Baron na yung nag-spawn, men. Wala na repair.
Oo, wala silang
Malayo
pwedeng
pa si
gawing Drake.
Sayonara.
Wala silang pwedeng gawing trade doon at yung Drake nga ay mapupunta dito. Ikatlong Dragon ni Reka ang siyang nakuha dito ng Fennel Adversity at mukhang irerespeto nila eh. Tandaan mo, meron silang Kha'Zix, pwede silang mag-solo dito if ever. Kaya na kasing tumangkay ni Kuya Don plus ni Kuya Cookies. So talagang pwede nilang i-maximize yung isolation damage na pwedeng ilagay ng Kha'Zix. Kaya pumunta ka agad doon. Si Kuya Doming making sure na masisecure nga niya ang kanyang scout.
Nakita nila dito si Rap.
Easy ka lang.
Easy lang, man. Chill ka lang, chill ka lang. Gusto lang naman
Feelings
mag-TV ni
lang.
kaibigang Rap doon. Pero hindi din naman nila napatay. Etong si Rap and UDG, no, they're investing in time by camping doon sa may mga damuhan natin. Pero somehow, konti lang yung customer, man. Matumal yung customer doon ng UDG and UDG. I don't think na nagba-buy time pa sila dito or kaya pa bang i-buy time to sa ganitong sitwasyon dahil si Don, huli na naman Don with the RKO na ginamit niya and the Haymaker, hindi yata enough na mabuhay pa siya doon. Yung True Shot Barrage, medyo magkoconnect pero the please lang yon. Medyo lowit na rin dito. Itong si Kuya niya Danny, even flashes, hindi siya mabubuhay doon. Pero nabawian din nila dito itong si Cookies, Stacy, parang kay Kuya nyo. Pero nag-connect kay Larawan yung charm dito. Larawan, mukhang tumating para may atarp din ba? Buhay pa naman so far, si Ortros as well. Pero hahabulin pa yata sila dito ng FLA pero dun sumagi itong si Doming pero nasa bottom lane para si Cam tumatrabaho.
Grabe naman, pwede na rin siyang lumaban kay Kuya Pego sa pagiging employee of the month. And kitang-kita naman natin the split push, the damage is real. Nakuha nga nila doon si Kuya Don tsaka si Kuya Cookies pero si Kuya Danny lang ang naging trade at may take home pa silang Tore. And FLA expanding more sa kanilang dito sa gold advantage na meron sila. Continuously making sure na yung kanilang trades at yung mga kills nakukuha nila ng walang problema. At kung titingnan natin ang itemization dito ni Kuya Larawan na inunan niya yung kanyang Ruin King in before tapusin yung Divine Thunderer. Pero at least ngayon nakuha na niya 3 item powers pa pero magkakapaabutan mo yata muli dito habang may sweep lang. Tamang kitaan lang. Si Kuya Doming, tamang silip lang. At andito na naman si Kuya Arise para sa point blank charm na ginawa niya kanina. Buti na lang kanina si Kuya Larawan ay nagamitan ng Black Shield. Kaya nasalo niya pa yung damage ng Rocket Belt. Pero once again, FLA playing on this death brush. Kaso di nila alam may CCTV.
Yup, may CCTV. Kitang-kita ang kanilang mga action dito sa may river. Kaya hindi din nag-push itong UDG. Dahil alam nila na hindi naman talaga tunay na nagbabaro. No? Ngayon lang nila na-realize, malamok pala dito, Erp. Kaya nag-deward na sila dito. And they can even use that Scryer's Bloom, no? And to ward off itong side ng UDG. Nakikita nila yung kalsada on the tri-push. Pero UDG, pwede sila dumaan dun sa may kabila. Pero ito na nga yung UDG, no? Ito na yung T-Sure. Umangat yung isa. Sabay Showstopper sa likod. Sabay Stasis naman ang ginawa dito ni Kuya Nyokan. Pero merong napaangat din sa dalawa sa side ng UDG sa may bandang likod. Pero one down para kay Cookies. Hexig ultimate na huli nila dito si Larawan na nakajump pa over the wall. Pero stop pa din siya doon with a double kill para kay Cam. Medyo na slow. Dalawa ng UDG. Duguan. Sabay talon dito. Talon doon. May iwan pa dito si Ortros na low on HP. Pero naitali niya isa. Salamat, Tore. Napatay nila dito itong si Rap habang si Calm meron pang GA dito, medyo duguan pero they can still go for the Baron para sa side ng FLA pero hindi na lang daw muna kasi meron pang Sayonara yung UDG.
Oo, tsaka 20 seconds na rin, pwede na nila makuha ang Elder. And this is not just a usual Elder, ito yung Infernal Drake. And kailangan nilang siguraduhin na makuha ito, more damage at more finisher para sa side ng FLA. Pero balikan nga natin yung tagpuan na yun. Ang napakaganda dito, pagka showstopper, nagawa mag-stasis.
Ang ganda nung ginawa ni Rap doon, men.
Oo, tapos yung tinalo niya yung backline para walang follow-up sa napakagandang showstopper. So doon pala na-cancel na Hextech Ultimatum and yung pwesto ni Larawan. Pero ang nagpalinis dito ay yung, sabihin na natin hindi na siya Kaldamik. calm the mic. Kasi nga, nagawa niya patumbahin yung dalawa doon sa miyembro sa likod ng UDG. Pero nag-enjoy masyado si Kuya Raf. And siya na lang ang siyang natapos doon. Pero once again, yung team fighting style dito ng FLA, kung kaya may pagsabayan ng UDG, yung pag-kite back nila doon sa certain scenario na yon, really give them a big heads up play na kung saan napigilan nila yung setup ng UDG dahil kay Kuya Raf.
Yeah, and UDG dito, hindi talaga sila nagko-commit sa mga objective. Actually, sila naman yung una nakaposition dun eh. Sila yung may vision with that scuttle and kalalapag lang ng mga wards dito ng side ng FLA. Pero kita mo naman si Calm. Talagang keep calm. Nakita niyo yung mga nasa damo dito. Nasta niya yung isa. Medyo makunat na tigas dito si Calm. Pero pumasok lahat yung FLA. Men, kinuyog yung UDG. Nakulong with the Hex ultimate. Dito wala na kasi magagawa. Mayaya-tarp na lang siya. Tatlo na lang yung natitira na maninipis sa side ng UDG. They can make steal para kay Sayonara kung gusto niya i-risk it. Meron naman sila vision dito with the scuttle coming from that river. Pero yung charm not connect! And yung chain CC hindi na nagising! Oh my G! Mukhang Yatarp G, si Ortros na natira at naipit na rin. Mukhang mapapasakamay ng FLA ang lahat ng Dragon kasama na si Shenlong. Si Sayonara na lang ang natitira dito na binaback out ni Danny pa talaga yung nag-back out ha. May isolation, nandito din naman itong si Arise. Pero yung charm nag-connect sa the buy time coming from the Stasis as well. Ubos ang UDG.
Ayun na nga, no, naubos ang UDG as they were able to kite back at one by one nilang nga sinigurulit. Actually, hindi nga kite back eh, kite forward. The all-in engage na ginawa nila doon at nagpahabol lang din si Kuya Danny with the bait play. And syempre, si Kuya Arise, sobrang proactive on making sure that they can take down Sayonara. Meron silang 20 segundos para tapusin itong Baron. At mukhang mabilis nga lang dahil sapat na ang kanilang damage. And this might be it, the nail in the coffin. Dahil nga, ere-ready na dito ang UDG sa pag-strike ng FLA and even denying itong blue buff.
Yeah, basically, UDG, they lack the damage. And I don't think na meron din sila ditong somewhat na tank. Doon, hindi niya kayang tangkihin. And even the tank itself, wala din siyang matangke, men eh. Siya din yung silang dalawa, sila yung tangke, pero silang dalawa yung unang nayayatarp. Pero nakaabang si Don, nilagyan ng ward sa may muka. Wawal daw mag-abang dyan. Kahit lupa nyo yan, amin na yan. Diba, ang inyo ay amin lamang. Pero FLA muna marcha na at the middle lane kasama ng kanilang mga Baron buff na kariton. Habang pinipressure din yung top neto ni Tomeng. Pero showstopper para doon sa isa, hindi man lang nila na first down. Yung nahuli na ng showstopper. Napabagsak nila dito si Danny pero hindi enough yan. The Fisher will be there na maangat yung dalawa. Kaso tatlo pa din yung bumagsak sa ng UDG na may kasama pang butas ng inhibitor turret at make that 2 kasi durog na din yung top. Pero mukhang naman hikaninatid sa loob ng bahay ng side ng UDG. But FLA will take the game 1 for against UDG. May pa-burger pa nga si Kuya Nyorap.
Burger. Diba? Tamang burger lang, diba? Tamang enjoy lang. Pero, grabe yung 6-18 sa scoreboard. Siniguradong 6 feet under the ground ang pagkakalubog dito sa UDG. At itong Fennel adversity, sinigurado nila na textbook play. Inunti-unti nila with the objective, with the Rift Herald, at making sure they are playing on their respective power spikes. Grabe si Kuya Arise on that Ari.
Ari niya, Arise. Arise sa kalaban, men. Kasi ang daming aray nun eh. So, plural form ng aray, Arise. Ayos ba yun?
Oo, grabe talaga si Madam Yaso.
Nahawa lang sa'yo, Erp. Pero anyway, ito yung highlights ng ating first game.
Ito yung una yung hinatid, di ba? Syempre, sabi ni FLA, mabait sila di ba? Hinatid din nila pa uwi. Nagbumawi lang din. Pero ito yung napakalupit na backup, play after play dito sa side ng FLA tsaka UDG na yung trade talaga. And I think ito yung pinaka-point na kung saan nakabawi na si Kuya Calm. Na tipong nagawa na niya joke lang, namatay naman siya ulit. Pero yung tipo nakakuha na siya ng kill to set yung tempo na tipo makabawi siya. Hindi naman siya umupo sa 0-4 o 0-3 para masabi natin na wala siya sa momentum. Naging 1-2 lang siya. Kaso, akala natin yung 1-2 yung ADA niya, pero yung 1-2 is left-right punch pala.
Lepret
Ganun
punch, tama ka din.
sumuntok ko si Kuya Cal, 1-2.
Kalmado
1-2
lang din
jump.
pagka sumusuntok si Kuya Cam, no? Pero honestly,
ito,
men,
malapit na
the
play.
drop ng side ng UDG, all in all, they lack damage. 'Di ba? Sila yung nag-uumpisa ng
totoo.
teamfight kahit papaano. I mean, nag-aabang sila sa bush. Tapos meron naman sila dito na isolate or na pick off, na showstopper ni Don. Pero in the end, sila pa din yung lacking ng damage. Sila yung unang namamatayan doon. Ayan, hindi nila nagawang pabagsakin agad ito. Itong si Don.
Oo. Lalo pat hindi siya isolated. Ang feeling ko rin kasi, Madam Yasu, dahil nga doon sa Ezreal na pick, meron kang mystic shot, pero definitely, pwede siyang i-body block ng Rakan. Pwede siya i-body block ng ni Domeng, ni Calm, ni Kuya Rap. And hindi siya sitting as a threat. Knowing na gumamit ka rin ng sabihin na nating Ruin King and Divine Thunder at saka Conqueror, parang ang bagal ng spike ni Kuya S na talagang aaray ka. So ang pinaka-iniisip ko lang, mas better siguro kung nagkaisa ka or even a Vayne, to be honest, para lang talaga masolusyonan yung consistent damage na nilalapag. Dahil yung Mystic Shot, hindi siya gaano convincing in terms of the damage itself, and knowing na hindi ka naka Trinity Force eh. So,
wala nga din siya doon gauntlet.
Wala siyang pang dahil
AoE or anything.
Dahil ang pinili niya doon is yung Divine Thunderer. So, parang nagbuka kang Bruiser Ezreal na kung tutuusin, meron silang Assassin, meron silang Renekton ng Hextech Ultimatum, pero yung damage mo hindi magiging consistent.
Yep.
So, at that point, feeling ko dapat mas kailangan nila nung mas masakit, yung mas may
damage.
Mas consistent. Consistent yung lapag na dire-diretso. Yung literal na DPS talaga. Kasi medyo hindi sila threatened sa isang Ezreal. And syempre si Kuya Rafi na talagang pinakita niya etong kanyang Rakan na kung may rason ba't sa kanya binaban. And this is not just a normal Rakan. Nasa kanya yung Rabadons. Nasa AP. Kumbaga pag may umangat. Rakan. Pag umangat ka, diretso langit ka na.
Diba? And, speaking of, ang gaganda din kasi ng mga grand entrance ni Kuya Raf dito. Talagang, even though there is the initiation coming from the UDG, magandang fissure, magandang showstopper, pero kita mo naman, nakaka-cancel yung kanilang respo coming from the side ng UDG because of those grand entrance and the quickness na ginagawa neto ni Raf. And kita mo, every after attempt ng UDG to eliminate or to pick off against FLA doon, lagi naka-follow up itong grand entrance nito ni parang yung Rav. Pero I guess that's just the first game, no? UDG, they need adjustments sa second game dito. And yun nga, magko-quick break muna tayo bago tayo mag-second game. Kami agad yung naging shoutcaster niya kasi may kasama ko dito si parang Gonzales. Huwag kayong aalis. Diyan lang kayo, magbabalik kami.
With the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
And we are back para dito sa last series ng ating WCS PH Week 5. Second game na ng Underground team at ng FLA. At sabi ni Osiris, tapusin na daw namin. So guys, magbabalik kami sa panel. Kaya Alex.
No, parang
Grabe
hindi
naman.
namin alam
Sabi
kung
ni
anong klaseng
Osiris yun.
katapusan
Si
yan.
Osiris talaga yun.
Ako naman, swabe naman kung may game 3. Pero
Swabe.
dapat may pass forward tayo. Kasi nakaka-suspense eh.
No,
Masususpense ka. Na feeling ko ako masususpend eh. Pero mas nakaka-suspense kasi yung laban nga natin na UNDG at saka FLA na malay mo sino ba, 'di ba? Kasi parehas ngang malupit yung pinakita nila. Kahit sabihin mong naging convincing yung panalo doon na FLA, hindi sila basta-bastang nagpabaya.
Yeah.
Yun yung FLA na disiplinado, na hindi sila kumuha ng mga fight na delikado. Sinigurado muna nila. And even the Dragon, isipin mo si Kuya Danny, na siyang dapat nagda-damage doon sa Dragon, nag-iikot-ikot, rumoronda yung aso. Yung aso, yung corgi, naamoy niya. Parang naamoy ko dito si Kuya Aranoyas. Tinignan niya, pag face check nila, uy, may insekto. Buti na lang si Arise, yung charm niya, yung puso, yung opa puso niya.
Gumagano no?
May insecticide yun. Ganun yun eh. May
gumagano yung charm ni Aris.
Kaya true damage, guys, yung Orb of Deception. Kasi ini-spray niya ng insecticide.
Yeah.
Kaya pagka tumama kay Kuya Sayonara,
talagang
goodbye ka talaga.
napapalapit, men. Kakaibang insecticide naman kasi yung gamit ni Kuya nyo Ari dito. Talaga, alam mo yung kung kanina yung insecticide na spray, 'di ba? Gamit yung barrel nito ni Graves. Yung ngayon kasi yung madikit, men, yung malagkit na kapag ka tumapa ka doon, hindi ka na makakaalis. Yun nga yung charm eh. Kaya hindi siya makaalis doon. And samahan mo pa nga ng knock-up ni Kuya nyo Rakan dito. So, paano ka mabubuhay? Kung baga napangangat ka na, hindi ka na bababa. Rekta na rekdi. Biyahing langit, diba? Ayos ba yun? Ganun yung nangyari dito sa side ng UDG. I guess, it's all about their draft din kung bakit sila natalo. Kasi, honestly, yung draft nila, walang ka-damage. Hindi natin nararamdaman. Even with the isolation, the showstopper, and with all the combos na nagawa nila dito, initiation, hindi nila magawang mapabagsak agad yung target nila initially. Like, ina-snap lang. Kasi kailangan pa nila mag-effort pa na patayin, gumamit ng maraming skills dito. Ended up na use na nila yung lahat ng skills nila para sa isang champion lang. And the rest of the champion dito ng side ng FLA, okay, wala na silang magagawa dito. So, kaltukan na lang natin sila isa-isa. And with the damage nga ng mga champions ng FLA dito, ang bilis lang din na i-eliminate ng FLA, even the tanks ng side ng UDG.
Yes, and yun nga yung problema, yung mga body blocks, yung tanks, na syempre yung initiation nga ni Kuya Raf. Talagang alam natin kung may rason kung bakit binaban itong Rakan kay Kuya Raf. And kasi alam mo naman, kaya nga Rakan, di ba? Rafikan. Rafi can make big plays, gano'n. Rafi can. So talagang alam mo na si Kuya Rafi, talaga, grave. And yun nga yung problema.
Rough can, men.
Oo, rough can. Yun nga yun. Yun talaga yung ibig sabihin. Tinanggal lang, syempre, para hindi halatang sa kanya galing. Pero FLA still consistent dun sa kanyang ban na walang Master Yi. Para hindi natin makita yung Sayonara.
Sayonara.
Sayonara. Oo. And wala na rin Kha'Zix at si UDG mismo yung nagtanggal nito at
oo. Ayaw ibigay.
And kanina, kung di ako nagkakamali, may leasing yata kanina na weird na hindi nila pinili, no? Na mas nag-opt sila kumuha ng Kha'Zix kung sa aking pagkakaalala lamang.
Yeah, naalala ko kasi kanina ang focus ng ban ng FLA is kay Sayonara and kay Orthros, 'di ba? Pero ito UDG, ang binan nila dito is gonna be Jace. Ayaw pa rin talaga nilang pakawalan 'yan, and the Z And ito nga yung mga assassins, yung una na mga pang backlines dito. Habang FLA, they will still secure
Camille.
yung
Set pa rin
Camille.
kaya to?
Actually, nagpalit na sila ng side dito.
Oo.
First pick FLA, first to pick yung UDG. Yeah, it could be a Set, a Renekton, a Garen, a Darius. Ako, feel ko mas bagay kayo doon yung mga tanky talaga ng mga champion. I mean, tanky naman si Set, pero yung mas tankier. Like, Darius nga or Garen
Oo.
dito. Pero let's see, UDG,
Uy, yun
they
na.
will be able
Nakuha
to
na nila.
pull off itong si Galio para kay
Gragas.
Ortros. Mhm.
Galio Gragas kaya to, o Morgana pa rin ang pinaka-priority nila. Pwede nga silang kumuha ng lisin kung gusto nila ng tempo setter para kay Kuya Sayo. Pero kung ang mangyayari kasi, kung si Sayo man ang maglilisin, saan manggagaling yung carry potential nila? Kasi kung si Kuya
Ayun naman kasi, tinatanong
Ayun na,
mo kasi kung saan galing.
Ayan ang
Ito.
sagot. Ayan. Kuya Sayo,
Itong sagot sa tanong. Kung bakit ka mahalaga, ayos ba yun?
Ayun na nga.
It's gonna be the Kaisa. Pero ang tanong kasi is this Galio magiging carry or core? Tapos pipili pa sila dito ng other supports para sa side ng UDG, or eto na yung support nila, they can just pick another
Feeling
mid
ko,
lane or UDG. Uy, kaso nakawala si Sena, men.
Sena Gragas na to, kaya Sena Nasus.
Sena Susan.
Oo, Nasusena.
Nasusena, men.
Oo, hindi.
Ay,
mukhang
kinuha si
okay lang,
Seth.
okay lang. Kayo para kay Kuya Calm. Pero kasi delikado nga, dahil nga itong si Galio, technically siya mag-face, face check At least pwede siya ibalik. Iba to pabalik. Si Cookies ang siyang gumagamit ng Galio. So feeling ko pwede pa sila mag-Morgana. O kaya,
Bran!
okay.
So, etong brand na to, mid lane brand, no?
Oo, most likely.
Yeah, indeed. So, wala pa tayong naglalabas ng card para sa may champion dito ni Sayonara. Kasi honestly, pag na-check mo talaga si it's either
Feeling ko-
Sayonara or Larawan Pag na-checkin mo yung dalawang yan, talagang lista mo na. Kapag
Oo.
na-delay mo, na behind sila ng farm dito, lista mo na. Pero FLA, mukhang going strong pa din naman yung kanilang draft dito. Mayroon silang pang early and pang late,
feeling ko,
kahit pa paano.
pwede sila magbandita ng Renekton Darius o kaya
Pang mga unat,
Garen Darius siguro, kaya Garen
Olap
Renekton.
pa din.
Olap, okay.
Ban din nila kanina yan Olap, man.
Ang medyo to be honest kasi Yasu, meron na tayong damage dealer sa kamay ni Brand at saka ni Kaisa. Kaya feeling ko si Don, mas gustuhin niya sa isang Garen. Mukhang may mas posibilidad na mag-Garen to. Pero siya mag-Darius kung sakaling maiwan ng bukas. Darius Renekton yung ating magiging match-up. Ay, hindi nga pala. Hindi na pala kasi nga pwede kasi mag-support set din si Raf kung nagkataon.
Pero ito
mukhang
na,
mas
ayan,
gusto yung
pinakinggan ka
gamitin
namin.
yan ni Kuya Calm. Pwedeng ilagay natin, pwedeng mag-rakan ulit. To be honest si Kuya Raf.
Open
Kung sakaling,
open. Or pwedeng
hindi
nakawin din kasi
support.
ng UDG yung Rakan. Kung gugustuhin nila to further maprotektahan itong si Kaisa, and then they can just mid lane itong si... Kaso, meron nga pala silang brand, no? Ang kailangan na lang nila na champion dito is for Don and for Sayonara, the jungler, and
Lee
the
Sin.
Baron.
Ay, wala pa rin.
Men.
Wala ko po.
Wukong.
Ikat
Hindi
peak
pa
gear
kasi
ni
Baron
Kuya
Wukong
Lupi.
tumin
Oo, pwede rin.
Di ba? Pwede pa sila maglisin mamaya.
Pero
Kung
pwede pa
sakali.
ito Oo nga, pwede pa
Pwede pa, no? Pero FLA,
Oo, so pwede sila mag-listen talaga dito kung nagkataong
Darius,
ibabaron
naku po,
nga
may
nila
pang
to.
box out. Box Lord.
Okay lang sakto para pag nag-decimate kasi once na mameke itong unggoy, at least pag umikot si Kuya Kalmado, may huli pa rin talaga. Pero sino nga ba ang ilalagay na sa mid lane? Mag-a-action kaya sila pero wala silang AP na panggagalingan.
Yeah.
Wala rin tayong Oriana, tinanggal na dito. Is this a
Oh,
possible?
yan,
Okay,
Gragas.
Gragas mid lane. Okay.
Pinatagal lang. Last pick naman pala itong si Gragas. Now, ang tanong, is this gonna be a leasing last
Brusco
pick?
Brothers. Uy, Diana. Double
Diana.
AP. So, Jungle Wukong Nation nga to.
Tapos, saan nilalagay si Diana? Top?
Sa Baron.
Tapos mid Galio or baliktad?
Hindi ba delikado yun? Kasi pagka nahulis na apprehend siya, wala siyang means na makatakas.
Yun nga And I don't think yung set coming from the Wukong is gonna be enough para makapag-pull off din ng magandang Moonfall, no? Kasi what if mahuli agad din itong si Kuya nyo Wukong, even that Cyclone, di ba? Let's say, andun si Galio to follow up with the hero's entrance. Pero kasi, syempre, pagdating mo, meron pa namang, may makikita kang circle sa baba, makakapag-dodge, may chance pa makapag-dodge dito yung mga member ng side ng FLA. Pero we'll see. Oo. Palit pa. Kanina nakita tayo, Malphite jungle eh. Teka lang, is this your final answer?
Oo, yes or no,
No.
di ba? Pero mukhang
Kahit sa jungle?
hindi ka ba nagkakamali dyan?
O
Yan ba
baka-
talaga?
O baka nag-switch roles lang sila para sabihin
Baka
natin,
last minute,
si
baka
Saya na...
Diana jungle to.
Ewan ko.
Piling ko Diana jungle. Diretso na shores talaga. Ay, hindi! Oh my God!
Osiris,
The
ayoko na!
brain! Ayoko na!
Ayoko na! Let me out!
So, ito na nga, no, Kaysa Yonara.
Kay Sayonara, men!
Oo, literal sa
Ang
kanya.
gulo nyo! Well,
ang
last na
gugulo?
naman to eh, men eh. Last na rin naman to eh.
totoo.
UDG, kahit mag-experiment sila dito, they can still get that first place sa ating rankings dito. Kasi, what matters is sa FLA, sa GES, at saka sa Team Secret, yung magiging resulta, yung maapektuhan ng resulta dito. Pero UDG, City Pretty na kasi sila sa sa first rank dito. So, I guess, a little bit of experimentation won't hurt. Malay naman natin, no? Mag-workout. Kasi, makikita kayo sa pubs mamaya. Kaysa jungle, ako na to. sabi sa pubs.
Makikita na. Pero ang alam ko ito
Alay
yung
ko po!
Naikutan!
Naikutan! Partida, wala pang guillotine, men!
Ang alam ko kasi, Madam Yaso, itong kaya sa jungle na to, ginagawa to ni Coach Rekmeister. Kung
So,
nababanggit
Tas,
na ito, una
tried and
parang
tested?
biro-biro lang. Pero hindi ko alam kung talaga bang na-test siya. Siyempre, ito yung first time na makikita natin sa high competitive play. Pero yun talaga, maalala ko na nababanggit nga to, kada may makakalaro niyo daw si Coach Rekmeister. Yun daw yung nilalaro niya. And this might be na-influensyahan ng ganong kakaibang mga pickings. And si Kuya Maintenance Guy naman from Grindsky, sa kanya naman yung Brom Jungle. So alam mo yung medyo kakaiba yung mga jungle picks natin dito. Kanina Malpito, ngayon naman yung Kaysa
Sayonara.
Oo.
Diba?
Oo,
Pero
teka
ito,
lang, easy ka
nagkakitaan
lang.
sila.
Oo.
Meet and greet sa may loob ng jungle dito ng UDG. Medyo umaasin yata dito itong si Kuya Domi kasi gusto nila magnakaw dito ng blue buff. Pero ito para sa dalawa, nag-connect na nga yan. And yun nga lang, mas nauna pang chumalangit dito itong si Kuya New Cookies. Followed by eto ni Raf na naiwan din dito sa may bandang gitna. Pero hindi pa natatapos sa sisiyaran na bangga yung dalawa with the explosive cast din. Or rather, hindi explosive cast. Rolling Valley pa lang yun kasi level 4 pa lang sila. And also eliminating itong si Kuya Nyo Orthros. Pero sayang nga, kaka-up lang na explosive cast pagbato niya, natulungan niya pang dumistansya itong si Sayonara.
At ayun na nga yung sinasabi natin kung saan itong advantage ng FLA in-acknowledge nila na si Sayonara nasa isang Kaysa jungle. So isipin mo, nakikipaglaba ka sa jungle na si Doming. This is the Doming phobia na meron pang Camille na pwede nilang i-invade kasi ano bang ilalaban ng isang Kaysa? Late game queen yan eh. Yung mga jungler, sila yung nagsiset ng tempo para mas okay pa yata nag-jacks na lang si Kuya Sayo.
Kaso nga lang, paano magja-jack sa second pick na nga nila itong si Kaysa? Actually, yung draft nila na yun, second pick on Kaysa.
Kasi alam
Very
natin
early,
kay Lara
man.
yan eh. Dapat kay Lara yan eh.
Wala eh. Meron din sila dito. Kanina, inisip-isip pa natin kung saan yung position nila eh. Pero
may mga
wala naman.
mathematics formula, meron pa trigonometry, tsaka geometry. Yung palang ending.
Partida, hindi pa kami nag-calculator noon, man.
So,
Mali din
ang
pala.
ending pala, parang iba yata itong pinasok nating liga. Ligament.
Kakaiba. Pero malay naman natin, no? Uy, grabe naman yun. The walk-in, walk-out. Coming for Kuya Orthros dito. Ano lang, asserting dominance. Wala naman tumama sa kanya kay Danny as of now. Pero, farm-farm lang. Farm-farm lang. Last hit lang, mga minions, ganun. Pero, yun nga, no, UDG, medyo lugi na sila dito pagdating sa mga kilos kasi 15k versus the 12k lang as of now ng UDG. And yung ating mga yung ating Barrow, I mean not the Barrow, Rip Herald and also the Dragon are already up. Wala pang pumuposition dito. Mukhang susunod na din dito sa may mid lane natin itong si Calm. Pero alin ba talaga ang gustong kunin dito ng UDG? Kasi nakaset na yung FLA on the top lane, on the Rip Herald. Pero gusto yata nilang guluhin. Nahuli pa nila dito. Itong si Larawan. Pero
ni Kuya Calm.
si FLA, I mean, baliktad pala ako doon. FLA nga pala yung blue side ngayon, pre. And naabutan pa nga ng FLA ngayon yung nag-referral na UDG. Hiniwan nila yun Mabagal sila ngayon mag-objective. Pero Donning Shadow, medyo natulungan naman niya dito itong si Kuya Kang. Pero si Don, hahabol pa din. Balak nila yatang ihatid. Pero ang sakit ng Torre, pre.
Oo, ito na, tingnan ba yung mid lane. Meron sila naglapad ng referral kaagad dahil nga alam nila na walang kasagot sa pagpigil dito. Dahil nga nagawa nilang patumbayin yung ibang miyembro at medyo na-delay sila sa kanilang rotation. Nakakuha na sila ng Dragon. Nilapad na nila yung Herald. Sa first tower, nakaligtas pa si Kuya Kalmado. So alam mo yun, ang dami naman nilang take out.
Dami nilang take out, men. Alam mo yun, nag-take out na may freebies pa. Naka-sale, naka-promo. Wala pang 11-11 pero nag-shopping na. FLA dito, lahat napunta sa kanila. 21k, 5,000 agad yung lamang nila dito.
And kita mo naman kung gaano ka-respeto pa rin ng FLA. No? Nung early game, doon nila talaga sinubukang habulin si Kuya Sayo. Pero ngayon, na medyo papunta na tayo doon sa item ni Kuya Sayonara, mas may chance na siyang baka sagot sa ginagawang aggression dito ng FLA. At kita mo kung paano nila fino-focus yung bawat lane. Even UDG is going to answer dito yung pagsosolo ni Kuya Arise. At tignan natin.
Uy, grabe naman! Uy, grabe naman yung explosive gas! Ba't ka nagtatago dyan? Pinalabas pero siya pa nga yung mismo na delikado para kay Aray sabay showstopper, face breaker, and hextech ultimatum. Napabagsak naman nila dito ito si Ortros. Even the Moonfall, hindi naging masyadong impactful yan. Pero 1-1 nga yung naging exchange natin dito. Kaso mukhang may nahanap pa dito yung side ng UDG. And actually, partida yun kasi 4v5. Nasa taas itong si Kuya Calm.
And grabe yung ginagawa dito ng UDG. At least gumagawa sila ng mga play para maipush lalo yung advantage sa'yo. Pero ito na nga, sayong-sayo na to.
Sayong-sayo na nga yan. Pero sa kanila na yan, na kay Domeng, na nakapatay dito para kay Kuwis. Pero si Sayonara, nagpaalam na din talaga. Si Don, mukhang may iwan na dito. Wala na siya Don.
At nahuli nga itong Unggoy.
For 1 exchange.
Hindi gumagana yung fifth gear ni Kuya Lupi. Madam mukhang kulang din si Kuya doon. At kahit papaano naman, nakakagawa sila ng plays around the map. Well, to be honest, good lane. Pero they are trying to pressure yung iba't ibang parte. Kasi itong UDG, wala pa sila sa point. Nakatatakutan talaga. Divine Sunderer para kay Kuya doon na may grasp and dying. This is the usual build na may kita nyo na ngayon. Lalo pat nakapabor talaga sa mga tumatangke. Si Kuya doon ang siyang nag-set up para dito sa side ng UDG. At kita mo naman, dito si Kuya Danny kung saan ay 216 naka-black cleaver na siya. Hindi ito yung tulad nung kay Kuya Tactical na puro baluti ang ginagamit and naka-fleet footwork. Itong Sienna natin, hindi siya naka-grasp. So mostly more on damage, more on kiting yung gagawin niya dito.
Yeah, talagang gusto niya rin maging damager dito para kay Danny, which is nakakatulong naman, pa-laser lang siya sa may lupa dito. Hindi niya na kailangan itutok-tutok pa sa mga kalaban. And honestly, UDG, delay na naman sila dito, behind na naman sila dito in all levels, sa pera, sa level, sa mga objectives natin. And speaking of objectives, mag-up na naman this time yung pangalawang referral natin, habang Mountain Drake naman yung pangalawang Dragon natin. Doon, mukhang hindi na din niya maaabutan yung mga blue buff. Lahat ng mga buff ng FLA, I mean ng UDG, FLA na ang kumuha.
Oo, kasi nga, di ba, sinabi mo kanina, ang inyo ay amin at ang amin ay amin. And napa-amen na nga lang talaga si Kuya doon at buti na lang, hindi siya nahuli. Mukhang ayaw rin naman nila i-go entirely dahil nga mas focus sila sa objective. Pero upon knowing na nag-draft ka ng isang Sayonara jungle kaysa, wala kang way talaga para masagot yung mga ganong klaseng invades. And you might be head-on taking those invades ng talagang iko-contest mo,
Abang-abang.
pero ilan yung
Huwag ka
mawawala sa
maingay,
inyo, di ba? Pero
Huwag kayo maingay. May
Okay, maingay,
nagchichismisan
guys.
sa
Quiet
damuhan
lang,
dyan.
quiet lang.
Hindi nila alam. Pero nakakaramdam dito yung side ng FLA. Naku po, nakita
oo,
nila.
yun ang
Nakita
nahuli.
nila dito. Ito si Rap. Pero hindi nila nahuli, men. Nakita lang. Walang huling naganap. Pero ito, may nakadena. Kaso, pinasok na nga dito. Dalawa yun na paangat. Sabay. Napushback naman yung dalawa hero entrance. Walang nabagsakan. Pero doon yung shadow. Nauna na nga sumalangit dun si Ton. Hexing ultimate will be there as well. Pero, napunish din itong si Cookie. Sila yung nagabang. Sila pa yung nasaktan. Sila rawan na flash in dito. Ni Kuya nyo Doming. Sabay tactical sweep palikod. Hindi na makukuha dito si Doming kasi napatay siya dito ni Ortros. Habang hahabulin pa sana ng FLA yung the rest of the team dito ng UDG. 1v1 si Cam yung pumpronta dito. Pero medyo masakit daw. Sabay apprehend. Sabay nakapto sa dalawa. Sumalangit na si Sainara. Nagbabay na. Habang si Ortros mukhang magmamamba out na din. And actually, Team Ace yun for the side of FLA. Hindi pa man nila kinuha dito yung Dragon. Pero ang dami na nilang napatay doon para sa side ng FLA. Wala din kasi si Domeng dahil napabagsak siya kanina.
Yes, and napalaban na sobra doon si Kuya Doming with the hook shot plus the flash and sweep para maabutan dito sila Kuya Ortros. Pero yun nga, nagawa niyang pumasok. At the same time, sapat na yung damage. Ortros sitting on the Rod of Ages. Still, that's the Diana na kaya pagsabayan. And yung initial fight na yun, na kahit sabihin natin nagawa ni Don paangatin with the Cyclone, itong dalawang miyembro ng FLA, si Kuya Danny, nagawa naman nilang mag-flash into safety. At Kuya Don, siya yung namukaan ng Donning Shadow. Para nga, siguradong meron silang extra shield, extra protection, pero hindi na yata mapoprotektahan dito.
Nakita nila dito, si Cookies, binalibag yung isa, pero eto na nga, pinabalik pa ulit siya. Saan ka pupunta? Nilaser siya dito. Ni Sena, Moonfall will be there. Pero parang wala na ba? Si Don, medyo naging struggle din dito. Even itong Kuya nyo, Dani, napabagsak naman nila with the Cyclone coming from Kuya Don. Pero nagkapatayan, men. Naubos na naman yung Ace dito. Naubos na naman yung UDG. May referral nga. Pwede na lang i-recta-recti na to para sa side ng FLA. Banggain mo, pre. Banggain mo. Kung di naabot, di naabot, buhay pa, men! Kaya pa, Nexus! Ayan na, babanggay na niya! Yung kalahati, kaso nga lang, paubos na yung minion dito na side ng FLA.
Oo, wala, may yung ando si Kuya Cookies for the rescue, no? Dahil may replay para sigurado maligtas dito. And knowing nga rin na nagre-regen itong next, nagkataon talagang mahuli. Kasi hindi nila basta-basta matatapos yun na sila lang. Kaya magkantay ng Baron, we might see a slowdown, pero mukhang hindi sila mag-i-slowdown talaga. 1v1 with the Grey One, makikita mo na dito kaya Ortros sa Kuya Rice, pero tamang inom lang for protection. At mukhang masisilip siya, Kuya naman, huwag ka dyan mag-recall.
Yan, naramdaman niya yun. Parang dito lang nagre-recall yun pero hindi na din
Mag-honeyprot ka.
Hindi, huwag daw. Ano na? Narinig ka. Wala, hindi narinig niya Rice Hindi na daw.
Kailangan niya bumili ng gamit, masyado siya mayaman.
Dami niya ng pera dito Speaking of mayaman, parang si Danny mayaman na din dito Gusto kong malaman kung ilan na yung stock ni Danny.
Ang ganda ng pagkakahuli ni Kuya Rafi dito yung balibag na may face breaker. Nahuli doon si Kuya Larawan. And ang dami dito, press R to win. Moonfall into the Cyclone and Void Seeker plus the Killer Instinct. Nakagawang pumwesto doon ni Kuya Sayo. At napatumba niya kagad yung dalawang carry sa kamay ni Kuya Danny tsaka ni Kuya Cal. Kaya medyo nararamdaman na natin yung sakit ni Kuya Sayo with that Ikatian Rain. Pero syempre hindi yun sasapat para maisalba itong mga push, itong pressure na ginagawa ng Fennel Adversity. 3 seconds bago mag-Baron at mukhang magsiset up pa sila ng Death Rush. Pero Void Seeker at makakasik na makikita nga nila na merong nabamahay dito sa damuhan at mukhang i-check din yan. Baka barilin din yan. Pero mukhang may ward na kasi.
Alam ni Don, may ward pero may na-apprehend! Well, ano lang naman yun.
Clone lang?
Clone lang. Testing lang.
Testing lang. Ang taas na ng bonus ni Madami Aso.
Siyempre nagulat ako dun Kasi sasabihin ko may ward dun Nakita nila yan Kita nila yung FLA as of now. Yan, kita nila yan. Dapat aware dito yung side ng UDG na may black. Kaso may nahatak na naman dito. Sabay may nag-overextend si Rap nandun sa may harap. May haymaker naman siya to survive. Pero yung Heroes entrance, nagamit na rin yan. Yung Moonfall, dalawa yung tinamaan. Kaso nga lang sila pa rin yung babagsak dito para sa side ng FLA. Nabawasan sila ng isa, which is itong si Rap. Pero double kill naman ang binira nito ni Cam with a rampage on a rise. Pero ahabol pa sila dito. Gusto nila durugin pa yung isa na tumakbo. Tatakas ka pa. And this is the 2-0 sa FLA. Siyempre. Finish it with a bang.
Uy.
Burger!
Grabe naman yung mga jacket ng mga tropa na.
Oo. Ganda.
Sana
Ano nakasulat
all.
sa likod, Erp?
Hindi ko rin, parang mansanas yan. Hindi ko alam eh.
Mansanas.
Anyway, asyo. Gamers. We're all gamers.
We are all gamers.
Oh, yan.
Tama yan.
Tama yan. Hindi na tayo maging manghuhula. Pero Fennel adversity, no? Di natin nahulaan. Alam mo,
Di natin nahulaan yun,
man
Hindi pa rin tayo pwede manghuhula.
We are all gamers na yan. Pero, hindi naman natin nahulaan kung ano yung draft. Saan pupwesto itong Kaysa? Saan pupwesto itong brand? And tingnan natin yung mga malulupit ang mga galawan dito. And Kuya Calm, sinimulan itong bakbakan na tila ba hindi siya kalmado.
Hindi talaga kalmado kasi nagwala siya dun, men. Why do I have to keep calm? Keep calm?
Keep calm
and give them chaos. Keep them chaos. Kita mo naman, no, FLA talaga nag-assert na agad sila ng dominance. Early pa lang, pinahirapan na nila yung UDG. Well, kapanish-panish naman kasi yung ganitong lineup ng side ng UDG, di ba? They swap roles, they swap the roles ng mga champions dito. Yung not normally na pinang-jungle, hindi nila pinang-jungle, and then yung ADC nila, yun yung pinang-jungle. Kumbaga ang gulo. In the bininging and the drop pa lang, the positioning, the swap roles, magulo na para sa side ng UDG dito. They struggled a lot dahil wala naman sila dito pang early nga na sabi mo pang contest, lalo na sa mga objectives natin. And kita mo nag-audition na sila pala basically sa umpisa pa lang ng game natin.
Oo, and pinakita nila na hindi sila kakabahan doon sa Kaysa. At ito nga yung huling fight natin na may kita mo sa likod na si Kuya Raf talagang keep them busy boys, smile and wave. Kung saan si Kuya Danny, tamang free hit lang at ginawa makapasok ni Kuya Ortros, it's too late to apologize dahil nga nakabantay si Kuya Doming at ito na yung maalamat na erase ni Kuya Arise. At kita mo naman, di ba, pinampas sa mukha at yun na nga ang nakita natin nakatapusan ng UDG. 24/7 yung huling standing na akala mo 24 hours nag-open yung bakbakan dahil nga left and right may kaganapan. 16 KDA ang MVP natin si Kuya Arise.
And partida namin hindi pa nabuo yung niya, Rabadon niya.
Rabadon.
Kumbaga lang siya ditong Lich Bane at saka
Arise damage, no cap.
And Fennel adversity.
Ito yung sinabi mo eh.
Okay.
Ito yung sinabi mo na madaming Arise.
Oo, men. Plural form. Kasi madami yung aray na binigay niya dito sa side ng UDG. Yung mga explosive cast niya, akala mo takas ka na, pero di pa pala, balik ka pa pala, no? Akala mo tapos ka na. Parang parang nag-requirement ka lang. Akala mo tapos ka na sa requirements mo, pero meron pa palang wait, there's more.
Wag mga usapang requirements, medyo yun yung mga kailangan nating asikasuhin. Malaya. Matagal ka ng
Siyempre.
Kaya kailangan ko pang ilakad yung mga yan.
Takbo mo na kaya, par.
Kailangan na nga dahil malam mo naman malapit na rin ang simula ng playoffs. At syempre, makikita na natin itong mga teams na to at mamaya makikita nyo nga sa panel, ipapaliwanag nila yung standings kung paano nangyari yan. Pero Fennel adversity, sinemento na nila muli ang kanilang sarili na pagbabalik dito sa top 2 spot.
Yeah, sila ang top 2 spot ngayon.
Oo. And madami ring kakaibang pangyayari sa side ng FLA na parang may mga questionable din silang mga pagkatalo pero definitely nagawa nilang maka-bounce back at nagawa nilang ipanalo yung today's game. And I believe naman na kahit manalo o matalo ang UDG dito, sementado na kasi silang kumbaga plakado na tulad ng sinabi ni Yasu na top 1 na sila.
Yeah, sementado na And yeah, madami kasi nakita ko sa chat na nag-worry bakit daw anong nangyari sa UDG Mina daw. Well, we could say na part of experimentation po kasi din nila yun. And yun na nga, they have the right to do so naman. Kasi sabihin natin, nagtatago pa din naman sila ng kanilang baraha dito. Kasi may playoffs pa tayo eh. And yeah, they're just having fun para sa side ng UDG and might be giving chance din sa FLA na sila nga yung mag-second dito. Kasi kung sakaling hindi kasi nanalo yung FLA on that match, mapupunta sila sa 4th place. 'Di ba? Paring Osay.
Oo. Kaya kailangan din talaga ng FLA itong puntos na to at nung mga ibang teams natin na nagmatter sa kanila yung today's matches, pero sa UDG okay na, kumbaga all set to go na sila para talaga sa playoffs ever since. At yun nga nakita na natin kung gaano kalupit yung dalawang side, na kahit sabihin natin nag-draft sila ng kay Sayonara at itong si Ortros, nakita natin gumamit ng Diana for the first time, na nag-adjust talaga siya ng sobra. Nagawa nilang, alam mo yun, hindi sila na landslide. Nagawa nilang mag-hit back, nagawa nilang umiscore, at diba? Yun yung nagmamatter doon. Yes.
Yep, indeed. I guess marami pa masasabi yung panel natin, paring Osiris. And on behalf of Madam Kaysaya dito and Gigi Spear, kami naging shoutcaster nyo for the last round robin dito sa WCS, kasi next week playoffs na tayo. Ako again, si Yasumi ako, kasama ko dito, si paring Osiris. Huwag kayong aalis at pakinggan nyo ang explanation sa pagbabalik ng panel natin. Diyan lang kayo.
Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies. Knowing that the way is right. Guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carry silent goodbye. Diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode.
You are watching the W. Oh my gosh, nobody joined me in drawing on their face. You guys laughed me. Yes, you're watching the WCSPH.
It's so detailed.
I'm sorry.
And
I'm sorry.
I'm actually proud, okay? I'm actually proud. I didn't think it would turn out this well, but yes. Anyway, Fennel Adversity. I'll explain this later. Fennel Adversity will take the final series versus Team Underground. Let's jump into our series highlights over here because these guys didn't draw on their face. You know, I'll get into that a little bit later, but Autolus, just throwing this to you first as we go through our final series for the WCS.
Okay, things I love, how Fennel Adversity respected the game plan that UDG will employ. Again, we did say that UDG will go for the carry jungler. Yesterday, Sunsparks did prioritize the right targets, but I feel more confident that this is the way to attack UDG. Just target down or Thross, and we all know what's happening right now. There is still an adjustment phase for the boys of UDG. And to me, they have a week to fix this. Again, this is a battle between the number 1 team in the Philippines and the number 2 team in the Philippines. And yeah, if this is how it will turn out, I find it very scary for UDG for their chances in the playoffs. But we will see. Again, this is still, you know, the champions that we knew from last year. And if there's a famous saying of do not underestimate the heart of a champion, I think this is the best time to say as such. So, yeah, Infinity, anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, I echo your thoughts here, Autolus. I mean, we have it's always a target ban onto Orchid's champion, with a bit of an exception to the game number 2. But when we're looking at the first phase, still a respect onto Orcros overall. It's a Yumi, it's a Lulu ban, right? The reason why game 2 wasn't really a target ban onto the Orcros already, because they already have Galio, so there was some changes after that. So definitely just an interesting draft. Shout out to Coach of FLA, amazing.
Yeah. I'm just really conscious right now of myself here on the panel for sure.
No, I have Cerebrum.
Okay. Wow. Big brain for sure. Representing Cerebrum Wildrift. But yes, because actually what I wanted to do was over here on our panel predictions right before we get into the interview, or as we're waiting for the interview. As you can see, Autolus was actually the one who lost that last one, but I just thought that I just wanted to draw. So I just thought, hey, I'll join
Thank
Autolus.
you for taking the consequence for me.
Here. But it's okay because they'll be like, you know, of course, I think like an O team secret something for cursing them or not cursing them. So I'm just here representing them over here. But yes, I think our interview is ready and we can welcome back onto the panel Fennel Adversity. And I think Rise will be speaking on behalf of the team, so we can ask them all about, of course, anticipation for the playoffs. It's going to be a huge topic, and then we really do wonder, of course, how the rest of these teams are going to be adjusting. It was a bit of a double whammy. You have the playoffs, you have the big patch for Team Underground as well. You know, major props to them for still pulling through for the very last series. Of course, as you mentioned, Autolus, they have a lot of big adjustments to make, but it's good that at least they still secure that first place position. Of course, we are expecting them to come back better. There's still a week to adjust. We of course wish that they were under better circumstances, but I feel like for Team Underground, it's going to be it's going to be an uphill battle. But I think they will, as you mentioned, Heart of a Champion, they will overcome. Now, of course, Fennel Adversity, I think our interview is now ready. Let's bring on over Fennel Adversity, and I think Arise will be speaking on behalf of the team. Fennel Adversity, hello. Congratulations to you guys. Please ignore. Hello, please ignore.
Mika showing her true colors.
Congratulations. And sorry. Dapat pala yung flag nyo yung drawing ko dito. But of course, we wanted to ask about preparations heading into the playoffs. Can you give us, similar to yung tinanong ko sa RRQ, can you give us a sneak peek into how the upcoming week looks like for you guys, especially with yung bagong meta, any adjustments that you guys have to make to that, and all of the preparations that you'll have coming into the playoffs?
Yung sa patch notes po, nung parang pagkagising po namin, parang nag-brainstorming na po kami. Itong item na to, magandang hero. Itong item na to, sa ganitong hero. Tapos parang itong hero na to, pangit na kasi na-nerf na. Tapos may item rin na na-nerf para sa kanya. Tapos ayun po, parang after nun, nag-practice pa rin kami hanggang sa malaman namin kung ano ba yung meta talaga ngayong patch. Ayun po.
Ayun. And second follow-up question, dahil medyo na-distract ako, anong ginagawa ni Rafi dyan? Nag-heart or
burger!
Something. Burger!
Mika, that's the trend nowadays. Burger.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Alam niyo naman si Tita Mika minsan, parang hindi ko alam kung ano yung nangyayari sa mundo eh. So, I'll throw this to you for any questions you have for Fennel Adversity.
Siyempre, ako yung baget. So, ako yung alam natin yung mga ganyan-ganyan meme. Hindi, charot lang. Fennel Adversity, congratulations on locking number 2 seed. Again, kung hindi nyo pa alam, nag-advance na kayo onto the second round. The Rise, syempre, ang makakatapat nyo dun is kung sino man yung manalo sa sa laban ng 3rd and 6th. And currently, ang number 3 team natin sa top 8 natin ay Grindsky, and then number 6 will be Oasis. Parehong team na parang pamilyar dahil ito yung mga nakalaban nyo noong Civil Qualifiers. Pero sino sa tingin nyo yung mag-a-advance dun sa dalawang team na yon na makakatapat nyo sa first round?
Sa akin po, hindi ko po ma-predict kasi po, parang sa playoffs po, ang nakikita ko po is pantay-pantay na po lahat. Parang depende na po yun kung anong comp yung mas maganda versus dun sa kalaban po nila. So, hindi ko po masabi kung sino po sa kanilang dalawa po talaga. Ayun po.
Okay, back to zero. Well, anyway, good luck again. Kumbaga, kung paano sinimulan yung taon, ganun pa rin yung nangyayari dito at makakatagpo nyo pa rin sila. Again, congratulations, Fennel Adversity. Infi!
Yeah, well, for me, I have a simple question here, Arise. Now that we have the standings now locked in, is there any team in particular that you are looking forward to match against in the playoffs?
Sa amin po, lahat na po parang excited po kami lahat makalaban. Kasi po, ayun nga po, gaya po nasabi ko kanina na parang sa playoffs po, wala nang ranking po. Parang depende na po yung kung paano nyo po mapupull up yung pinractice nyo po or yung papractice nyo pa po ngayon. Simula ngayon hanggang papuntang playoffs po. So lahat po, parang pinaghahandaan po namin or tinitignan po namin.
Alright, thank you very much, Rice.
Alright, it looks like Fennel Adversity is ready and raring to go for the playoffs. Arise, do you have any shout-outs that you'd like to give? Any messages that you'd like to give everybody watching out there?
Shout out to our management, to Sir Reggie, Sir Mac, Sir Endo, and to Tita Sherry Villegas, Ira, Chai, and to Papa ni Domeng, Danilo Magtao. Tapos sa may team, sa mga team ko rin, thank you guys. Tapos yan, tuloy lang tayo sa pangarap. And sa mga sumusuporta sa amin guys. And lastly, sa mahal ko guys. Tapos shout out guys. Sa Hyperx guys. Salamat po sa binigay niyo po sa amin. Magagamit po namin. Ayun po.
Fennel Adversity, congratulations to you guys. We will see you next week when the
Congrats again.
playoffs kicks off. Congratulations and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
It's so cute. What's his name? Tito Danilo? Nakikitito?
Tito Danilo.
Nakikitito?
You want to do the burger, Mika? You know the story of burger?
You know that?
Kasi
I
diba,
actually,
like-
you know what? I don't know. I actually don't know
Like
the
people
story.
are doing the hard kasi and some of them nagiging flat yung yung burger. So nagiging ganyan. So
Nagiging burger.
burger, yes.
Burger. Oh, okay. Today I learned.
I know. Welcome
yes.
to the new generation of memes.
I learned from the yung mga bagets dito, including si Otto Luz na bagets rin.
Don't mention it.
Well, let's check out today's results because, of course, it was very tricky indeed, especially since we had our standings watch for the playoffs. But looking at today's results, of course, we can see that the standings, they have shifted quite a bit. And, Otolus, break down for us what went down right now and how this could, the implications on this on the playoffs.
You know what's surprising is that the number 6 team is actually just 2 games away of the number 2 team. That's how stacked our league is. I looked at the other leagues, specifically Thailand, and I saw that their number 6 team had only 4 wins. So that just goes to show that what Arise was telling us, that it's very hard to predict the playoffs. I think it will remain true. Come playoffs, it will be a hard day or a hard league to predict, a hard playoffs to predict, and it will be us suffering more consequences more than ever.
And on that unpredictability when it comes to the playoffs, right? These teams have like 1 week in preparation to look at the past few weeks. What are the teams building up into the champ? Like what kind of strategy that they want to do? Because especially we have a new patch that we've seen these teams play on, and further going to have more strategies to come towards the playoffs.
Yeah, it's again. I think it was so interesting that that Arise mentioned that everybody here is essentially back to zero. I mean, the patch happened on Thursday, and we went into day 1 of this week on Friday, and nobody really had enough time to really digest one of the biggest patches to enter Wildrift to date. So it's gonna be incredibly interesting because like what we saw, this little preview that we had for day 1 and day 2. That is probably nothing compared to what we're going to see in the playoffs, which will be happening next week. Let's take a look at the schedule. I think we do have the schedule up already. This is exciting for me too. I am very curious to know what the schedule and the brackets will be. Not to mention, we also have like these rivalries brewing. Before the schedule, we do have, of course, the results of our matches today.
Okay.
We have RRQ and Oasis Cerebrum with their swan song of the WCS PH, as well as Sunsparks, and we have Fennel Adversity taking the last series. Now, Otolus, I think it's really interesting to see that we have these little rivalries brewing. We have Grindsky and RRQ, whereas Grindsky can pretty much defeat almost every team except for this one team. And then we have Fennel Adversity and Oasis that also have this rivalry, and then we have Team Secret and Underground. It's going to be a really interesting playoffs. It's going to be really stacked for sure.
Indeed, and that's what this league is about. So to our friends out there, if you are watching right now, then it's time for you to, share the word that come next week, we will have more storylines ready for you. And this, my friends, are the brackets. And looking at what we are seeing right now, it does seem the Team Secret and RQ will be the first one to face off. And on the other side of the bracket, GS versus Oasis. My thoughts on this, I'm closely looking at TS versus RRQ just because they are the 2 teams that are very stacked in terms of superstars.
Infinity, what do you think about our brackets right now, and which ones do you think are going to be spicy, or do you have any sort of like predictions as to paths of these brackets?
I'm gonna be honest with Mika. It's just crazy to think about. Like, it's just yesterday that we've seen the round robins, right, coming to conclusion up until today, and now we're coming through the playoffs. And teams in particular, I think I echo the thoughts of Autolus here. Team Secret, from the beginning up until the end of round robin, has improved quite significantly in RRQ as well, battling in the top 6 standing in today's conclusive matches. It's just amazing to think about, and I'm really, really, really excited to see the playoffs. Who's gonna win? I don't know.
I know it is going to be an interesting next few weeks for sure for the WCSPH. And all the way at the end, we have, of course, the winner. We will be crowning our champion of the WCSPH. So I hope you guys are ready and raring to go along for this ride. I'm still so distracted with the Team Secret Eye in my head. I took the consequence for the day, by the way, which
Mine's
was
clear.
to draw the Team Secret Eye on your forehead. So that's okay. I kind of wanted to draw anyway. So I'm quite impressed also at how accurate I got it, because like I drew the first. I had a first draft, and it kind of looked like a
It's close.
It kind of looked like a happy bee who sells fried chicken. The eye of a happy bee who sells fried chicken. So. But yes, I'm quite proud, so it's okay. I'll take this one
And
from
I'm thankful, Mika, for taking the prank for me. I know that
And of course.
you really wanted to do it, so
I did
might
want
as
to
well.
draw. I did want to draw, actually. And of course, we are also very, very thankful to all of the sponsors that have made this event possible, just like PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games.
And from day number 1 up until the last day of our group stages, our official mobile partner in Xiaomi has always been there for us. The hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you to experience powerful and responsive gaming. Less waiting time with 33 watts Pro Fast charging enabled by the all-new MMT technology and a 6nm Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. More information about the Redmi Note 11 is available at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page.
And you can have the best time in the Rift with Globe Prepaid's Go Plus 99. Get wild with 7 days of 8 gigs of data for all gaming apps, 8 gigs data for all sites, and only all net text. So you can always be prepared to take up the challenge in the Wild Rift. So download the new Globe One app now to register. And of course, this tournament is under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. That wraps up our regular season. Guess what comes next? It's the playoffs, baby. That's next week, and we are so close. We are so close to finding out who will be the next WCS PH champion. That is next week, but for now, thank you so much for watching. On behalf of everybody on the panel, Infinity and Autolus, the casters, and the production, stay safe, stay healthy, and we will see you in the Rift.
as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. In the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies. Knowing that the way is right. Guided by the secrets of an undiscovered